Chapter 676. The Dragon Clan was fighting in an away game and had limited strength. Of course, they were not a match for the water-innate godfiends who had the home advantage. It could even be said that the water-innate godfiends were the water-innate godfiends' greatest protection. Once it was connected to the water-innate godfiends, their greatest advantage would be gone. The Dragon Clan could follow the connection between the two and pounce straight at the water-innate godfiends, killing or suppressing all the water-innate godfiends. Without the home advantage, the water-innate godfiends would not have the ability to fight against the Dragon Clan experts. Defeat, this was their only ending. The water-innate godfiends is our foundation and our foundation. Once the water-innate godfiends are connected to the water-innate godfiends. That is, no matter how big the new water-innate godfiends is, there will be no place for us to stay. Therefore, everyone, don't hesitate anymore. The time for our survival has come. We must not let the humans' plan succeed. In the Yellow River Water Mansion, a water-innate godfiend said with extreme indignation. His words were filled with a strong sense of destruction. Although the other water-innate godfiends did not say anything, judging from their attitudes, they probably had similar thoughts. The water-innate godfiends. It was really the moment of life and death. In their opinion, the humans' actions were really too much. After the passage between the water-innate godfiends was opened, the problem of weak water in the primordial world could be solved. But what about them? After the Dragon Clan controlled the complete water-innate godfiends, how could they let them go? Whether it was the Yellow River or the Yangtze River, they were all top existences in the water-innate godfiends. They might be far inferior to the sea in size, but the meaning they were given, as well as the merit that nurtured countless living beings on both sides of the river, made them not much inferior to the four seas in terms of status. After the Dragon Clan controlled the complete water-innate godfiends, how could they allow such an important place to fall into the hands of outsiders? They were bound to take it for the Dragon Clan. If that was the case, how could the water-innate godfiends who originally controlled this place be spared? What awaited them was that they would definitely be eliminated by the Dragon Clan. As for escaping, that was impossible. Not to mention that their foundation was here, even their luck had long merged with the local water luck. Therefore, once they chose to escape, not only would the family business that they had worked so hard for be gone, their luck would also plummet, and they would also form a great karma with this place. At the very least, his strength would plummet, and his providence would be damaged. If it was serious, they would be entangled in karma, and it would be impossible for their cultivation to progress any further. With such a huge price to pay, why would the water domain connate godfiends choose to flee? After all, compared to never being able to increase his cultivation, the threat of death was much lower. For existences above Daoist Jingxian, death was not frightening. What was frightening was not being able to see any hope of improvement. Since they couldn't escape, a fight to the death became their only option. However, it was obviously impossible to fight the dragons head-on. They were no match for the dragons. Then he could only use his wits. The way to outsmart them was simple, and that was to stop the humans' plan. As long as the water domain was not connected to the sea domain, the water domain connate godfiends would still have the home field advantage and would not fear the dragon race. In order to save the countless living beings in the untainted land, the human race decided to open up the passageway between the sea and the water. As for the water domain innate godfiends, they had no choice but to interfere with the humans' actions for the sake of their Tao. On this point it was impossible to say who was right and who was wrong, it could only be said that their positions were different. However, history was often written by the victors. The final victor of this battle would definitely be the right side. And the loser would be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Everyone, let's make our move. Now that the weak water in the untainted land is flooding, the luck of the water domain has soared. From this, it can be seen that the will of heaven is still on us. Moreover, this is our last chance. Once we miss this opportunity, when the passageway between the sea domain and the water domain is completely connected, we will have no hope. After a long silence, the strongest water domain Khanate God Fiend, River Earl Yellow River, spoke slowly. River Earl is right. We have no way out. We will die if we retreat, and we will die if we fight. Then why don't we fight to our heart's content? We can show the might of the untainted land and let the humans and dragons know that the Water Clan is not easy to bully. As soon as River Earl Yellow River finished speaking, the irritable Wuxia could not help but express his stance. After all, he was a monkey. It was inevitable that he was impatient. Impatient, impatient. Wasn't that what they said? Yes, the monkey is right. We have to fight this battle, and we have to win it. After Wuxia, the rest of the water domain Khanate God Fiends also expressed their stance. They had no way to retreat, so they could only face the enemy head-on. Good. Since no one has any objections, after I leave, you can return to your own water domain and raise the flood to destroy the plan of the humans. Seeing that no one had any objection, Yellow River Earl made the final decision. It was the final conclusion of this matter. Yes. Everyone replied and then dispersed. Just as River Earl Yellow River said, although it was a matter of life and death for the water domain Khanate God Fiends, it was also the best opportunity for them. After all, the weak water was also a kind of water. After it fell into the untainted land, it turned into a monstrous flood. Therefore, while it brought disaster to the untainted land, it also indirectly increased the luck of the water domain. There were floods everywhere in the untainted land. It could be said that the luck of the water domain had reached its peak. Under such circumstances, the water domain Khanate God Fiends would also receive unprecedented blessings when fighting with others. They would often be able to erupt with unimaginable combat strength. For example, with the blessings of luck, the restrictions of the Sea of Laws would not be as strong on them as before. They would be able to erupt with power that far exceeded that of a golden immortal for a short period of time. This was the most direct benefit of having a strong providence. Not to mention the passive enhancement of turning misfortunes into blessings and going out to pick up treasures. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the highlight of the water domain Khanate God Fiends. Perhaps, it would also be their last moment. Under the secret push of the water domain Khanate God Fiends, the flood in the untainted land became more and more serious. This also forced Si Wenming and the others to start their plan in advance. Just like that, the battle between the humans and the water domain Khanate God Fiends broke out suddenly. In fact, it was more appropriate to call it a battle between the dragons and the water domain Khanate God Fiends than a battle between the humans and the water domain Khanate God Fiends. This was because the main force fighting the water domain Khanate God Fiends were the experts of the dragons. After all, the humans were a land race. They were far inferior to the water domain Khanate God Fiends in terms of water battle, let alone the dragons. If the humans really fought the water domain Khanate God Fiends in the water, they would have to pay a terrible price even if they won. It was really not worth it. It was better to let the dragons, who were also of the water domain, deal with them. This would save a lot of effort compared to the humans. Just as the battle between the humans and the water domain Khanate God Fiends was in full swing, two people in the Demon Master Hall of the Northern Underworld were watching the dispute with inexplicable expressions. Daoist Zichen, the humans are now fighting with the water domain Khanate God Fiends. Don't you plan to lend a hand? Patriarch Kuanpeng suddenly asked the North Star Emperor who was beside him. Huh? Lend a hand? Why should I? The water domain Khanate God Fiends are just like ants. Not to mention the humans, even the dragons can destroy them. Not to mention the two races joining forces. The destruction of the water domain Khanate God Fiends is a foregone conclusion. The North Star Emperor shook his head and said disdainfully. The water domain Khanate God Fiends might seem powerful, but they did not even have a single top-notch great divination God Fiends. Why would the North Star Emperor care about them? The only purpose of their existence was to be a whetstone for the humans to sharpen their skills. Sigh. What a pity. These water deities are not bad. After hearing the North Star Emperor's words, Patriarch Kunpeng could not help but sigh and said regretfully. As a member of the water domain Khanate God-fiends, he could not help but cherish their talents when he saw them in trouble. Therefore, he purposely tried to sound them out and see if he could save them from the North Star Emperor. However, the result was undoubtedly disappointing. The North Star Emperor had already arranged the destruction of the water domain Khanate God-fiends. What's a pity? When they became enemies with the humans, they were destined to be destroyed. Anyone who goes against the humans will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. The North Star Emperor said with a smile. However, his voice was extremely ear-piercing when it fell into Patriarch Kunpeng's ears. What an arrogant statement. What did he mean by anyone who dared to go against the humans would not be able to escape the fate of destruction? Was this a warning to him? If not for the fact that he was no match for the person in front of him, Patriarch Kunpeng really wanted to immediately activate the Demon Master Hall and suppress him on the spot. Unfortunately, he did not dare. Because the other party had the ability to kill him. Once upon a time, they were once on the same level. But now, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. The purpose of the person in front of him coming to the northern underworld was to warn him not to act rashly while the humans were being attacked from both sides. With his own strength, he suppressed the entire northern underworld demon clan so much that they did not dare to move. This man was so domineering. Sigh, he was weaker than him. He could only do so. Si Wenming, are you really prepared for the upcoming calamity? The North Star Emperor knew what Patriarch Kunpeng was thinking, but he did not care. Because the gap between them was too big. Moreover, he did not have the time to think about Patriarch Kunpeng. At the moment, he was worried about Si Wenming. It was inevitable that the problem of the weak water would be solved. The passageways between the sea areas would also be connected. There was nothing to worry about. Because this was what the Heavenly Tao hoped for. The Heavenly Tao hoped that these things would come true. When Si Wenming took action, he would naturally have the help of the heavens. How could he fail? Therefore, the struggle of the water lineage was extremely laughable in the eyes of the North Star Emperor. If they tried to fight against the general trend and go against the heavens, they would definitely end up being smashed into pieces. They were really a group of muddle-headed people who could not see the general trend clearly. However, that was not necessarily the case. Perhaps they had already seen the general trend clearly, but they were just unwilling to believe it. Therefore, they planned to go against the heavens. But no matter what, it could not change the outcome of their failure. After controlling the flood of the primordial world and piercing through the passageways between the sea areas, the primordial world's water veins were unified. Si Wenming, who had done these two things, would definitely receive a lot of merit. And this was his capital to become an emperor. If nothing unexpected happened, when Si Wenming's term was completed, he would naturally become the 9th great emperor of the human race. However, this was what the North Star Emperor was worried about. If he was not wrong, the moment before Si Wenming became an emperor, his death tribulation would come. And this tribulation would be the greatest tribulation that Si Wenming would face in his life. There was almost no possibility of passing it. Because this tribulation was a killing tribulation from the Heavenly Tao. There was no way to avoid it. There was no way to hide. He could only stand up and face the tribulation. The Heavenly Tao had set a great trend for the human race. There were only 8 great emperors, and there could only be 8 of them. If the human race insisted on giving birth to the 9th great emperor, then this action would undoubtedly be in defiance of the heavens. And in defiance of the heavens, there would definitely be a price to pay. The Heavenly Tao's killing came for this reason, to cut off all the paths of survival for those who defied the heavens. In other words, once Si Wenming chose to become an emperor, then he would face the killing intent of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was invisible, so its methods were also invisible. It would appear in all kinds of ways. But without a doubt, every method of the heavenly Tao was extremely powerful. It was definitely not something that Si Wenming could contend against. Even if he had merit, it would not be possible. At most, it could protect his true spirit from destruction and leave a chance of survival for him. God! How could it be so easy to defy? If it was so easy to defy the heavens, wouldn't the primordial world be in a mess? Therefore, the day Si Wenming became an emperor was the day his life would end. Gao Chen was worried about this. In front of the heavenly Tao, even someone as powerful as him did not have much confidence in protecting Si Wenming. This tribulation was difficult. Unless Si Wenming chose not to become an emperor. Then he would have endless glory and become the greatest king below the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Moreover, his cultivation base would directly enter the realm of the perfected quasi-saint with the help of merit. He would not be much weaker than the 5 emperors. But would Si Wenming really refuse to become an emperor? Gao Chen did not know the answer to this point. The only thing he could do was to support Si Wenming unconditionally no matter which path he chose. Because of the Khanate cardinal treasure, the human Tao Emperor seal, even the Khanate god-fiends of the water lineage could not do anything to Si Wenming. Therefore, the water lineage was defeated by the allied forces of the human and dragon races. The luck that belonged to the water lineage was also devoured by the 2 races. Rumble. At a certain moment, the river of destiny suddenly shook violently. It was the luck of the human race that reached its peak after devouring the water lineage's luck. It broke the seal of the divine chains of order in one fell swoop. With a boom, a supreme power came from the void and poured into Si Wenming's body. Author's note, 12,000 words completed. Begging for a monthly pass, begging for a subscription. Chapter 677. Whoosh, the void shattered silently. An extremely powerful aura erupted from Si Wenming and swept across the sky and earth in an instant. That was, the power of the human clan's fortune had returned. In just an instant, with the blessing of the human clan's fortune, Si Wenming's strength returned from the complete Tai Jingxian to the complete sage-to-be. He stood at the peak of the eldritch world again. The invincible human emperor of the eldritch world had returned. Without a doubt, the end of the water clan had arrived. Even with the blessing of the water clan's fortune, they could unleash strength far beyond that of a golden immortal. However, they had no chance of winning against Si Wenming, who was at the complete sage-to-be. Because the complete sage-to-be was far beyond their strength at their peak. They were no match for Si Wenming even at their peak, let alone now when they were restricted by the world. From this moment on, the fate of the water clan's Khanate divine demons was sealed. After Si Wenming's strength had recovered, he quickly suppressed the water clan's Khanate divine demons who were causing trouble. However, perhaps due to guilt or kindness, Si Wenming did not kill the water realm innate divine demons after defeating them. Instead, he sealed them away. Think about it, Si Wenming didn't seem to like killing along the way. Those who went against him were all suppressed and sealed by him. None of them lost their lives. He didn't kill. Perhaps this was his persistence. Without the obstruction of the water clan's Khanate divine demons, it became much easier to open up the passage between the sea regions. Holding the splitting mountain axe, Si Wenming broke open the mountains that obstructed the flow of the sea regions and gradually opened up a passage to the sea regions. However, when he broke open a mountain, he found a Khanate divine cauldron in the mountain, the Khanate cauldron of creation. A supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure with 45 Khanate divine seals in it. It had reached the limit of a Khanate spiritual treasure. It was the top Khanate spiritual treasure. As for the Khanate cauldron of creation, it had an extraordinary origin. It might not be famous in the Eldritch world, but its brother was famous in the Eldritch world. That's right. The brother of the cauldron of creation was the cauldron of heaven and earth which belonged to goddess Nuwa. These two treasures were the remains of a top-grade chaos spiritual artifact, the Chaos Cauldron. Back then, the Chaos Cauldron was shattered by the heaven-splitting divine axe. Its main body was broken into two pieces, one large and one small, and fell into the new untainted world. Among them, the larger fragment had been tainted with the aura of the Tao of heaven and earth and had transformed into the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Cauldron of heaven and earth. After changing hands several times, it finally fell into the hands of Her Highness Nuwa. On the other hand, the small fragment was tainted with the aura of the Tao of creation. It transformed into a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the Khanate cauldron of creation, and vanished into the primeval world. In the untainted land, there were more than one or two people who were interested in this top-level spiritual treasure of creation Tao. As a result, for a period of time, there were powerful beings everywhere searching for the whereabouts of this treasure. But the result was undoubtedly disappointing. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any trace of the primordial cauldron of creation. Over time, they gave up, and no one searched for the whereabouts of the primordial cauldron of creation. He had never thought that the treasure that no one had been able to find countless years ago would be found so easily by the human race. It had to be said that it was fate. Si Wenming was naturally very excited to obtain the supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the primordial cauldron of creation. But the current situation did not allow him to be excited, nor did it allow him to study the primordial cauldron of creation. In the untainted land, there were still countless people waiting for him to save. How could he waste too much time on the primordial cauldron of creation at this time? Therefore, after Si Wenming did a simple acknowledgement of the primordial cauldron of creation, he put it aside and continued to fight for the cause of saving the people. With Si Wenming's strength in the great perfection of Sage to Be and the upper-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the splitting mountain axe, he could easily open up the passage between the sea regions. For this reason, in less than 100 years, the passage between the sea regions was opened up. The Ruwa water that was all over the untainted land flowed towards the Great Sea through this passage. Boom! Just as the sea regions were connected to the Great Sea regions, a huge roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Then heaven and earth seemed to have changed. There were many wonderful and unknown changes. Even the invisible laws of the Great Tao had become much more active. However, no matter what, although these changes were confusing, they were undoubtedly good and beneficial to all living beings. What was different from the untainted land was the changes in the East Sea. If the changes in the untainted land were gentle, then the changes in the East Sea were undoubtedly much more intense. Boom! 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 The sea seemed to be roaring, setting off huge waves one after another. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the sea was also slowly increasing, which was a sign that the origin was thickening. The sea had become stronger. And all of this was caused by the great perfection of the untainted land's water veins after the sea regions were connected to the great perfection of the water veins. The fluctuation of the water veins lasted for hundreds of years before it calmed down. And as the water veins calmed down, the flood that affected the entire untainted land also disappeared. The flooding Ruwa water flowed towards the East Sea through the passage between the sea regions. At this moment, the direction of the primordial water veins could truly be said to be 100 rivers returning to the sea. The great cycle of the primordial water veins was completed, and the flood on the ground was also resolved. It was time for Si Wenming, who had facilitated these two things, to reap the rewards. Rumble. In the sky, resplendent golden light gathered and turned into a rain of light that fell towards the primordial land. Among them, more than 70% of the luck fell into Si Wenming's hands. As for the remaining 30%, 20% fell into the hands of the human experts and dragon experts who followed Si Wenming to deal with the flood and open the passage. The last 10% fell into the tools that the Great used to control the flood. For example, the weapon used by a monkey that had caused trouble in the heavenly palace in the future, the sea-calming divine needle. The tools to control the flood that had obtained merit were such treasures. Quelling the disaster of the untainted land in one fell swoop caused Si Wenming's prestige in the untainted land to rise. He was about to catch up with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and become the 9th great emperor of the human race. In fact, in the untainted land, the voice of Si Wenming being the 9th great emperor of the human race had already appeared. For a time, the untainted land was filled with the names of Yu the Great, King Yu, and Emperor Yu. And these were all honorific titles for Si Wenming. Yu was Si Wenming's name. Because he had saved countless living beings, it was inappropriate for everyone to address him as the human emperor. After all, every clan leader of the human race could be called the human emperor. However, not every human emperor was called Si Wenming. Therefore, the people of the world crowned Si Wenming's name with the word Da to distinguish him from the other human emperors. The name Yu the Great came from this. And Da himself explained everything. Throughout the history of the untainted land, how many people could add the word Da in front of their names? There were only a few people. As for King Yu and Emperor Yu, they were honorific titles for Si Wenming. The praises of the world did not make Da Yu lose himself and become arrogant. That was because he knew that compared to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he still had many shortcomings. If he wanted to become an emperor, he still needed to become even more outstanding. As the human emperor, he still had a lot of room for improvement. The martyrs of the human race had been urging him. The glorious Da Yu had become even more diligent than before. Just like that. There were still many troubles waiting for him. From a certain point of view, the situation that Da Yu faced was even more complicated and difficult than the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. That was because the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was the period when the primordial world transformed from the pre-celestial era to the post-celestial era. At that time, although the amount of pre-celestial spiritual energy in the world was getting smaller and smaller, it was not completely gone. For this reason, the human race of that era could easily cultivate to the pre-celestial realm and become human immortals. In other words, in the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, although the environment of the world was gradually deteriorating, the main body of the human race was still cultivators. However, in the era of Da Yu, the world had completely become the post-celestial era. In other words, if cultivators wanted to cultivate now, it would not be as easy as before. In the past, the human race could easily cultivate to the pre-celestial realm. But now, the human race could only cultivate to the post-celestial realm. After that, the post-celestial realm had become a threshold that most people could not cross. However, in the post-celestial realm, other than having a little more strength, was there any difference between them and mortals in other aspects? No, to be precise, post-celestial realm cultivators still belonged to the category of mortals. The world had changed. The main body of the human race was no longer cultivators, but mortals. Compared to cultivators, mortals had a lot more things to do. That was because they were weak, very weak. Any ferocious beast or demonic beast could easily kill a large number of mortals. And because they had become the protagonists of the world, the flesh and blood of the human race was inevitably tainted with some of the Tao of heaven and earth. This also caused the human race to become a delicious cake in the eyes of foreign races. As long as they devoured the flesh and blood of the human race, they could quickly increase their strength. In the face of such a temptation, even if the human race was the protagonist of the world, it could not dissuade those foreign races who coveted the flesh and blood of the human race. Not to mention, over the years, many races had been wiped out by the human race. It was inevitable that some fish had escaped the net. And how could these existences be afraid of the human race? They could not wait for the human race to die. That was the truth. If such a foreign race discovered that devouring the flesh and blood of the human race could quickly increase their strength, how could they not attack the human race? Therefore, in the primordial world, there would often be incidents of human tribes being massacred. In the face of such a situation, even if the human race used iron-blooded methods and slaughtered several tribes, they could not stop it. After all, the temptation of increasing one's strength was too great. It was enough to make people completely lose themselves and fall into the demonic path. What worried you the Great was this. The human tribes were massacred one after another. As the human emperor, you the Great naturally had an unshirkable responsibility. But in this situation, even someone as powerful as him had no other way. He could not keep staring at the human race, right? This was unrealistic. But even if there was no other way, he could not continue to let this kind of thing happen, right? To be honest. If the ones who died were cultivators, you the Great would not be so angry. When cultivators fought with others and were killed by others because their skills were inferior, no one could say anything about it. However, the ones who were massacred were mortals. This undoubtedly made you the Great extremely angry. One had to know that mortals were the foundation of the human race. It was precisely because the human race had a large base that they could provide an endless stream of experts for the human race. The situation of the human race was a classic example of insufficient quality. They had to make up for it with quantity and use to trigger a qualitative change. For this, if the human race did not care about the lives and deaths of mortals, causing the number of mortals of the human race to be greatly reduced, it would not be long before the human race declined. Therefore, mortals were the bottom line of the human race. Any existence who dared to slaughter mortals would be the mortal enemy of the human race. They would kill everyone they saw. There were even some who would pull out the forces behind them. However, no matter how angry you the Great was, no matter how cruel the human race's methods were, there were endless existences who dared to slaughter mortals in the primordial world. The pursuit of strength had already caused many living beings in the primordial world to develop a sick mentality. In order to pursue strength, they did not hesitate to pay any price. Even if they offended the human race and gave up their lives, they would not hesitate. Although you the Great was strong enough to wipe out all the living beings in the primordial world, he could not erase the desire for strength of all living beings. The desire for strength was something engraved in the bones of all living beings. It was innate, like an instinct. No one could erase it from the hearts of all living beings. Therefore, you the Great could not stop the foreign races from killing mortals, and neither could the human race. The only thing they could do was to protect the mortals so that they would not become the victims of the foreign race's pursuit of strength. Protect. After meditating in the ancestral temple for 100 years, you the Great finally found a way to solve the problem of the human race from the innate cauldron of creation. He wanted to use the innate cauldron of creation as the foundation to create an array formation that could cover the entire human race and protect the mortals inside. Yes. Protect the mortals. The array formation that only protected the mortals did not have any effect on cultivators. According to you the Great's plan, as long as he set up this array formation to protect the mortals, from now on, any existence that dared to attack the mortals would be attacked by the innate cauldron of creation. Over time, more and more foreign races would die, and there would not be any situation where the foreign races slaughtered the mortals. In this way, wouldn't the safety of the mortals be guaranteed? Moreover, this array formation was only targeted at mortals and had no effect on cultivators. Even in the array formation, cultivators could still do whatever they wanted like before. However, from now on, they could not casually attack the human race. This array formation was the protective umbrella of the mortals. It protected the mortals so that they could live a stable life in this era where cultivators ran amok and immortals and gods appeared. This idea is good. If it really succeeds, then the foundation of the human race will not have to worry about in the future. In the ancestral temple, the more you the Great thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. It was enough to lay an everlasting foundation for the human race. As long as there were no problems with the mortals, there would be an endless stream of human experts. Thus, he would not have to worry about the problem of the lack of experts. With this thought, Yu the Great made up his mind and began to take action. The first thing he had to do was to have a detailed understanding of the human territory so that it would be convenient for him to build the array formation. Thus, Yu the Great began his trip to the human territory. After 1,000 years, Yu the Great traveled to every corner of the human race and finally had a detailed plan in his heart. He planned to first divide the human territory into 9 parts and call them the 9 provinces. Then, he would divide the innate cauldron of creation into 9 parts and bury them in the 9 provinces. Finally, with the 9 cauldrons as the foundation, he would set up a formation that could cover the entire human territory and protect the mortals within. Then, it would be considered a success. Of course, if he could capture 9 extremely powerful existences and seal them into the 9 cauldrons as the eye of the formation, that would undoubtedly be even better. Because in this way, the power of the formation would definitely increase greatly and be able to protect the safety of the mortals to the greatest extent. Moreover, there was another benefit to doing this. That was, as time passed, the powerful existences that were sealed in the 9 cauldrons would slowly be refined and become a part of the 9 cauldrons. In this way, the origins of the 9 supremes would definitely be strengthened. If they were to add the merit of protecting the mortals, when they were combined in the future, they might be able to advance further and become innate supreme treasures. If that was really the case, then the human race would have 2 innate supreme treasures. Their strength would definitely increase greatly and their status would become more and more stable. It had to be said that Yu the Great's plan was perfect. The innate cauldron of creation was originally formed from the fragments of a top-grade chaos spirit treasure. Its quality was abnormally high, far surpassing innate spirit treasures and not much inferior to innate supreme treasures. It was also because of his bad luck that he obtained too little innate creation origin. That was why it did not evolve into an innate supreme treasure like his brothers. Instead, it became a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. However, this did not mean that the innate cauldron of creation would always be a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. It had the possibility of becoming an innate supreme treasure. What Yu the Great wanted to do was to turn that possibility into reality. If he really succeeded, then after devouring the origins of the 9 powerful existences and the merit of protecting the mortals, the possibility of the innate cauldron of creation advancing to an innate supreme treasure was extremely high. As for why it was not 100%, the key was what realm the 9 powerful existences that were suppressed were in. If it was Daoist Jingxian, then it would probably be very difficult for the innate cauldron of creation to advance to an innate supreme treasure. However, if it was a sage to be, then after a long period of time, the innate cauldron of creation had a great chance of advancing to an innate supreme treasure. If it was 9 powerful existences that were suppressed by the 9 cauldrons, then the innate cauldron of creation would definitely advance to an innate supreme treasure. In short, the stronger the existence that was suppressed, the higher the possibility of the innate cauldron of creation advancing to an innate supreme treasure. Chapter 678. Just as Yu the Great was about to set up the 9 provinces barrier, a change occurred in the purple cloud palace in the chaos outside the sky. All right. You've stayed here long enough. Leave this place and return to the primordial world. After preaching for 10,000 years, Dao ancestor Hong Jun suddenly stopped preaching and asked everyone to leave. Thank you, Master, Teacher. Feng Zichen and the other 6 people came back to their senses. They bowed to ancestor Hong Jun. Then, they left the purple cloud palace one by one as he said. Humph. Outside the purple cloud palace, Feng Zichen and the 3 pure ones looked at each other. They wanted to see the 2 of them hate each other. After snorting coldly, they each used their magic and rushed to the primordial world. It had been a long time. They had not returned to the primordial world. It should have been hundreds of thousands of years. Whoosh whoosh, a purple light flashed, and the chaos outside the sky flew away behind Feng Zichen, causing him to get closer and closer to the primordial world. During this process, everything that had happened in the primordial world over the years quickly appeared in Feng Zichen's mind so that he could understand the situation of the primordial world as quickly as possible. As the Dao field of the Dao ancestor, the Purple Cloud Palace itself was an unimaginable treasure. Its power could be said to be unparalleled. In it, Feng Zichen and the 6 saints were completely cut off from the primordial world. In other words, during the time when they were listening to the Dao in the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Zichen and the 6 saints were out of contact. They did not know anything about the changes in the primordial world over the years. Therefore, the first thing they had to do as soon as they left the Purple Cloud Palace was to understand the current situation of the primordial world so that they could make reasonable arrangements for the next step. The disaster of the weak water? The change of the water vein? Over the years, Si Wenming has done well. It seems that it won't be long before he can take that crucial step. On the way to the primordial world, Feng Zichen could not help but nod his head in relief after learning about what Yu the Great had done. Yu the Great, it did not disappoint. He was no worse than the human emperor before him. However, after feeling gratified, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little worried. Looking at De Yu's posture, it was obvious that he was rushing to become an emperor. However, how was he going to resist the heavenly Dao's killing tribulation after that? Facing the killing intent of the heavenly Dao. But not only did it require courage, it also required great strength. In the past, although Feng Zichen had several heaven-defying experiences, his heaven-defying actions were all for the good of the untainted world. Therefore, the punishment given to him by the heavenly Dao was basically just a formality. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it also brought him a lot of benefits. However, Yu the Great was different. His heaven-defying act was to become the 9th great emperor of the human race. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the human race, but it was not necessarily the case for the untainted world. Although the heavenly Dao wanted the human race to be the protagonist of the world, if the human race was too powerful, it was not what the heavenly Dao wanted to see. The lesson of the Magi and demons was right in front of him. The heavenly Dao no longer allowed such a powerful force to appear in the untainted world. For this, if the human race appeared too powerful, the heavenly Dao would suppress them. And Yu the Great becoming the 9th great emperor of the human race was a sign that the human race was too powerful. In this way, it would naturally attract the suppression of the heavenly Dao. It would destroy Yu the Great and destroy the possibility of the 9th great emperor of the human race. The human race could be strong, but this strength had to be under the rules of the heavenly Dao. Forget it. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. However, even if I face the heavenly Dao, at the very least, I have to protect Yu the Great's life when the killing tribulation erupts. After thinking for a moment, Feng Zichen made a decision. Facing the heavenly Dao, even someone as powerful as him could not guarantee that he could help Yu the Great survive the death tribulation. However, he was confident that he could protect Yu the Great's life in front of the heavenly Dao. Swoosh, in just a few years, Feng Zichen rushed back to the untainted world from the chaos outside the heavens. Since he had returned to the untainted world, the rest of the journey was much simpler. Boom! Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and directly tore through the void and stepped into it. Then, when his figure appeared again, he had already returned to the Emperor Star. Oh! Why did the rules of heaven and earth change? Even the restrictions of the Sea of Law on the great divine masters are much smaller. As soon as he returned to the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen did not have time to rest when he suddenly realized that the rules of heaven and earth in the untainted world had changed. The restrictions on the great divine masters were disappearing at an extremely fast speed. If this continued, it would not be long before the great divine masters could attack wantonly in the untainted world. What's going on? With a swoosh, Feng Zichen stood up from the emperor's throne and sized up the untainted world with a look of surprise and bewilderment. Although if the great divine masters attacked at all costs, it would be difficult for the Sea of Law to restrict them. However, the existence of the Sea of Law still had some effect. At the very least, it could make them worry. But what was going on now? The influence of the Sea of Law on the great divine masters was gradually disappearing. Wasn't this equivalent to encouraging them to attack in the untainted world in disguise? There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. While feeling puzzled, Feng Zichen could not help but use his methods to deduce. He originally thought that this deduction would be very difficult, but as soon as he started, Feng Zichen realized that it was not the case at all. He easily deduced the reason for the change in the untainted world. However, this answer was obviously difficult for him to accept. 9 cauldrons, 9 provinces, this is the trend of setting up the 9 provinces barrier. The 9 provinces barrier, you have finally come to this step. After a long silence, Feng Zichen muttered. Without a doubt, the changes in the untainted world this time were related to the 9 provinces barrier that you was going to set up. Once the 9 provinces barrier was set up, the luck of the human race would definitely soar again. As the human emperor, you would definitely benefit from it. With the push of luck, he might be able to push him to the position of the 9th great emperor of the human race in one fell swoop, thus completely perfecting his great emperor Dao fruit. However, in this way, the heavenly Dao would definitely not tolerate it. Therefore, after the heavenly Dao sensed this situation, he decisively made a move. Removing the restrictions of the Sea of Law on the great divine masters was the first step of the heavenly Dao's action. He wanted to use the hands of the great divine masters to get rid of Dayu, the human emperor who planned to go against the heavens. If the great divine masters could not do this, then perhaps the saints would personally make a move, or perhaps the heavenly Dao would personally make a move. We're in big trouble. On the Emperor Star, after learning about the changes, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. He had still underestimated the determination of the heavenly Dao. In order to prevent the human race from giving birth to the 9th great emperor, he did not hesitate to release the restrictions on the great divine masters. It was truly a ruthless method. He wanted to cut off all of Dayu's hopes. Of course, the heavenly Dao might have the intention of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys by making such a big move. If it was just to deal with the human race, there was naturally no need for such a big move. However, if it was to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, then it might not be the case. It was estimated that the heavenly Dao wanted to use thunderous methods to kill Dayu and intimidate the existences that he wanted to defy the heavens. For example, the great divine masters. It had been a long time since the heavenly Dao had appeared in the primordial world. It was estimated that many existences had forgotten the methods of the heavenly Dao and had developed some thoughts that they should not have. The heavenly Dao had probably expected this. Therefore, it planned to use this opportunity to punish the human race to show its muscles and show its presence. From there, it would have the effect of intimidating people. It would also allow the great divine masters to re-establish their fear of the heavenly Dao. This time, Dayu's luck was probably bad. He had become the chicken that the heavenly Dao used to make an example out of. Establishing dominance. Killing Dayu to establish dominance. However, even if he understood this, Feng Zichen could not do anything. He could not run over and say to the heavenly Dao, "Find someone else to establish your dominance, right? Wouldn't that be stupid?" Sigh. My head hurts. Dayu is really in danger this time. Sighing, Feng Zichen felt helpless for the first time in a long time. Dayu's death tribulation was not easy to pass. Now that the heavenly Dao had the intention of using him to establish its dominance, it was even more difficult to pass. The danger factor had directly increased by several times. His chances of survival were slim. Unless Dayu was willing to give up becoming the great emperor of the human race. In that case, he would no longer be a heaven-defying person, he would be a rare person of great merit in the primordial world who could receive a huge boost. However, up until now, from the fact that Dayu still did not stop setting up the barrier of the 9 provinces, one could see his determination. He would not give up. This move was not to become the great emperor of the human race, but for the millions of mortals of the human race. The people protected by the boundary of the 9 states were those ordinary mortals. If Daoist gave up on setting up the barrier of the 9 provinces at this time, then those innocent mortals would continue to be slaughtered by the foreign races. And this scene was definitely not what Daoist wanted to see. How could Daoist be a person who cherished his life? Compared to the lives of countless people, Daoist's life was nothing. If he could use his death to exchange for the safety of countless people, then why would Daoist be afraid of death? He had set up the barrier of the 9 provinces. Even if he died for this, Daoist would accept it. In short, for the human race, Daoist had no regrets. Now, what insisted Daoist to continue was no longer the obsession to become an emperor, but the lives of countless people. For the sake of all living beings, he had no way out. Forget it. Let me accompany you in your madness. Shaking his head and sighing, Feng Zichen said helplessly. However, his face was full of smiles. He understood Daoist's thoughts. Because if it were him, Feng Zichen, in Daoist's position, he would also make the same choice as Daoist. After all, they were the emperors of the human race. The human emperor not only represented glory, but also a huge responsibility. As the human emperor, even if he could not make his people invincible in the world, he had to at least provide them with a safe living environment. This was the most basic condition of being an emperor. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen did not hesitate. He directly used Hongmeng Daozhong to shield his aura. Then, he quietly went to Nuwa's palace to discuss with Nuwa. It was obviously not enough for him to help Daoist alone. And if he obtained the support of Nuwa, then the pressure on him would undoubtedly be much less. As for whether Nuwa would stand on his side in this matter, Feng Zichen was still very confident. Today, the relationship between Nuwa and the human race had long become inseparable. Not to mention that the human race was a race that she had created. The stronger the human race was, the more benefits she would get. Her elder brother, Fushi, was the head of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. He had long been tied to the chariot of the human race. From this point alone, Nuwa had a reason to help the human race. Her involvement with the human race was so deep that it could not be cut off. Not to mention what Feng Zichen and Nuwa talked about, not long after he left, the North Star Emperor suddenly returned to the heavenly court and released his aura without hiding. Rumble. An extremely overbearing aura spread out in all directions with the heavenly court as the center. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire Eldritch universe. In an instant, all the living beings in the Eldritch universe could feel the oppression that belonged to the primordial chaos Tao Master. All of them trembled under this power. Humph. Is this a warning to us? Unlike the other living beings, the great mediums of the great desolate world all had ugly expressions on their faces when they felt the might of the North Star Emperor. That was because they knew that the North Star Emperor had released his aura without hiding his intention. It was obvious that he was warning them. He was warning them not to attack you. He was still around. If they were to make a move against you the Great, these powerful beings would have to consider if they could withstand the revenge of the North Star Emperor. Being threatened in such a brazen manner, the great medium who were usually arrogant were, of course, unhappy. But, so what? Just like what they had shown, in the face of the North Star Emperor's threat, other than sighing and feeling angry, they could only swallow their anger. After all, the gap between them was too big. After being threatened by the North Star Emperor, everyone was infuriated. However, they secretly restrained their actions. If the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, who was supported by the supreme karmic rank of heaven and earth, really wanted to take revenge on someone, even the sages would have a headache, let alone the great medium. Of course, some of the great medium were not willing to be threatened by the North Star Emperor. However, they were no match for him. Therefore, they could only place their hopes on the 3 pure ones, hoping that they would take action to suppress the arrogance of the North Star Emperor. However, the result was undoubtedly disappointing. That was because the three pure ones had not done anything since the beginning. Even though the North Star Emperor's oppression had swept across the entire Eldritch universe, the sacred ground where the three sages were at was still the same as before. There was no movement at all. It was as though the three pure ones had not returned. In this case, the Eldritch universe might be peaceful for a while. In the heavenly court, the North Star Emperor slowly retracted his aura. Actually, there was no need for him to do that. That was because even if he did not warn everyone, no one would dare to take action against you the Great. Although you the Great wanted to do something that defied the heavens, he had not done it yet. It could be said that as long as you the Great did not do anything that defied the heavens, he would still be a person of great merit in the Eldritch universe. He would be protected by the heavens and earth. Anyone who dared to take action against him would be severely punished by the heavens and earth. Currently, you the Great was absolutely safe. However, after he set up the boundary of the 9 province, everything would be different. The heavens and earth would no longer protect him, and he would become the target of the heavenly axiom's destruction. In fact, the heavenly axiom had created such a huge formation to force you the Great to stop. Unless it had no other choice, the heavenly axiom was not willing to take action against a person of great merit. That was because it would undoubtedly cause the value of merit to decrease. In the past, merit was the biggest protection in the Eldritch universe. Therefore, the people respected merit very much. But now, even those with great merit could not escape the annihilation of the heavenly axiom. This would undoubtedly affect the status of merit in the hearts of the people. Merit wasn't omnipotent. Once this impression was formed, the impact would undoubtedly be huge. The people of the world did not want to obtain merit as urgently as before. This was to the heavens and earth. It could be considered a loss. After all, every time the heavens and earth gave merit, it meant that something beneficial to the primordial world had happened. However, although merit was important, it was not a reason to defy the heavens. Defying the heavens was the beginning of disturbing the world. It would bring too many variables to the entire world. And the heavenly axiom. What he hated the most was variables. The entire primordial world was enveloped by the heavenly axiom. The moment the living beings were born, their fates had already been arranged by the heavenly axiom. Everything. They only needed to follow the established trajectory. The meaning of the existence of variables was to disrupt the arrangements of the heavenly axiom. In that case, how could the heavenly axiom not hate it? The greatest result of defying the heavens was to create a huge variable, thus disrupting the trajectory of the heavenly axiom and leading the world to the unknown. It was in order to lead the world back to the right track that the heavenly axiom would kill those who defied the heavens without mercy. It was the same even if they had great merit. Merit was never a reason to defy the heavens. Although he knew that everyone would not attack you the Great, Emperor North Star still wanted to warn everyone. His purpose was naturally to express his attitude. You the Great is the human emperor of the human race. If you want to touch him, you have to consider carefully whether you can withstand the anger of a primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. As soon as Emperor North Star expressed his stance, the great divine abilities immediately restrained themselves and stopped all kinds of small actions. And this was the power of a primordial chaos expert. Ridiculously powerful. However, even though he had achieved such an obvious effect, Emperor North Star was not happy at all. Because it was too calm. The three pure ones' performance was too calm. This was completely illogical. If the three pure ones were willing to make a move, even if they did not show their faces, they would only release their aura to contend with him. If that was the case, the great masters would not have retreated so quickly. Chapter 679. However, from the beginning to the end, the three pure ones did not make any movements. Obviously, this was not because they were afraid of the North Star Emperor, because the North Star Emperor did not have the qualifications to make the three pure ones fear him. Then, the reason why they did not make a move was worth pondering. Perhaps, they had a bigger plan. This made the North Star Emperor frown. He did not feel at ease if he could not figure out the true purpose of the three pure ones. The calmer the three pure ones appeared, the more turbulent the undercurrent hidden under the surface was. It would bring about unexpected changes in the future. However, even if the North Star Emperor knew that the three pure ones must have a plan, he had to admit that with his current strength, he could not do anything to the three pure ones. In fact, if they really fought, he would not be a match for the three pure ones. At the moment, he did not know the specific plan of the three pure ones. He could only try his best to increase his strength in case there was no way to deal with the unknown changes. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. After 1,000 years of hard work, Yu the Great's plan to set up the barrier of the 9 provinces had reached the most critical moment. The 9 provinces had been divided. They were just waiting to bury the 9 cauldrons and seal the 9 beasts to complete the last step. This was because the 9 beasts sealed by the 9 cauldrons were used to feed the 9 cauldrons and let them devour them. Therefore, the final outcome would definitely not be too good. Yu the Great did not like to kill, so he did not want to sacrifice the experts of the 10,000 races. Of course, the biggest reason was that the experts of the 10,000 races had not made a big mistake, so Yu the Great could not kill them for no reason. No matter how afraid the 10,000 races were of the human race, they would rebel against the human race if they killed the experts of the 10,000 races for no reason. This would cause the primordial world, which had just returned to peace, to fall into conflict again, causing countless living beings to die tragically. Yu the Great did not want to see this scene, so he did not choose to attack the experts of the 10,000 races. Otherwise, although Yu the Great was merciful, he would not be merciful at this critical moment that concerned the future of the human race. Moreover, after the exploitation of the human emperors, how many decent experts could the 10,000 races have left? They could not meet the needs of the 9 cauldrons at all. Therefore, in order to maximize the power of the barrier of the 9 provinces, Yu the Great did not hesitate to mobilize the strength of the entire human race. He even asked a few great allies of the human race to take action. First, he joined forces with the Dragon Tribe and the Black Tortoise Tribe to capture 3 Xiantian fierce beasts that were comparable to quasi-saints from the deep sea abyss. Then, he joined forces with the Phoenix Clan, the Kailan Clan, the White Tiger Clan, the Sorcerer Clan, and many other top clans in the Untainted Land. From the Undying Volcano, the depths of the canyon, and the Fiend God Graveyard of the Nether Realm, he had captured 6 Xiantian ferocious beasts that were comparable to quasi-saint experts. In this way, he had finally gathered 9 connate ferocious beasts of the quasi-saint level. He believed that after the 9 cauldrons devoured the 9 sage-to-be Xiantian fierce beasts, they would not be far from becoming Xiantian cardinal treasures. After all, although connate wild beasts were much less intelligent than connate gods, they were much stronger than connate gods in other aspects, especially the power contained in their flesh and blood. It could be said that apart from the lack of intelligence, connate ferocious beasts were full of good points. No wonder first-generation connate wild beasts of the primeval era were able to suppress first-generation connate godfiends. After preparing the 9 sage-to-be Xiantian ferocious beasts, Yu the Great began the last step of setting up the boundary of the 9 provinces. Sacrifice to the heavens. That's right, it was a sacrifice to the heavens. It was true that the heavenly Tao did not hide its killing intent towards Yu the Great, but it was only targeting Yu the Great. The heavenly Tao did not object to the establishment of the boundary of the 9 provinces. On the contrary, it was supportive. Compared to cultivators, mortals undoubtedly caused less damage to the world and were easier to manage. Mortals had so many advantages, so the heavenly Tao would naturally like them more and be willing to protect them. The reason why the heavenly Tao wanted to kill Yu the Great was not because it wanted to set up the boundary of the 9 provinces, but because once it set up the boundary of the 9 provinces, it could become the 9th great emperor of the human race in one fell swoop. This was obviously not allowed by the heavenly Tao. This was the contradiction between the heavenly Tao and Yu the Great. Yu the Great was too outstanding, so outstanding that the destiny of the human race spontaneously pushed him to the position of great emperor. However, the heavenly Tao did not want Yu the Great to be so outstanding. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human king was the end of the human race. There should not be any more human emperors. No matter how peerless and stunning you were, you could not advance further. If you advanced, you would be defying the heavens. Wasn't it good to be a human king? Why did you have to defy the heavens? Human Tao. It should be after the heavenly Tao. Not before the heavenly Tao. This was the reason why the heavenly Tao had no choice but to take action. If the human race was allowed to continue developing like this, there might be a day when the human Tao suppressed the heavenly Tao. However, how could the heavenly Tao allow this to happen? Based on the current scale of the human race could already represent the human Tao to a certain extent. Therefore, suppressing the human race was almost equivalent to suppressing the human Tao. It had become inevitable. Roar! 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 In front of the 9-level altar, the 9 quasi-sage connate ferocious beasts seemed to have sensed something and could not help but let out miserable cries. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of sounds they made, they could not shake Yu the Great's determination. The heavenly Tao is above. Today, in order to protect all living beings in the world, Yu the Great has specially set up the boundary of the 9 provinces in the territory of the human race. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. After completing the specific process, Yu the Great ignored the struggles of the 9 connate ferocious beasts and expressionlessly sent them into the 9 provinces' cauldrons one by one. He began the last step, which was also the most crucial step. Burying the 9 provinces' cauldrons. Go! After the 9 cauldrons suppressed the 9 connate ferocious beasts, Yu the Great formed a Tao seal and activated the human Tao imperial seal with all his might to guide the power of destiny of the human race. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling of the world, the destiny of the human race appeared from the void and turned into a mighty torrent of the human Tao. It wrapped around the 9 cauldrons in the air and fell toward the 9 provinces. Boom! When the 9 cauldrons fell, the corresponding land of the 9 provinces cracked open and automatically opened a huge crack, revealing the altar that had been built in advance. Swoosh, as if attracted by some mysterious force, the 9 cauldrons fell accurately on the 9 altars. Then, with a rumbling sound, the cracked earth automatically closed up and returned to its original state. Buzz buzz buzz, as the 9 cauldrons returned to their positions, 9 majestic forces suddenly rose from the ground and spread out in the sky above the human territory. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge boundary that enveloped the entire human territory. At the same time, the world trembled inexplicably and the laws rumbled together. The radiance of the human Tao burst out from the void and turned into a powerful force that supported the boundary of the 9 provinces. This was, the human Tao had made its move. The moment the boundary of the 9 provinces was set up, all the cultivators in the human territory felt that they were different from before. However, they could not pinpoint the exact difference. Only the Tai Jingxian and the cultivators above them, who had already come into contact with the Tao, could vaguely feel something. In the future, cultivators would probably not be able to touch mortals. Not to mention how shocked the cultivators in the human territory were. With the formation of the boundary of the 9 provinces, Yu the Great also ushered in his own death tribulation. Rumble. The destiny of the human race came in a mighty manner and turned into a huge flame that floated above Yu the Great's head. It gathered the power of the world for him to help him ascend to the throne. With the addition of the power, Yu the Great's body also underwent an inexplicable change. The half of the Emperor Purple Qi that had already existed before was now growing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the support of the power. In the blink of an eye, another half of the Emperor Purple Qi was born and became a whole. Buzz, at the moment when the Imperial Purple Qi was born, a shocking dragon roar resounded in the sky. At the same time, Yu the Great's body suddenly rose with boundless majesty and swept across the untainted world. For a moment, the world fell silent and submitted to Yu the Great's majesty. Swoosh, the Emperor Purple Chi wandered around Yu the Great's body and rushed towards his innate indestructible true spirit. It wanted to fuse with it to help Yu the Great complete the final transformation. However, just as Yu the Great's innate indestructible true spirit was about to come into contact with the Emperor Purple Chi, a supreme power suddenly descended and acted on Yu the Great's body. It forcefully froze the Emperor Purple Chi, causing it to stop on the spot. The heavenly Tao, it made its move. The moment Yu the Great was about to become an emperor, the heavenly Tao made its move. It used its supreme power to forcefully freeze the Emperor Purple Chi, preventing it from fusing with Yu the Great's innate indestructible true spirit. The Emperor Purple Chi was clearly only a line away from Yu the Great's innate indestructible true spirit. However, under the power of the heavenly Tao, this line of distance became an unreachable chasm. Rumble. A sound that sounded like the sky splitting suddenly resounded in the ears of all living beings. It dispelled Yu the Great's majesty and attracted the attention of all the powerful figures. Lightning. In the sky. It was filled with lightning and was extremely dazzling. This was the wrath of the heavens. Yu the Great's act of defying the heavens and becoming an emperor had finally angered the heavenly Tao, causing it to send down the wrath of the heavens to kill him. Rumble. Endless lightning slanted down and pounced towards Yu the Great, wanting to drown him so that he could completely annihilate this heaven-defying person. That lightning was not ordinary lightning, but innate divine lightning. Moreover, it was the most powerful purple heaven divine lightning. This divine lightning was formed from Tao ancestor Hong Jun's supreme divine ability. Any one of them had the power to severely injure a quasi-sage. Even Feng Zichen did not dare to take hundreds of millions of lightning bolts head-on, let alone Yu the Great. Looking at the purple heaven divine lightning in the sky that was like a sea of lightning, not to mention that he had not become an emperor yet, even if he really became an emperor, he would not be able to escape the fate of death. Rumble. Just as the purple heaven divine lightning that was like a sea of lightning was about to fall, a golden light suddenly rose from Yu the Great's body and shone on the dazzling purple heaven divine lightning. Swoosh. As if it had met its natural enemy, the thunderclouds that were shone on by the golden light melted like snow and quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye. More than 1/3 of it disappeared. It was also at this moment that the golden light on Yu the Great's body had exhausted all its power and gradually extinguished. This golden light was naturally the merit that Yu the Great had accumulated earlier. At this moment of danger, it suddenly erupted and resolved part of the calamity. Although it was only 1/3, it was still a good thing for Yu the Great. It made his future, which had completely fallen into a dead silence, have a little more vitality. After the merit, another wisp of human Tao light burst out from the void and swept towards the purple heaven lightning tribulation, wiping out another 1/3 of it. As a result, only 1/3 of the tribulation cloud was left, and its power could be said to have been greatly reduced. Yu the Great's chances of surviving this tribulation had undoubtedly increased by a lot. However, before Feng Zichen, who was watching this scene from afar, could feel happy, he saw another change in the sky. As if it had been angered by the human Tao's attack, the heavenly Tao began to tremble. In reality, the weakened purple heaven lightning tribulation began to expand again. However, the lightning tribulation had been weakened twice. Even if the heavenly Tao personally strengthened it, there was a limit. Therefore, after the lightning tribulation expanded to half of its original size, no matter how the heavenly Tao supported it, the lightning tribulation did not move at all. It was obvious that it had reached its limit. Under the pull of the two forces, the power of the lightning tribulation was fixed at half of its original power. However, although the power of the lightning tribulation had been reduced by half, it was still extremely dangerous for Yu the Great, who was only a half-step primordial chaos. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, even if the power of the lightning tribulation had been reduced by half, it still belonged to the primordial chaos realm. In other words, the tribulation that Yu the Great was facing belonged to the primordial chaos realm. Although this lightning tribulation was considered the weakest primordial chaos tribulation, the weakest primordial chaos was still primordial chaos. It was far from what existences below primordial chaos could contend against. There was a huge gap between primordial chaos and half-step primordial chaos. Unless one had a treasure like a connate cardinal treasure, it was absolutely difficult to cross it. Yes, Yu the Great had the connate cardinal treasure, the human Dao imperial seal. However, what he was facing now was the heavenly tribulation. If it was an ordinary time, even if Yu the Great, who held the human Dao imperial seal, could not defeat the true primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, it was more than enough to protect himself. However, in front of the heavenly tribulation, Yu the Great could not use the power of a Dharma treasure other than using his own strength, merit, and luck. Otherwise, the heavenly Dao would send down a tribulation of the same level as the Dharma treasure. The human Dao imperial seal was a connate cardinal treasure. If Yu the Great used it to resist the tribulation, the heavenly Dao would send down a tribulation of the same level as the connate cardinal treasure. A connate cardinal treasure was an existence that was comparable to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Just thinking about the tribulation of that level was terrifying. In fact, it was even stronger than the tribulation that Yu the Great was currently facing. Yu the Great, who was not confident in transcending the tribulation, had no hope of transcending the tribulation if the human Dao imperial seal was added to it. Therefore, Yu the Great could only choose to bear this death tribulation by himself. Outsiders could not help him at all. Even Feng Zichen was no exception. The only thing he could do was to help Yu the Great block all the tribulations other than the lightning tribulation so that he could transcend the tribulation in peace. Although Yu the Great's lightning tribulation was strong, it was not impossible for him to transcend it with his foundation. Then why did he say that this tribulation was his death tribulation? The reason was because what truly made him lose all hope was the tribulation that came from outside the heavenly tribulation. For example, the human tribulation. Since the heavenly Dao had already attacked Yu the Great, it naturally meant that the halo on him was gone. In other words, during Yu the Great's tribulation, the powerful beings could attack him without any scruples and did not have to worry about bearing negative karma. Yu the Great, who was already in danger under the lightning tribulation, naturally had no chance of survival when faced with the attacks of the powerful beings. Therefore, Yu the Great's tribulation was called the death tribulation. Rumble. Countless purple heaven divine lightning struck down and drowned Yu the Great. In just an instant, his skin and flesh were split open. However, even in the face of such a lightning tribulation, Yu the Great still had the strength to struggle. For this, apart from being strong enough, it was also because of Feng Zichen. A long time ago, Feng Zichen knew that if the heavenly Dao attacked Yu the Great, there would definitely be a lightning tribulation. After all, lightning was one of the supreme methods that the heavenly Dao used to control the primordial world. If the heavenly Dao wanted to descend a tribulation, how could it not have lightning? Since he had already expected this scene, Feng Zichen was naturally prepared. He might not be able to weaken the power of the lightning tribulation, but increasing Yu the Great's resistance to lightning was not too difficult for him. Don't forget that the great emperor of the South Pole had the title of the ancestor of lightning. With the great emperor of the South Pole sparing no expense, he could naturally increase Yu the Great's resistance to lightning to the highest. With Yu the Great's current situation, even in the face of such a powerful heavenly tribulation, he could still be immune to 30% of its power. Don't underestimate this 30%. At this moment of life and death, every time the power of the lightning tribulation weakened, the chances of Yu the Great surviving would increase. 30% was enough to change too much. At the very least, it could barely ensure that Yu the Great survived the lightning tribulation. Rumble. The purple heaven divine lightning struck down mercilessly, vowing to destroy all of Yu the Great's vitality. However, in the sea of lightning, although Yu the Great seemed to be in danger, he did not fall and maintained his breath. Judging from his performance, he had a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Seeing that the lightning tribulation could not kill you the great, the powerful beings hiding in the dark moved. They appeared from the void and charged towards you the great who was in the lightning tribulation. The human tribulation was also a part of the heavenly punishment. Therefore, when the powerful beings attacked you the great at this time, they would not be regarded as interfering with the tribulation by the heavenly Tao and would be punished accordingly. Boom! 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 One terrifying aura after another erupted from the void and reverberated between heaven and earth. That powerful force distorted the void and interfered with the normal operation of heaven and earth. At this moment, all the cultivators whose cultivation had not reached Daoist Jingxian lost consciousness. Humph! How can a person who defies the heavens exist in this world? Human Emperor Yu the Great defies the heavens and is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Therefore, he obeys the orders of the heavenly Tao. Kill! Numerous terrifying figures surrounded by the laws of the Grand Tao appeared amidst the cold and indifferent voice. Crack! Crack! With their appearance, heaven and earth actually showed signs of instability and was about to collapse. At the same time, unparalleled killing intent erupted from their bodies and attacked you the great together. Chapter 680. That cold aura was suffocating. Almost at the moment the killing intent attacked, Dayu's body could not help but stiffen and pause for a moment. In an instant, the violent purple heaven divine thunder found an opportunity and struck down brazenly, almost tearing Dayu's body apart. Rumble. For a moment, Dayu was in danger. At the critical moment, the foundation of the human race played a role. At the moment of Dayu's crisis, an extremely strong aura of creation suddenly surged out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he completely recovered from his injuries and escaped danger. That was the origin of creation. It contained unimaginable vitality and was a treasure between heaven and earth. It was also one of the foundations that the human race had accumulated with great difficulty after dominating the primordial world for millions of years. Now that Dayu was in a life and death situation, there was no need for the human race to keep any good things. Naturally, they would use whatever they had to help Dayu survive this calamity. Wasn't the so-called foundation used at this time? Humph. A mere postnatal living being dares to dream of defying the heavens? Die. Seeing that Dayu's injuries had completely recovered, the great divine abilities that walked out of the void could not help but have cold expressions as they spoke coldly. Then, they stretched out their hands and used their divine abilities to attack Dayu from afar, wanting to cut off all his vitality. Rumble. For a moment, the world changed. Endless killing intent descended, enveloping the myriad Tao of heaven and earth as it pressed down on Dayu. That aura was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. It could not be blocked. Under normal circumstances, Dayu would not be able to block these great divine abilities, let alone during his tribulation. You're courting death. Above the heavenly court, great Emperor Gaochen, who saw this scene, could not help but shout angrily. Then, he waved his right hand and summoned the Zichen sword. He swung it fiercely at the divine ability that was attacking Dayu. Swoosh, Zichen's sword moved, and a resplendent sword light burst forth, bringing with it a shocking phenomenon. The sun, moon, and stars flickered, water, fire, and wind surged, and essence, energy, and spirit swayed. All kinds of phenomena interweaved, and it was exceptionally terrifying. One could see that the Tao of heaven, earth, and man had all transformed into a sword in the hands of great Emperor Gaochen. It was an extremely stunning sword. With an unparalleled aura, he brazenly slashed towards the divine ability that was blasting towards you the great. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the sword light and theurgy collided violently. Buzz buzz buzz, heaven and earth suddenly trembled inexplicably as the Daos of heaven, earth, and man manifested. They erupted with astonishing power, drowning and devouring everyone's divine abilities. Then, the power of the sword light was not exhausted. Under the support of the Tao of heaven, earth, and man, it turned into countless sharp sword lights, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it slashed toward the group of powerful experts. In an instant, wherever the sword light passed, the void was obliterated. Not good. Seeing the sword light coming, no one dared to underestimate it. They spontaneously joined hands and worked together to set up a defense in an attempt to block the sword light that blotted out the sky. Bang bang bang, after a clamor, the sword light slowly dissipated, revealing the great mediums who were in a sorry state. Cough cough. Monarch Gaochen, what is the meaning of this? You the Great has defied the heavens. He should be punished to correct the heavens. Now that you've saved him, are you also going against the heavens? After adjusting his appearance that was ruined by the sword light, a great medium surrounded by immortal qi stood out and sternly asked the North Star Emperor. In the end, they had the advantage in numbers. In the face of the sword light, other than looking a little sorry, they did not suffer any injuries. Although the North Star Emperor's sword light was powerful enough to kill one person on the spot, there were too many of them. However, there were too many of them. Each of them suffered a little damage, and they could easily resolve this sword strike. Defied the heavens? Do you think you are qualified to talk to me about the heavens? Do you know what the heavens are? The North Star Emperor sneered at the crowd and said disdainfully. Then, he ignored the embarrassed expressions of the crowd and directly pushed his palm toward them. Let me tell you what the heavens are. As he spoke, the palm had already pressed down. Rumble. In an instant, the entire eldritch world turned dark. It was covered by a huge palm print that shrouded the heads of all the great mediums. It was the 5 emperors' great palm print. It was a supernatural power that Feng Zichen created when he was young. He had already deduced it to an unbelievable level. As the palm print pressed down, the shadows of the 5 emperors appeared above it, representing the power of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Below it, the shadows of the 5 elements sacred beasts appeared, representing the power of the innate 5 elements. 5 emperors accompanied by 5 saints. A single palm print encompassed the 5 directions of heaven and earth, the innate 5 elements, and everything in the eldritch world. Its power was so strong that there was almost no power in the world that could match it. In front of you, I am the heavens. You are like ants, and you want to talk to me about the heavens? How laughable. Accompanied by a contemptuous voice, the huge palm pressed down with a loud bang, trying to suppress everyone. At that moment, the North Star Emperor was really going to kill them. He did not intend to let go of any of the great mystical abilities who attacked you the Great. Even if he couldn't kill them today, in the years to come, he would think of ways to find these great masters one by one and kill them all. Using the slogan of defying the heavens to get rid of you the Great. What a laughable excuse. If they were really thinking for the way of the heavens, then even the North Star Emperor, who was their enemy, would not be able to help but praise them. But it was a pity. The purpose of these people attacking you the Great was not simple. None of them were sincerely doing it for the way of the heavens. They were all doing it out of selfishness. They wanted to kill you the Great purely because they wanted to snatch the human clan's seal of providence in his body. They wanted to devour it to obtain more power. That was also the reason why they were not afraid of the North Star Emperor's threat. Once they devoured the human clan's seal of providence in you the Great's body, they could complete the final transformation and reach the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, standing on the same level as the North Star Emperor. In that case, as they were both primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, why would they be afraid of the North Star Emperor? As they were in the same realm, even if they were no match for him, they would be able to protect themselves. None of them were fools. Since these great mediums dared to take such a huge risk to attack you the Great, it meant that the benefits behind it were definitely much more than the risks they had to take. No one would take on a losing business. Friend North Star Emperor, they are not worthy to talk to you. What about the poor Wei? Is she worthy to talk to you? Just as Emperor Gaochun's 5 Emperor palm imprint was about to land on Luo Yunyang, a faintly discernible voice was heard from the void. At the same time, a supreme power that was born from the void accompanied the voice. It twisted yin and yang, sliced open yin-yang and yin-yang, and disrupted the 5 directions and 5 elements, causing Emperor Gaochun's 5 Emperor's great palm print to crumble. Seeing this, the North Star Emperor immediately understood that the Grand Pure One must have taken action. Only he, who had the innate cardinal treasure Tai Chi diagram, had such a divine power that could easily disintegrate yin and yang and disintegrate the 5 elements. Why? Does the Grand Pure One also want to get involved in this mess? Seeing that his divine power was broken, the North Star Emperor simply dispersed the 5 elements Qi and spoke to the Grand Pure One, who was slowly walking out of the 8 Visions Palace in an extremely solemn tone. The situation that he was most worried about still happened. The sage really took action. That's right. As the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao, how could the sage just sit by and watch when the Heavenly Tao took action personally? Naturally, he would take action as well. Sigh, this is the will of the heavens. What can the poor Wei do? The Grand Pure One shook his head and sighed helplessly. That was the truth. He really did not want to take action in this matter regarding you the Great. After returning from the chaos outside the heavens, the Grand Pure One had already understood that the human race had already become a force to be reckoned with. Their rise was unstoppable. Even if they suffered a setback for a while, it would not have much of an impact. They would eventually become stronger and stronger. Therefore, the Grand Pure One, who had seen this clearly, decided to change his strategy. He would not blindly suppress the human race. Instead, he chose to think of a way to participate in the development of the human race and obtain an indispensable position in this process. In that case, the destiny of the human race would still not be able to escape from his grasp. To be honest, such a thing was not difficult for the Grand Pure One. One had to know that the sect established by the Grand Pure One was Ren school. The word Ren could be understood as the human Tao. Naturally, it could also be understood as the human race. Wasn't the meaning of the Grand Pure One's words? The Ren school was born because of the human race. The Grand Pure One had once created the Tao of the Golden Core in the human race. His only disciple was also from the human race. When the demons were slaughtering humans, the Grand Pure One had protected a human race. With all sorts of connections added together, the Grand Pure One could easily turn the ship around and define the humans in Ren school as humans. If he really did that, Feng Zichen could not say anything. After all, the Grand Pure One's contributions to the human race were real and could not be faked. Even now, the human race was still enjoying the grace left behind by the Grand Pure One. His thoughts had changed. Of course, the Grand Pure One did not want to continue targeting the human race. In fact, he wanted to help the human race. However, the Heavenly Tao had ordered. He had no choice but to attack. That was why the scene before him happened. Ah, he sighed again. The Grand Pure One sent the great mystical abilities away to prevent them from being targeted by the North Star Emperor. As for attacking Dayu, the Grand Pure One did not even think about it. Even though Dayu had the strength of a half-step primordial chaos expert with the support of the human race's destiny, it still could not change his essence. A cultivator who had just advanced to Daluo Jingxian. No matter how weak the Grand Pure One was, he would not take the initiative to attack such an existence, especially when Dayu was being attacked from both sides. He could not afford to lose this face. Then, according to the Grand Pure One, we have to fight. Holding the Zichen sword in his hand tightly, the North Star Emperor said solemnly. The strength of the number 1 saint was not to be trifled with. His strength was definitely far beyond his. The great Emperor of Ziwei had personally verified this point. Yes. Although today's matter is not what the poor Wei wants, this battle is inevitable before the heavenly Tao. The Grand Pure One nodded and said. Although Dayu's matter had disrupted his plan, it was actually nothing. Time was the best weapon. After the passage of time, how many people would still remember what happened today? At that time, he could still calmly carry out his plan. Therefore, attacking the North Star Emperor now would not hinder his plan. Naturally, there was no pressure. Of course, even if there was no pressure, he could not completely offend the North Star Emperor. After all, he was the sage emperor of the human race. If he offended him, he would undoubtedly be causing trouble for himself. Therefore, the Grand Pure One planned to go easy on the North Star Emperor when he fought with him to sell him a favor. However, the Grand Pure One's plan was quite good. But unfortunately, reality did not follow his script. Just as the two of them were about to fight, Goddess Nua's cold voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Eldest senior brother, do you still remember the karma you owed the poor way back then? As soon as she finished speaking, boundless phenomena suddenly rose between heaven and earth. Goddess Nua had arrived. On this day, auspicious purple clouds floated, and a dense fragrance surrounded the phoenix wheel. Yuan phoenixes spread their wings elegantly, and fluttering maidens traveled freely. The Sown towers surrounded the imperial canopy, and the pearls flew in the air. Because of good luck, the celestial sage came to Zhongzhou. Accompanied by endless phenomena, Goddess Nua slowly arrived in front of the two of them. Greetings, Goddess Nua. Seeing that Goddess Nua had arrived personally, the North Star Emperor hurriedly bowed. Nua nodded in return. After that, he turned his gaze to the Grand Pure One. Eldest senior brother, back then, you preached in the human race without the Poor Way's permission. Did you owe the Poor Way karma? As Goddess Nua spoke, a memory of the past appeared in everyone's minds. Yes, that's true. That matter was indeed senior brother's fault. Senior brother apologizes to junior sister here. I wonder why you suddenly mentioned this, junior sister? The Grand Pure One nodded and asked in confusion. Perhaps he had been too complacent back then and had indeed done something wrong. As a result, he owed Nua a huge karma. It's good that you remember, eldest senior brother. Today, the Poor Way wants to use this karma in exchange for eldest senior brother to watch from the sidelines. How about that? Goddess Nua did not stand on ceremony and said directly. She actually wanted to use this karma in exchange for the Grand Pure One not interfering in this matter. Of course. However, is it worth it? After hesitating for a moment, the Grand Pure One asked in confusion. To him, it was naturally excellent that he could end the karma between him and Nua without making a move. Even if he was blamed by the heavenly Tao, it would be worth it. However, he could not understand why Nua would do that for the human race. Even if this karma was used to make him do other things or keep it in his hand, it would be better than using it here. Puzzled. At that moment, the Grand Pure One was very puzzled by Nua's actions. However, it was obvious. Goddess Nua did not want to explain anything to him. After making the deal with the Grand Pure One, Goddess Nua left. Even as a saint, she had too many things that she could not do in front of the heavenly Tao. At that moment, it was already her limit to persuade the Grand Pure One. As for staying behind to help the human race, that was obviously impossible. In front of the heavenly Tao, Goddess Nua was already taking a huge risk by not attacking the human race. If she helped the human race again, she would really not take the heavenly Tao seriously. Therefore, Goddess Nua could not attack. Not long after Goddess Nua left, the Grand Pure One returned to the Eight Visions Palace. However, that did not mean that this matter was over. On the contrary, it meant that the crisis had just begun. Rumble. Just as the Grand Pure One left, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven arrived. Behind them were the two sect masters of the Western sect. They were also the people that the North Star Emperor feared the most, Saint Jiayin and Saint Xuanti. Among the saints, the ones who could not bear to see the human race doing well the most were the two saints Jiayin and Xuanti. That was because, unlike other saints, these two saints really had an irreconcilable blood feud with the human race. The stronger the human race was, the more they felt that it was an eyesore, like a fishbone in their throats. Therefore, they would not let go of any opportunity to suppress the human race. And right now, it was a very good opportunity. In that case, how could they let it go? They would definitely attack with all their might to suppress the human race. Therefore, in Feng Zichen's opinion, Jiayin and Xuanti were the most dangerous part of this tribulation. Perhaps, the Great's death tribulation should be on them. The three pure ones might not attack the Great, but Jiayin and Xuanti might. Especially Saint Xuanti. He had long stopped caring about his reputation. Bullying the weak was his strength. It would not be too much to pay attention to such a person. Fellow Daoist North Star, stop. You are the primordial celestial emperor. You should follow the heavens and not protect those who defy the heavens. As soon as he appeared, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning said to the North Star Emperor. There's no need to say anything more. Fellow Daoists, let's see what happens. Suddenly, the great emperor of Ziwei's figure appeared on the scene. At the same time, he charged towards the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven. Judging from his posture, he actually wanted to fight against the two of them alone. It could be said that he was extremely fierce. Extremely arrogant. The great emperor of Ziwei's arrogant attitude naturally angered the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven. Without any nonsense, the two of them raised their treasures and fought with the great emperor of Ziwei. Fortunately, although the two of them were angry, they did not lose their minds. They still remembered that this was the primordial world, not the chaos outside the heavens. Therefore, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven did not use the Pangu's banner and the four immortal swords. Instead, they chose to use their own treasures. The Qingping sword and the three precious jade rui. These two primordial spirit treasures were the most compatible with them. They could perfectly bear their power. In fact, in their hands, the power of these two treasures was comparable to primordial spirit treasures. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen's physical body was not weaker than primordial spirit treasures. Although the power of these two treasures was strong, they were still far from being comparable to the Pangu's banner and the four immortal swords. Therefore, they could not break through Feng Zichen's defense. This meant that no matter how the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven attacked Feng Zichen, it was difficult for them to really hurt him. Chapter 681. At the beginning of the battle, Feng Zichen had relied on his powerful body to be invincible. It was precisely because his body was strong enough that he dared to fight two people alone. Otherwise, how could Feng Zichen dare to be so arrogant? His body, which was comparable to a middle-grade connate cardinal treasure, was his capital to dominate the primordial world. It could be said that as long as it was not a heaven-opening cardinal treasure, a top-grade connate cardinal treasure like the cauldron of heaven and earth, or a strength that exceeded his by too much, there was basically no power in the primordial world that could break through his body. The strength of his body might not make Feng Zichen invincible among his peers, but it could definitely make him invincible when fighting against experts of the same realm. Boom! 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 Just like when Feng Zichen fought with the Grand Pure One in the chaos outside the sky, the battle entered the most intense stage as soon as it broke out. The familiar move and the reckless fighting style made the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven, who were fighting with Feng Zichen, truly feel how the Grand Pure One felt back then. Aggrieved. Extremely aggrieved. At that time, when they saw the Grand Pure One being suppressed by Feng Zichen, although they did not show anything on their faces, they might have laughed at him in their hearts. But now, things had happened to them, and they really couldn't laugh. It was too uncomfortable. The other party seemed to have gone crazy and used a suicidal attack. The fierce attack made the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven only have the strength to resist and did not have any chance to counterattack. That did not mean that the two of them could not resist Feng Zichen's suicidal attack. Instead, if the two of them really wanted to counterattack, it would definitely cause the situation to enter the stage of exchanging injuries. That was very disadvantageous to them, who had weak bodies. Therefore, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven could only choose to defend and fight with Feng Zichen. Let's see who can't hold on first and who will be the loser. Unfortunately, the Primeval Lord of Heaven and the Prime of Tong Tian had miscalculated. This was the primordial world, not the chaos in the outer space. Here, Feng Zichen had the entire boundless starry sky as his backing. His power could be said to be limitless, and he would never run out of power. Therefore, if Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian's sect leader really wanted to waste time, they would have a lot to waste. In the untainted world, the strength of both sides could be said to be endless. Even if they expended their strength until the end of time, there would not be a day when their strength would be exhausted. Just like that, the two powerful saints, the Primordial Lord of Heaven and the Grand Master of Heaven, were dragged into the void by Feng Zichen. They were unable to deal with Yu the Great. Of course, this could also be the result of their deliberate actions. After all, in the years to come, they would also preach to the human race. If they were to go to the extreme now, there would be many twists and turns in their path of preaching in the future. Kill. Great Emperor Ziwei dominated the two saints, so Great Emperor North Star naturally did not want to fall behind. He roared and held the Zichen sword in his hand. With the myriad god picture above his head, he directly charged toward Saint Jiayin. After all, Great Emperor North Star was only a clone. His strength naturally could not be compared to Great Emperor Ziwei's original body. He was only at the third heaven of primordial chaos. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be like Great Emperor Ziwei and fight against two opponents alone. Therefore, he chose Saint Jiayin, the most mysterious saint in the West, as his opponent. Saint Jiayin was also a Western saint, but unlike Saint Zhuan-Ti, there were very few stains on him. Perhaps, this was also related to the fact that he was the saint with the least sense of presence. Yes, that's right. Compared to the other 5 saints, Saint Jiayin's sense of presence was very low, and he rarely fought in the untainted world. This also caused his true strength to become a mystery. Some people said that Saint Jiayin was the number 1 person below Saint Taiching. Some people said that Saint Jiayin should be ranked after the 3 pure ones. There were all kinds of opinions. However, in Feng Zichen's opinion, Saint Jiayin's strength might not be comparable to Saint Taiching's, but he might not be weaker than Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Although the realm he displayed was still a little inferior to Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. However, how could the realm he displayed to the outside world be real? Just based on the fact that Saint Jiayin could make Saint Zhuan-Ti listen to him and silently work for him, one could tell how terrifying this person was. Saint Jiayin. He was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Perhaps, everyone had underestimated him. It was precisely because of the purpose of testing that Great Emperor North Star chose Saint Jiayin, who was stronger, as his opponent. He wanted to use this battle to personally verify Saint Jiayin's true strength so that he could make plans for the future. If he could not even figure out the enemy's true strength, he would undoubtedly fall into a passive position. Whoosh! Zichen's sword tore through the air, wrapped in the supreme grade innate spirit treasure myriad sword picture, mixed with the mighty power of the innate sword Dao, and fiercely slashed at Saint Jiayin. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light erupted, enveloping the past, present, and future. It wanted to shatter all spacetime and cut off all the vitality of Saint Jiayin. Sigh. Fellow Daoist North Star, why do you have to do this? Saint Jianghu let out a long sigh in the face of Great Emperor North Star's sudden attack. His originally bitter face became even more bitter. Then, without any movement, a 12th-grade golden lotus bloomed under his feet. It shot out rays of dazzling golden light, destroying the sword light that surged over. It was the most precious treasure of the Western sect, the supreme-grade innate spirit treasure, the 12th-grade golden lotus of creation. At the same time, it was also one of the best defensive treasures in Eldritch World. Humph. The North Star Emperor wasn't too surprised that Saint Jianghu was able to block his attack. After all, this was an existence that was stronger than him. If he was easily defeated by him, it would seem too fake. Great Emperor North Star was not discouraged after his attack failed. He activated the power of the great Daoist priests in his body and attacked Saint Jianghu again. A shocking battle broke out between them. Just as Great Emperor North Star and Saint Jianghu were fighting, Saint Xuanti's side was not calm either. The three sovereigns of the human race had finally appeared. Wuxia, Xianxia, and Xianyuan, the three sovereigns of the human race, walked out of the fire cloud cave and surrounded Saint Xuanti, who was about to attack you the Great. Obviously, their purpose of coming here was to help you the Great survive the death tribulation. However, their condition was very wrong. They, who should have had the power of the primordial chaos Tao Master, seemed a little dispirited at this moment. Their aura had fallen from the realm of the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian and had barely reached the half-step primordial chaos realm. From this point of view, in order to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao and come here to help you the Great survive the death tribulation, Wuxia and the other two had paid a great price. At the very least, the blessing that the heavenly Tao had given them had disappeared. Otherwise, the three of them would not be in the half-step primordial chaos realm, but the true primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian realm. However, even if they were not the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, the fact that the three of them could come was a huge help to you the Great. At the very least, the three of them might not be able to defeat Saint Xuanti if they joined forces, but they could still block Saint Xuanti for a while. After all, Wuxia and the other two had only lost the great power that the heavenly Tao had given to the three sovereigns that was comparable to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. However, they had not lost their identity as human emperors. In other words, due to their identities, Saint Xuanti could not be ruthless to the three of them. Otherwise, even if he was a saint, he would have to pay an unimaginable price for killing the human emperor. Attack! As soon as Wuxia and the other two appeared, they did not have any intention of exchanging pleasantries with Saint Xuanti. They directly formed a mysterious array and surrounded Saint Xuanti. They knew that with their current strength, there was no way they could defeat Saint Xuanti. Therefore, Wuxia had specially deduced an innate array formation for the three of them. It was an array formation that abandoned all lethality and unleashed the power of the Tao of trapping to the extreme. The array formation that Wuxia and the other two used to deal with Saint Xuanti was an extremely powerful trapping array that could firmly trap him inside. From the use of the array, it could be seen that Wuxia and the other two's goal was very clear. They did not want to kill the enemy, but only wanted to stall for time as much as possible. First, Goddess Nuwa stopped Saint Taiching. Then, Great Emperor Ziwei stopped the two saints, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi and Grand Master of Heaven. Then, Great Emperor Gaochen stopped Saint Jianghu. In the end, the three human emperors appeared and stopped the last saint, Saint Xuanti. As a result, the 6 saints were all blocked by the human race and could no longer attack you the Great. However, this was not a good thing. That was because in order to stop these saints, the human race's top combat power had been mobilized. Apart from the 5 human emperors, there was no other power to help you the Great. However, those great divine abilities had yet to make a move. There were only 5 of the 5 emperors. Moreover, without the support of the heavenly Tao, they only had the power of sage-to-be perfection. How could 5 sage-to-be experts in the great perfection of the sage-to-be block dozens of great divinities? Now that all the experts of the human race have come out, who can save you? You the Great, it's time for you to die. The great divine abilities that had been saved by Saint Taiching earlier could no longer suppress the greed in their hearts when they saw that all the human experts were stalled. They continued to attack you the Great who was undergoing the tribulation. Rumble. Just as these great divine abilities were halfway through, the void suddenly shattered. 5 indomitable figures walked out from it, wanting to stop these great divine abilities. It was the 5 human emperors. After the 3 emperors broke free from the heavenly Tao's restraint, the 5 human emperors also broke free from the heavenly Tao's restraint and rushed here. However, there were still too few of them. Facing the great divine abilities that were several times more than them, their strength was simply not enough. Soon, the 5 human emperors were drowned by these great divine abilities and were forced to retreat. However, with the appearance of the 5 emperors, it was as if a signal had been activated. One after another, terrifying figures walked out from the void and stood with the 5 emperors. They fought against the great mediums who were attacking you the Great together. Those were the reinforcements of the human race. They belonged to the 3 connate races and the great divine abilities of the witch race. At this critical moment, the allies of the human race had arrived to help you the Great survive the death tribulation. Boom! Both sides did not say anything unnecessary. A large-scale chaotic battle began. It was also at this moment that you the Great's tribulation finally came to an end and showed signs of ending. Under the continuous high-intensity bombardment, the vast purple heaven divine thunder finally showed signs of weakening. Its power was gradually weakening, so much so that you the Great could barely resist it. Everything was developing in a good direction. Phew, it's finally over. On the other side, Fuxi and the others, who were besieging Saint Juanti, could not help but heave a long sigh of relief when they saw this scene from afar. They gradually relaxed. However, before they could completely relax, Saint Juanti, who was opposite them, suddenly revealed a strange smile. That's right. It's finally over. As soon as Saint Juanti finished speaking, Fuxi and the other 2 knew that something was wrong. They were about to remind you the Great, but just as they were about to open their mouths, they realized that they were already a step too late. On the other side, Saint Juanti's backup plan had already been activated. A figure suddenly appeared behind you the Great and seriously injured him. That was Saint Juanti's evil corpse. Just as everyone was fighting, he quietly sneaked behind you the Great and attacked him the moment he let down his guard, seriously injuring him. Juanti, you, how dare you be so despicable? How dare you be a saint? In the distance, Emperor Gaochen, who was fighting with Saint Jiayin, could not help but curse when he saw Saint Juanti's actions. This method was indeed a little despicable. If Saint Juanti had attacked you the Great openly, Emperor Gaochen would not have been so angry. However, he had actually launched a sneak attack. A dignified saint had launched a sneak attack on a seriously injured half-step primordial chaos cultivator. Was he really not afraid of the ridicule of the world? Of course, in terms of real thoughts, Gaochen actually understood Saint Juanti's actions very well. After all, they were already enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. Naturally, they had to do everything they could to completely destroy the enemy's hope. From this point of view, Saint Juanti did not do anything wrong. On the contrary, he did it very well. It fully displayed his cruelty to the enemy. However, understanding was one thing. However, if this really happened to him, how could Emperor Gaochen accept it? Therefore, he subconsciously wanted to shake off Saint Jiayin so that he could go to where you the Great was and force Saint Juanti's evil corpse to retreat. Unfortunately, how could Saint Jiayin let him go so easily? After sensing Emperor Gaochen's intentions, Saint Jiayin changed his previous defensive posture and took the initiative to attack. As he unleashed his moves, he unleashed an unparalleled power that suppressed the Gaochen. Fellow Daoist Gaochen, give up. You the Great's fall is the will of the heavens. You can't go against it. After stopping Gaochen, Saint Jiayin did not forget to persuade him. At this moment, as if to confirm his words, the place where you the Great was changed again. Chapter 682. Rumble. As if sensing that Dayu's situation was not good, the vast purple heavenly tribulation suddenly stopped and stopped releasing the purple heavenly lightning. However, the strange action of the heavenly tribulation did not give you the Great any sense of security. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented danger from the oppressive heavenly tribulation. The fact that the heavenly tribulation stopped releasing the purple heavenly thunder did not mean that you the Great's tribulation had passed. Instead, the heavenly tribulation was withdrawing its power so that it could unleash its strongest attack to kill the severely injured you the Great. This was called taking advantage of your illness to kill you. After the heavenly tribulation cloud in the sky stopped releasing the purple heavenly thunder, it shrunk at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Very soon, it shrunk from its original size to a radius of 10,000 feet. Rumble. Although the heavenly tribulation cloud had shrunk, its power was undoubtedly stronger. As the thunder roared, an oppressive aura suddenly filled the air. Under this aura, you the Great's heart was covered with the shadow of death. He felt that his future was dark and there was no chance of survival. This was the sign of death. With his current condition, it was impossible for him to survive the heavenly tribulation. Not to mention, Saint Jianghu's evil corpse was lurking beside him. Once the heavenly tribulation descended, Saint Jianghu's evil corpse would definitely take action to give him a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. The great situation that the human race had created with great difficulty was gone. You the Great was in danger. Fellow Daoist Gaochen, give up. Under the heavenly way, you the Great has no chance of survival. It's not too late to turn back now. Just as the heavenly tribulation was about to descend, Saint Jiayin was still persuading Emperor Gaochen tirelessly. The situation was really unfavorable for them. Oh? Really? Fellow Daoist Jiayin, are you so sure that you the Great will definitely die? Suddenly, at this critical moment, Emperor Gaochen laughed. His gloomy face was replaced with a strange smile as he asked Saint Jiayin. What? The North Star Emperor's unexpected behavior greatly alarmed the receiving saint. At the same time, he also had a bad premonition. However, although he had a bad premonition, he could not guess the North Star Emperor's plan at all. He really couldn't figure out how the North Star Emperor could resolve the situation at this point in time. However, Saint Jiayin's doubts didn't last long because he soon found out the answer he wanted from Emperor Go Chen's next move. When the tribulation clouds were compressed to the limit, a terrifying power erupted. A dazzling purple bolt of lightning struck down from the tribulation cloud and headed straight for Dayu. Rumble. Wherever the lightning passed, all things returned to nothingness. Everything was annihilated, no longer existing. Almost at the same time, the evil corpse of Saint Jianghu, who was hiding in the dark, also moved. He mobilized all of his strength and charged towards the heavily injured Dayu together with the powerful purple heaven divine thunder. Explode! At this moment, Emperor Gaochen made his move as well. He did not hesitate to self-destruct the destiny of the human race in his body. The luck of the human tribe in the North Star Emperor's body was extremely strong. When it exploded, the power that was unleashed was undoubtedly shocking. Boom! In an instant, the luck of the human tribe turned into a vast torrent and swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything in the surroundings was obliterated. That tyrannical power exploded, and even the saint was sent flying, caught off guard. He fell to the ground without a care for his image and lost a lot of face. Whoosh! After the luck of the human tribe in the North Star Emperor's body exploded, it didn't disappear. Instead, it followed the connection and gathered towards Dayu. Dayu, who was originally in a fatal crisis, suddenly had an extremely powerful aura after receiving the support of the human tribe's luck from the North Star Emperor's body. The strength of the aura had completely surpassed the might of a sage-to-be and reached the level of primordial chaos. It was Daoist's strength. With the support of the human tribe's luck, he rose from the half-step primordial chaos realm to the level of primordial chaos Wuxia Xianxia. Daoist's realm suddenly soared and an extremely powerful force appeared in his body uncontrollably. He couldn't help but vent it out. Almost subconsciously, Daoist threw a punch in front of him. And that was the direction where Saint Xianxia's evil corpse was rushing from. With a boom, the two supreme forces collided fiercely. The terrifying wave exploded and set off huge ripples in the entire untainted world. When everything calmed down, the result was, Daoist staggered back a few steps. Saint Xianxia's evil corpse spat out blood and flew back. In the end, it disintegrated in the air and exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. From the looks of it, even if he didn't die, he was completely crippled. Rumble. After the two of them exchanged blows, the purple heaven divine thunder that condensed the last power of the heavenly tribulation finally descended and struck Daoist, who was retreating. Unlike Saint Xianxia's evil corpse, the power of the last purple heaven divine thunder was truly at the level of primordial chaos. Judging from its power, even Emperor Gauchen didn't dare to take the last purple heaven divine thunder head-on. That power was enough to threaten him. Therefore, even though Daoist had reached the level of primordial chaos Wuxia Xianxia with the support of the human clan's luck, Emperor Gauchen was still not confident that Daoist could successfully survive this tribulation. However, he had already done what he needed to do. The rest could only depend on Daoist himself. In order to help Daoist, Emperor Gauchen even self-destructed his own human clan's luck. The price was not small. Although luck wasn't a living thing and wouldn't disappear completely because of self-destruction. However, this didn't mean that luck could self-destruct without restraint. After exploding one's luck, although it could be condensed again not long after, it was inevitable that some luck would be damaged during this process and would be completely lost. It could be said that Emperor Gauchen was completely using his own luck to exchange for Daoist's life. In the untainted world, the importance of luck was self-evident. If that was the case, if Daoist didn't survive the death tribulation, Emperor Gauchen's loss would be great. Huff huff. After an unknown period of time, the dazzling lightning gradually extinguished. The tribulation clouds in the sky also disappeared. Everything indicated that the heavenly tribulation had passed. But what about Daoist? Was he dead or alive? Just as the heavenly tribulation disappeared, Emperor Gauchen hurriedly looked in the direction of Daoist to confirm the final result. Primordial chaos Wuxia Xianxia's eyesight was indeed powerful. Through the smoke and dust that shrouded the battlefield, Emperor Gauchen finally saw Daoist's figure in the ruins. He fell in the ruins with wounds all over his body. Dark red blood flowed out of his body continuously. He laid there motionlessly and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Daoist? Emperor Gauchen was worried about Daoist's situation. He leaped and came to his side. As he carefully checked his situation, he was vigilant against everyone and protected Daoist firmly. This is, Emperor Gauchen's divine thought had just entered Daoist's body when he realized that something was wrong. Lightning. Countless thunderbolts. In Daoist's body, Emperor Gauchen saw densely packed purple heaven divine lightning. What he saw was a sea of lightning. The sea of lightning formed by purple heaven divine lightning was entrenched in Daoist's body just like that. That terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. Hiss! Before Emperor Gauchen could sigh, the purple heaven divine lightning that was entrenched in Daoist's body seemed to have sensed the aura of an external enemy and suddenly exploded. A gush of yang energy swept across and annihilated the North Star Emperor's strand of divine consciousness. How can this be? Great Emperor Gauchen was confused by the great situation. Daoist had successfully passed the tribulation, but he was unconscious now. His body was filled with purple heaven divine lightning and there were no signs of him recovering. But if he failed to pass the tribulation, he didn't die. Although there were various problems in his body, he was indeed still alive. This is troublesome. With a thought, the North Star Emperor understood the reason behind it. It was probably because Daoist had suddenly stepped into the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, so the heavenly Dao wasn't confident in killing him. Therefore, the heavenly Dao changed its strategy. It was no longer obsessed with killing Daoist, but focused on stopping him from becoming an emperor. Because of this, the last purple heaven divine lightning that was supposed to kill Daoist suddenly changed its nature and turned into a pure lightning power that poured into Daoist's body. When the thunderbolt power entered his body, it constantly destroyed Daoist's vitality. At the same time, it was also tempering his origin, causing Daoist to enter an unconscious state that was neither alive nor dead. His physical body alternated between destruction and rebirth. Under the effect of the purple heaven divine lightning, his true spirit completely fell into a deep sleep. Without the cooperation of his true spirit, the imperial purple chi couldn't completely fuse with Daoist. In this way, Daoist couldn't become the 9th great emperor of the human race, and the heavenly Dao's goal was achieved. Speaking of which, the heavenly Dao had no intention of killing Daoist. Its goal was obvious from the beginning, which was to stop Daoist from becoming an emperor. What the heavenly Dao targeted was never Daoist, but his actions of becoming an emperor. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Daoist died or not. What was important was that he couldn't become an emperor. And now, the heavenly Dao had done it, and it was done perfectly. The power of lightning entered his body. Not only did it successfully stop Daoist from becoming an emperor, but it also brought him a great opportunity. He believed that as long as this power of lightning was exhausted and completely fused into Daoist's body, it would definitely bring him an unprecedented transformation. Perhaps, it would allow him to become a true top-notch great divine ability in one fell swoop. However, this would require a long process. During this period of time, Daoist would also fall into a deep sleep. However, if the news of him becoming a great divine ability just by sleeping spread, he would definitely be envied by others. What was a heaven-shaking opportunity? This was it. As for the imperial purple chi in Daoist's body, it was even easier to deal with. Don't underestimate the heavenly Dao's methods. During Daoist's deep sleep, he had plenty of ways to make this imperial purple chi unable to fuse with Daoist forever. It had to be said. The heavenly Dao's methods were brilliant. It turned a great emperor of the human race into a top-notch great divine ability. He didn't know if the human race had suffered a loss, but the heavenly Dao had definitely profited. Not only did Daoist not die, he even obtained a further opportunity. In this way, not only did the heavenly Dao protect its dignity, but it also gained a wave of reputation. Judging from the outcome of this matter, in the future, this matter would definitely evolve into, Daoist had set up the 9-province barrier and had the merit of protecting the people. Therefore, the heavenly Dao personally descended and bestowed him with a shocking opportunity to help him become a top-notch great divine ability. Well, it was originally a scandal of killing a person of great merit, but the heavenly Dao had turned it into a grand occasion of rewarding a person of great merit. This method could be said to be brilliant. However, the heavenly Dao had earned, but the human race did not lose out. A great emperor was definitely a top-notch great divine ability, but a top-notch great divine ability might not be a great emperor. Based on the current situation of the human race, it was obviously easier to nurture a great emperor than a top-notch great divine ability. This could be seen from Feng Zichen. Throughout the history of the human race, from the birth of the human race until now, there had only been one true top-notch great divine ability, Feng Zichen. However, there were a total of 8 great emperors and rulers. From this, it could be seen that the difficulty of nurturing a top-notch great divine ability was greater than that of a great emperor. After all, a top-notch great divine ability was cultivated step by step. As for a great emperor, it was piled up by the luck of the human race, so the difficulty was naturally different. Moreover, although a great emperor was powerful, he had all kinds of restrictions and was far less free than a great divine ability. This could be seen from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When something happened to Dao, they wanted to save him, but they had to get rid of the restrictions of the heavenly Dao first. Their lack of freedom could be seen from this. Therefore, from a certain point of view, Dao becoming a top-notch great divine ability was more useful to the human race than becoming a great emperor. After all, if a great emperor was not born today, they could nurture another one in the future. In fact, in Feng Zichen's heart, he already had a candidate for the next great emperor of the human race. However, it was not so easy to nurture a top-notch great divine ability. He still did not have any clues. After stopping Dao from becoming an emperor, he even gave him an opportunity. The heavenly Dao could be said to have gained face, so naturally, he could retreat after accomplishing his mission. Therefore, he directly put away the lightning tribulation and disappeared. However, the series of troubles that were born because of him did not disappear. Instead, they were becoming more and more intense. For example, fellow Daoists, Dao's tribulation has passed, and the heavenly Dao has already stopped. Are you still going to be stubborn? Gaochen said coldly as he shielded Dao behind him and looked at the 9 figures that had crept over at some point. P.S. It's the end of the month. I'll also ask for some subscriptions. I feel that there are so many robots. My favorites are increasing, but my subscriptions are decreasing. Could it be that they have all gone to watch pirated versions? Brothers, please give me some support. Even if you come to Chidian Chinese Network to subscribe to a chapter, it's also good. I beg you. I'll kowtow to you. Bang! 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 Pity the street kids. Chapter 683. They were 9 extremely powerful existences. Judging from their auras, they were all extremely terrifying. Each of them could be said to be standing at the top of the Sage-to-be realm. They were probably only a thin line away from the supreme realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. It was as if they could step over it at any time. However, the thin line that seemed to be extremely easy to break through was like a natural moat in front of them, causing them to be unable to take the most crucial and final step. Therefore, after failing to make a breakthrough through their own efforts, they had no choice but to cast their eyes on external forces. And the mark of the human race's destiny on you the Great's body became their best choice. With their foundation, once they refined the destiny of the human race in you the Great's body, they would definitely be able to enter the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Therefore, just as you the Great fell into a deep sleep, these top great masters of the primordial world who had been unable to break through for a long time finally could not suppress the greed in their hearts. They chose to take a risk and attack you the Great. The 9 great masters were the same. The great masters who were fighting with the 5 emperors of the human race and the allies of the human race were the same. The difference was that the 9 great masters who had just appeared were far stronger than the group of great masters who had appeared at the beginning. They were the top figures among the great masters, the strongest group of existences below the saints. It was precisely because they were strong enough that they had the confidence to attack you the Great under the protection of the North Star Emperor. As for the karma after killing you the Great, they really did not care. If they succeeded, they would definitely successfully enter the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. In this way, no matter how great the karma was, it would not be able to do anything to them. If they failed, then they would fail to murder the human emperor. In this way, even if they were guilty, it would not be a big crime. After all, as long as they were still alive, there was still room for maneuver. At most, they would have to pay a higher price. Without any misgivings in their hearts, these powerful practitioners naturally became somewhat unscrupulous when they made their moves. This matter concerns the attainment of the Tao. The Poor Way and the others have no choice. After a moment of silence, the leader of the 9 spoke. Yes, in order to attain the Tao, they could even disregard their own life and death, let alone the life and death of others. This battle had nothing to do with gratitude or enmity. It was just a group of people who sought the Tao for their own so-called Tao path. And this was the most troublesome part. A person with a firm Tao heart would not easily be swayed by the words of an outsider. The North Star Emperor understood their determination from their longing eyes. In order to attain the Tao, they would not retreat. A great battle was unavoidable. This is troublesome. The North Star Emperor couldn't help but frown when he saw the 9 people closing in on him. His current state was not as relaxed as it seemed. In order to save Daoist, he was forced to self-destruct the destiny of the human race in his body. It was not without a price. The huge power formed when the Providence self-detonated sent Saint Jianghu flying, but at the same time, he was also severely injured. In other words, he was currently in a state of serious injury. He could not even unleash 10% of his strength at his peak. With the North Star Emperor's strength, even if he could only unleash less than 10% of his strength, it was more than enough for him to block the 9 people. However, the North Star Emperor was never worried about them. Instead, he was worried about Saint Jianghu, who was eyeing him covetously. He could easily block the 9 top-notch great divine ability users, but he was not confident in dealing with Saint Jianghu, who was at his peak. With the North Star Emperor's current state, if Saint Jianghu chose to attack with all his strength, he would probably be suppressed by Saint Jianghu in no time. In a one-on-one battle, he would not be a match for Saint Jianghu, let alone the 9 top-notch great divine ability users. If they were to fight, the North Star Emperor had no chance of winning at all. In that case, it was no wonder that he frowned. It did not matter if he died. But Daoist could not die. Just as Emperor Go-Chun was thinking of a way to retreat, Saint Jianghu, who was flipped on the ground, got up from the ground unhurriedly and slowly walked towards Emperor Go-Chun. Russell, Saint Jianghu took a step forward. First, the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus bloomed under his feet. Then, a green light rose from his body and turned into the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Eastern green lotus flag, hanging above his head. Finally, the superior grade innate spiritual treasure, the guidance banner, appeared in his hands. These 3 innate spiritual treasures could be said to be all that Saint Jianghu had. This time, in order to deal with the North Star Emperor, he used all of them at once. It could be seen how furious he was. Speaking of which, how embarrassing it was to be flipped over on the ground. In particular, this matter had happened in public, making it impossible for Saint Jianghu to seal off the news. He had lost all his face in front of so many acquaintances. Even with his state of mind, the North Star Emperor could not help but feel angry. He wanted to use the Vajra subduing demon technique to end the North Star Emperor to save his face. Moreover, if he fought with the North Star Emperor now, even if he could not kill him, he could hold him back so that the 9 people could deal with Daoist. When he attacked the North Star Emperor had already made up his mind. Today, between the North Star Emperor and the Human Emperor, Daoist, one of them had to die. Otherwise, the Western sect would be in big trouble in the future. The stronger the human race was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Western sect. And now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to suppress the human race was placed right in front of Saint Jianghu. How could he miss it? Therefore, it was inevitable that he would attack the North Star Emperor. Whether it was the death of the North Star Emperor or Daoist, it was a good thing for the Western sect. It would be best if both of them died together. Sigh. I did not expect it to come to this. Forget it. Let me do one last thing for the human race. When the North Star Emperor saw the North Star Emperor charging at him aggressively, he knew that there was no way he could settle this peacefully. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He immediately started to burn his origin energy and fought to his death. Boom! The North Star Emperor's body emitted a dazzling Tao light. That was the light that was released when the origin energy was burned. It was extremely dazzling, and it was even more dazzling than the sun. It lit up the entire universe. Rumble. In an instant, a powerful aura exploded from the North Star Emperor's body. With him as the center, it spread across the eldritch universe. Bang! Caught off guard, the 9 people who were charging at the North Star Emperor were swept away by the powerful aura. After sweeping away the 9 people, the powerful aura blasted toward the North Star Emperor, who was rushing behind them. This power, even the North Star Emperor, who was as strong as the North Star Emperor, could not help but change his expression and stop in his tracks. Could it be? Hiss. The North Star Emperor seemed to have thought of a terrifying possibility. Not only was the North Star Emperor in disbelief, but he also took in a deep breath of cold air. However, in the next moment, the North Star Emperor's cultivation realm started to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 3 levels. He went from the 3rd heaven of Chaotic Essence realm to the 6th heaven of Chaotic Essence realm. Damn it! North Star Emperor, are you crazy? He burned his origin energy? The North Star Emperor suddenly understood what was going on. His expression changed drastically. He no longer cared about his image as a sage and roared crazily. He was scared. He was really scared. The North Star Emperor's action of burning his origin energy scared the North Star Emperor. He knew that the North Star Emperor was a madman, but he did not expect him to be a madman from the beginning to the end, a complete madman. Oh my God! What was he doing? He was burning his origin energy. That was a person's origin energy. Did he not want to live anymore? Was it really worth it for you, the Great? Yes, that was right. The North Star Emperor did not deny that he did have the intention to kill the North Star Emperor. However, he only thought about it. He did not plan to take any action. From the very beginning, his goal was to stall the North Star Emperor so that the 9 great mediums could have more time to kill you, the Great. That was because he could not bear the karma of killing the Heavenly Emperor. Neither could the Western sect. The North Star Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor now. The North Star Emperor was so stubborn that he decided to attack the North Star Emperor at this time. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Therefore, the North Star Emperor's real target had always been the sleeping you, the Great. According to his plan, as long as he could stall the North Star Emperor, you the Great would have no chance of surviving under the 9 great Divine Masters' hands. In that case, no matter how angry the North Star Emperor was, it would be useless. After all, you the Great was already dead. At the same time, he would obtain 1 or several primordial chaos Daoist Jinxian as an ally. As long as you the Great fell, the Western sect would gain a lot from this battle. However, the North Star Emperor's plan was beautiful. He had underestimated the North Star Emperor's determination. He would never have thought that the North Star Emperor would choose to sacrifice himself to save him for a mere you the Great. This action had undoubtedly disrupted the North Star Emperor's plan and put him in an awkward situation. What should he do next? Of course, he couldn't fight. Otherwise, once the North Star Emperor's origin was exhausted in the process of fighting with him, he would reach the end of his life. The crime of murdering the Celestial Emperor would firmly fall on his head. He could not bear the blame. Thinking of this, the North Star Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood the North Star Emperor's plan. Then, without looking back, he flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed, leaving the battlefield here. Looking at the North Star Emperor's attitude, it was obvious that he wanted to put the crime of killing the Heavenly Emperor on him so that he could bear the karma of his attack today. Such scheming was truly incomparably vicious. How could a person's heart be so dirty? After understanding the North Star Emperor's plan, the North Star Emperor would not stupidly stay where he was and give him a chance to plot against him. Naturally, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Leave? Do you think you can leave? It's too late for you to leave now. The North Star Emperor could not help but shake his head as he looked at the North Star Emperor's fleeing figure. At this stage, he could no longer escape. He did not hesitate to give up his cultivation and paid such a huge price. How could he allow him to escape so easily? That's right, he was going to die again. It was really frustrating. Forget it. After this incident, the North Star Emperor's identity should have died 3 times. Time passed really quickly. In just a few million years, the North Star Emperor had died 3 times. In this case, everyone should be used to it. Anyway, no matter if everyone was used to it or not, he was almost used to it. Habit was really a terrifying power. Although the North Star Emperor was confident that he could stop the North Star Emperor, he did not choose to make a move at this time. Instead, he looked at the 9 top-notch great mediums that were sent flying. The saints were the end of the banquet. Naturally, they had to be left to the end. The 9 top-notch great mediums were just appetizers. Now was the time to get rid of them so that he could prepare for the next big meal. Sigh. Before you the Great set up the boundary of the 9 province, he wanted to gather 9 great mediums as the array core. However, he did not manage to find 9 great mediums. Therefore, he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. He used 9 inborn ferocious beasts to replace the 9 great mediums. Although the boundary of the 9 province was set up with 9 inborn ferocious beasts as the array core, its power was not bad. I have to say that compared to the boundary set up by 9 great mediums as the array core, there was a gap in power and other aspects. Therefore, this matter became you the Great's regret. The North Star Emperor suppressed the 9 great mediums with a wave of his hand. However, he was not in a hurry to kill them. Instead, he started to tell them a story slowly. What? Hearing that, the great mediums that were suppressed by the North Star Emperor had a change of expression. They started to struggle with all their might. How could the 9 of them not understand the meaning behind Great Emperor Gaochun's words when he said it like that? It was obvious that he wanted to use them to replace the inborn ferocious beasts as the array core. To them, being killed was not scary. After all, they would not die completely and could be resurrected at any time. However, being suppressed and sealed would be troublesome. Once they were sealed, they did not know how long they would have to wait before they could regain their freedom. Therefore, some people with great abilities would rather be killed than be sealed. Now that there is a chance to make up for you the Great's regret in front of me, should I do it or not? The North Star Emperor ignored the struggling mediums and asked the 9 great mediums with a smile. It was as though he was sincerely asking for their opinions. P.S. Please subscribe. Chapter 684. However, the North Star Emperor's warm smile was like a death sentence in the eyes of the 9 people. It made them feel a great sense of danger. For a moment, they struggled even more violently. Unfortunately, their struggles were powerless in the eyes of the North Star Emperor. The gap, it was really too big. Humph. With a cold snort, the unparalleled power exploded from the North Star Emperor's body. In an instant, they were completely suppressed. They couldn't even transform into Dao. Under the power of the North Star Emperor, the 9 top great mediums of the untainted land couldn't escape or struggle. They couldn't even kill themselves. From that moment on, their fates were sealed. Being sealed in the 9 cauldrons and becoming nourishment for the innate cardinal treasure was their only ending. The North Star Emperor didn't care if the 9 people heard him or not. He said his final farewell to them and drew an end to their lives. Fellow Daoists, farewell. After saying that, Emperor Gaochun extended his hand and made a grabbing motion toward the void. In an instant, the entire human territory shook violently. The 9 cauldrons that were originally underground broke out of the ground and reappeared. They hovered in mid-air in front of the North Star Emperor. One could see that the 9 sage-to-be innate ferocious beasts that were sealed in the 9 cauldrons were still struggling desperately. They were obviously unwilling to be sealed in the 9 cauldrons. Roar, even though they were separated by the 9 cauldrons, one could still hear the unwilling roars of the innate ferocious beasts. However, their power was undoubtedly much weaker than the 9 cauldrons that carried the spiritual power of the entire human race. Therefore, no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't rush out of the 9 cauldrons. They could only watch as their power slowly flowed away and was absorbed by the 9 cauldrons to become nourishment for the 9 cauldrons. Noisy. The North Star Emperor frowned impatiently when he heard the roars. Then, he waved his sleeves. Suddenly, an invisible aura exploded and created layers of ripples in the void. With him as the center, the ripples spread in all directions. The ripples spread out very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside the 9 cauldrons and gently caressed their bodies. Immediately after, the ferocious beast's unwilling roar came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, if anyone saw the scene in the 9 cauldrons, they would be extremely shocked. That was because the Xiantian ferocious beasts that still had the strength to struggle had already lost all their vitality. His physical body and even his real spirit were completely disintegrated under the casual attack of the North Star Emperor. He turned into his most primitive state and settled in the cauldron, waiting for the 9 cauldrons to absorb and refine him. With a casual attack, he had killed 9 sage-to-be inborn ferocious beasts and forced them back to their original state. It was clear how powerful the North Star Emperor was. Ignoring the fallen Xiantian beasts, Emperor Gaochen turned his eyes to the 9 top prehistoric great mediums. Compared to the connate ferocious beasts, they were undoubtedly more powerful. Refining them would bring more benefits to the 9 cauldrons. If he could refine all of them, the 9 cauldrons would definitely be promoted to inborn cardinal treasures. They were the 9 great mediums who were infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian realm. Their strength was definitely much stronger than a sage-to-be. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the difference between heaven and earth. The benefits of refining them were definitely more than one could imagine. Perhaps, they could push the 9 cauldrons to the level of middle-grade inborn cardinal treasures. Seal. With a thought, the North Star Emperor raised the 9 cauldrons and sealed the 9 great mediums into the cauldrons. Moreover, in order to prevent the 9 top great mediums from causing trouble and escaping from the 9 cauldrons, the human tribe's plan would be in vain. The North Star Emperor even used his magic to impose 5 seals on their bodies. The first seal was a seal that came with the 9 cauldrons themselves. It was used to seal their physical bodies. The second seal was formed by the North Star Emperor's divine ability. It was used to suppress their strength. The third seal was set up by the North Star Emperor with the power of the heavenly court to seal their primordial spirits. The fourth seal was set up by the North Star Emperor with the fate of the human tribe as the foundation to seal their inborn indestructible true spirits. The last seal was set up by the Gaochen Great Emperor by mobilizing the power of the Gaochen Star. It was used to unify the power of the first 4 seals and condense them into one, completely sealing off all escape routes for the 9 great mediums. Physical bodies, magic power, primordial spirits, true spirits. Everything about the 9 top great mediums were sealed by the North Star Emperor. As such, after they were sealed in the 9 cauldrons, they lost all signs of life and fell into silence. As such, when the 9 cauldrons were refining them, they couldn't resist at all. They could only passively endure the refining of the 9 cauldrons and become weaker bit by bit until they were completely refined by the 9 cauldrons and disappeared completely. By then, they might be able to regain their freedom. One day, they would be reborn from the Great Tao. However, that would be a long time in the future. After sending the 9 cauldrons back into the ground, the North Star Emperor couldn't help but look at the great mediums who were fighting with the human tribe allies. They were here to kill you the great, so they deserved to die. They killed the human emperor, so they deserved to die. Die. The North Star Emperor thought in his heart and did the same thing. He wielded the Zichen sword and swung it at the great mediums. Swoosh! First, there was a dazzling sword light that bloomed from the Zichen sword. Then, it became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and the sun as it slashed forward mightily. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were out of balance. The sun and the moon sank and the universe was turned upside down. Under the sword light, everything disappeared. In a trance, everything ceased to exist. Rumble. As the sword light slashed past, the few great mediums who were near the edge of the battlefield were turned into ashes by the sword light before they could even scream. In an instant, a few great mediums fell. They were killed by the North Star Emperor's slash. However, just as the sword light continued to move forward and was about to kill all the great mediums, it was obstructed. In the void, a formation map suddenly appeared. It emitted a shocking murderous intent and blocked the sword light of the North Star Emperor. At the same time, a ray of chaotic sword chi came and collided with the sword light of the North Star Emperor. It joined forces with the formation map and shattered it into pieces, saving the great mediums. There was no doubt that the primeval Lord of Heaven and the sect leader of Tong Tian had made their move. The chaotic sword chi was obviously released by the Panga banner. As for the formation map that was filled with murderous intent, it was naturally the fairy-slaying formation. The great mediums who were fighting with the human tribe allies could be said to be the great mediums of Xian sect. Since they were from Xian sect, how could the primeval Lord of Heaven and the sect leader of Tong Tian watch them die under the sword of the North Star Emperor? Naturally, they had to save them. Otherwise, Xian sect would become a joke if more than half of the higher-ups of Xian sect were killed by a single slash in front of them. At this moment, Saint Zhuan and Saint Jiayin seemed to have just reacted to the situation. They took out their innate spiritual treasures and kept the great mediums who were in a daze to prevent them from being killed by the North Star Emperor. They had to take action. Although Saint Jiayin and Saint Zhuan did not have a good relationship with the higher-ups of Xian sect, it could even be said to be a little strained. However, they were still disciples of Xian sect. Even if they had the thought of betraying Xian sect, they had not betrayed Xian sect yet. Therefore, as fellow disciples, when they saw their fellow disciples in danger, they naturally had to take action to save them. Otherwise, when Dao ancestor Hong Jun appeared, they would definitely suffer. Friend North Star Emperor, you have gone overboard. In the depths of the void, Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi and sect leader Tong Tian said angrily to the North Star Emperor across boundless time and space. The North Star Emperor was really crazy. If he really killed so many great mediums in one go, wouldn't it shake the foundation of Xian sect? This must not be done. Overboard? Overboard just like that? When they attacked the human emperor of my clan, why didn't the two of you think that they went overboard? Hearing the two of them, the North Star Emperor sneered and shook his head. At this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei slowly retreated from the depths of the void and stood together with him to show that they would advance and retreat together. In order to stop the North Star Emperor's crazy actions, Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi and sect leader Tong Tian did not hesitate to use their heaven-splitting treasures. In this way, how could Great Emperor Ziwei be a match for the two of them? Naturally, he would avoid them as soon as possible so that he would not be at a disadvantage and lose face in their hands. Humph. How can this be the same? You the Great defied the heavens. Fellow Daoists, attacking and killing him is an act of obedience to the heavens. What sin is there to speak of? On the other hand, you, the North Star Emperor, have defied the heavens and acted recklessly. You have already committed many serious crimes. Ask yourself honestly, are your actions worthy of your status as the Celestial Emperor? Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi snorted coldly and continued to question the North Star Emperor. He was in the right in this matter. What the North Star Emperor did today was worthy of his status as the Sage Emperor of the human race. However, the current him was not only the Sage Emperor of the human race, but he was also one of the 4 great emperors, the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Emperor, and the Temporary Celestial Emperor. With such an identity, he should naturally follow the will of the heavenly axiom and suppress you the great like the sages. Judging from the North Star Emperor's current actions, it could be said that he was going against the heavenly axiom. If that was the case, how could he end up well? The heavenly Tao had recorded all these things in a small book for him, waiting for him to settle the score in the future. The sages knew this, and so did the North Star Emperor. However, he did not care anymore. He was about to die. He had to use his death to apologize for his crimes. Since he had already done so much, how could the heavenly axiom be calculative with him? As the saying goes, everything would be fine when a person dies. Not to mention, he had used his death to apologize for his crimes and paid the rightful price for his actions. In this way, all the crimes he had committed would naturally be written off. The North Star Emperor chose to burn his origin because he had considered the karma with the heavenly axiom. After this matter, if he did not die, he would be targeted by the heavenly axiom and be restricted in everything he did. Since that was the case, he might as well die and completely eliminate the karma between him and the heavenly axiom in exchange for a clean him in the future. Tisk. Heaven-defying? What a big hat. When did the heavenly axiom want to kill you the great? The heavenly axiom only stopped you the great from becoming the emperor. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of killing you the great. On the other hand, you immortals of the celestial sect have distorted the meaning of the heavenly axiom and used the slogan of defying the heavens to shout and kill you the great, an emperor of the earth and the ruler of all races. You are truly impudent. In terms of verbal attacks, the North Star Emperor had never submitted to anyone. He immediately started arguing with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. All right. Even if you are right. But you have already killed so many fellow Daoists. Haven't you vented your anger? Just as the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was about to retort, the Grand Pure One's impatient voice suddenly sounded from afar. He had promised Nuwa that he would not attack, but that did not mean that he could not speak. To be honest, at this moment, the Grand Pure One really felt that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was a little silly. What was the situation now? The North Star Emperor was burning his origin. He was about to die. He was planning to find a few scapegoats so that they could be buried with him. At this critical moment, it was fine if he did not follow his wishes, but he still planned to argue with him? Did he really think that he did not dare to drag him down with him? The Grand Pure One's worries were not without reason. That was because what the North Star Emperor said next confirmed his guess. Sigh. It's not enough for us cultivators to talk about right and wrong. In the end, we still have to see the results with our hands. As such, fellow Daoists, if you all feel that I have done something wrong, then use your strength to prove it to me. If you can't, then you're wrong. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the North Star Emperor laughed heartily and rushed towards the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the 10,000 sword illustration and the 10,000 god illustration. He forcefully dragged Saint Jia Yin and Saint Xuanti over and joined the battlefield together. In this battle, he was going to fight against 3 alone. Ha! Fellow Daoists, Zichen is here. Please accompany me on my last journey. When fighting with the 3 of them, the North Star Emperor did not hide his state at all. He clearly told them that he could not hold on for long. This was probably his last time. Damn it! 3 Then as you wish, fellow Daoist, let the poor way send you on your last journey. 3 From the North Star Emperor's attitude, it was not difficult for the 3 of them to see that they were definitely going to take the blame for killing the Celestial Emperor. They could not get rid of it. Therefore, they did not hesitate anymore. They were prepared to use their strongest means to let the North Star Emperor enjoy, in his last moments, to repay the great gift he gave them before he died. Are you not going to hide anymore? Are you going to use your true abilities? That's really exciting. It's just that I won't be able to see it. What a pity. The three of them naturally could not hide their plan from the North Star Emperor. However, he really did not have the chance to see it. Because he really did not have much time left. His origin was about to be exhausted. He was about to die. If not, the North Star Emperor really wanted to experience the divine abilities of the three saints. It was really too exciting. Just the thought of exchanging blows with three saints who were at their peak and were going all out was enough to make one feel incomparably excited. However, the North Star Emperor was running out of time. Therefore, he did not intend to give the three of them a chance to attack. These last moments should be a one-man show for him alone. Even if he was the Celestial Emperor, even if he was going to die, he had to die in a spectacular manner. Let him give himself a glorious end. Thinking about it, it made sense. With the three saints as supporting characters, it was difficult for the North Star Emperor's show to not be glorious. Kill. With a thought, the North Star Emperor mobilized his last strength and charged toward the three of them. In an instant, all kinds of mysterious divine abilities were released from his hands and drowned the three saints. Chapter 685. Those were all the divine powers that the North Star Emperor had comprehended since he was born. There were the 5 Emperors' Palm, 5 Emperors' Canopy, Great Dao Furnace, Buzhou Seal, Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao, and so on. Those were the supreme divine powers that he was proud of. At that moment, all of them appeared in the hands of the North Star Emperor. They were all directed at the primordial Heavenly Lord, Saint Jiayin, and Saint Zhuan-Ti. The North Star Emperor was too fast. Under the attacks of those divine powers, the three saints could only passively defend themselves. They were unable to retaliate at all. A high-intensity attack meant a high-intensity consumption. Therefore, the North Star Emperor did not have much origin energy left in his body. He could not hold on for long. Sigh. The North Star Emperor could not help but let out a long sigh after the last divine powers. His origin energy was completely depleted. He no longer had any energy left to launch any attacks. At the same time, it also meant that his life had come to an end. For a moment, the North Star Emperor could not help but feel dispirited. He stopped his attacks and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the final moment to arrive. As the North Star Emperor's origin energy was depleted, the continuous divine powers from his hands were also cut off. He could no longer suppress the three saints. Kill. Almost without any hesitation, the three saints gained a chance to counterattack. They immediately switched from defense to offense. Each of them unleashed their strongest divine powers and attacked the North Star Emperor fiercely. However, before their divine powers could get close to the North Star Emperor, the North Star Emperor's body that was standing with his hands behind his back suddenly started to dissipate at an extremely fast speed. By the time their divine powers reached him, the North Star Emperor's body had completely disappeared. The North Star Emperor's time was up. His origin energy was depleted. His physical body turned into ashes. There was no longer any trace of him left in the world. We will meet again. Before the North Star Emperor disappeared, the three saints seemed to have heard that sentence from his gradually blurring figure. However, they did not have the time to investigate the meaning of that sentence. That was because there was a huge problem waiting for them. The North Star Emperor was backed by the Heavenly Court. Their divine powers were originally targeted at the North Star Emperor. With the North Star Emperor in the middle, they were naturally not worried that their divine abilities would affect the Heavenly Court. However, the North Star Emperor's body and soul were suddenly destroyed. Without the North Star Emperor's obstruction, wouldn't their divine abilities directly blast towards the Heavenly Court? At the thought of this, the primeval Lord of Heaven and the other two sages could not help but break out in cold sweat. That was the full blow of the three of them. Even the Grand Pure One would be severely injured if he was caught off guard and received their attack head-on, let alone the heavenly courts. It was likely that under their attack, even if the huge heavenly court was not completely destroyed, it would be mostly destroyed. It could even endanger the heaven realm. Just the thought of endangering the heaven realm made the three of them feel their scalps go numb. Murdering a heavenly emperor in itself was already a great sin. If they added the crime of destroying the heavenly court and the heavenly realm, they would be in even more trouble. While they were anxious, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning and the other two did not slow down. They hurriedly took out their magic treasures and tried to block the divine ability that had been released earlier. However, it was a pity that under their full power, how fast was the speed of the divine ability? It could be said that it was simply unimaginable. They only thought of stopping it at this moment, but it was already too late. Rumble. The divine ability of the three sages emitted a wave that could destroy everything. It came with a loud bang, directly passing through the position where the North Star Emperor was originally and brazenly crashed into the heavenly court. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and a terrifying wave erupted. The great Tao rumbled, and the universe shook. Under this terrifying power, the heavenly court was collapsing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. First, it was the southern heavenly gate that was crushed into powder by that power. Even the array patterns that the Tao ancestor had casually carved could not protect it. After the southern heavenly gate was destroyed, the power went all the way up, directly rushing from the first level to the 33rd level, Mi Luo Heaven. Wherever it passed, whether it was the Immortal Island, the Rainbow Bridge, or the Divine Palace, they were all blasted into pieces. Even the immortals and gods living in the heavenly court were not spared. They were all crushed into pieces by this power, turning into a rain of blood that floated down. In the blink of an eye, the former number 1 cultivation sage realm in the primordial world was turned into a pile of ruins. There were even spots of blood on it, which added a bit of poignant beauty. The sage realm was stained with blood, which was ominous. However, it was not over yet. After the power that ran through the entire heaven realm destroyed Mi Luo Heaven, its momentum did not stop, and it actually continued to rush up. Then, there was a loud bang, and the power broke through Mi Luo Heaven, whistling toward the boundless starry sky. However, unlike the heavenly court, the boundless starry sky was Feng Zichen's base, and it had long been impregnable by him. Under the protection of God Pangu, not to mention the attacks of the sages, even the three sages themselves would not be able to destroy the boundless starry sky. Buzz! Buzz! Sensing the invasion of external forces, the galactic cosmic light array automatically operated. Zhouxing rumbled in unison, releasing a bright light. For a moment, starlight was like rain, forming a vast Milky Way in the boundless starry sky, drowning and devouring the sage's divine ability that was whistling over. After that, the Milky Way shattered, turning into a sky full of starlight that fell, covering all the places in the heaven realm except for the heavenly court. The starlight was misty, like a dream or an illusion. As soon as it appeared, it merged with the origin power of the heaven realm, turning into the most solid barrier, firmly protecting the place it covered. The heavenly court was only the center of the heaven realm, not the entire heaven realm. The divine ability of the three sages exploded, and its terrifying power spread out in a fan shape. In other words, while the terrifying power was attacking the boundless starry sky, it was also spreading out in all directions, wantonly destroying everything. As for the heaven realm, it was a supreme realm formed by the 33 top-notch great worlds. In addition to the heavenly court, there were also many innate races and countless living beings living in it. If that power was allowed to spread, who knew how many living beings living in the heaven realm would die? Admittedly, Feng Zichen did not like the sages, but he was also happy to see them suffer and bear greater karma. But what were the sins of these living beings living in the heavenly court? In order to make the sages suffer and watch hundreds of millions of innocent people die tragically, Feng Zichen would not do such a thing. If he wanted to deal with the sages, even if he did not use real swords and spears, he would not use such a sinister scheme. Everyone had a bottom line, and this kind of thing had touched Feng Zichen's bottom line. Therefore, when all living beings were in trouble, he still had to save them. Just as Feng Zichen mobilized the boundless starry sky to protect the lower heaven realm, the primeval Lord of Heaven and the other two's remedy finally arrived. Pangu's banner vibrated continuously, shooting out streaks of chaotic sword qi, shattering the aftermath of the divine ability. Under the full activation of Saint Jia Yin and Saint Zhuan Ti, the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue and the Eastern Green Lotus of Virtue resonated with each other, reproducing a trace of the divine power of the chaotic Green Lotus. Majestic creation qi swept out from the two supreme treasures and spread out in a mighty manner, healing the damage of the heavenly court. Under the joint efforts of the three saints, the power that easily destroyed the entire heavenly court was completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. However, that power could be easily removed. However, the destroyed heavenly court was not so easy to restore. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the heavenly court that had completely turned into ruins slowly appeared in front of everyone. Whoosh! 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 It was also at this moment that the Grand Pure One, the Grand Master of Heaven, and Nuwa, who were far away, rushed over in a hurry. Behind them was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, who had arrived late. Fellow Daoists, regarding this matter, do you have to give me an explanation? After everything calmed down, Feng Zichen said coldly to the primeval Lord of Heaven and the other two with a gloomy face. Yes. Brother Emperor Ziwei is right. Fellow Daoists, you have to give us an explanation today. Otherwise, how would the heavenly court look like now, and how would the three Daoists' dojos look like in the future? Who doesn't know how to destroy the heavens and earth? Behind Feng Zichen, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, who had just arrived, said with a gloomy face. He even threatened the three of them. If the primeval Lord of Heaven and the other two did not give him a satisfactory explanation, he would not mind going to their dojos to cause a ruckus. The heavenly court could be said to be the face of the heavenly emperor and the four heavenly emperors. If you want to hit someone, don't hit their face. The primeval Lord of Heaven and the other two's action of destroying the heavenly court was no longer as simple as slapping their faces. They had placed their faces on the ground and ruthlessly stepped on them. Moreover, after stepping on their faces, they spat a few mouthfuls of saliva before leaving. If Feng Zichen and the others were to swallow their anger, they would really become the laughingstock of the eldritch world. Therefore, even if they had to start a war over this, they had to fight for it. This was not only related to their face, but also their prestige in the world. If they did not handle it well, the prestige that the heavenly court had accumulated for tens of millions of years would be completely destroyed. They would become the stepping stone for the sages to dominate the eldritch world. How dare you? Are you threatening the poor way? The primeval Lord of Heaven, who was in a bad mood because he accidentally destroyed the heavenly court, became even angrier when he heard the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's threat. He immediately replied coldly. Threaten? Yes, that's right. I'm threatening you. What can you do about it? Jade Pure Daoist. Seeing how arrogant the primeval Lord of Heaven was, Feng Zichen spoke before the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor could reply. The threat in his words was even more intense than the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's. Especially at the end, Feng Zichen even called out the primeval Lord of Heaven's real name, Jade Pure Daoist. To the primeval Lord of Heaven, this was undoubtedly the greatest contempt. One should know that only those who were extremely close to him had the right to call him by the name Jade Pure Daoist. For example, the Taiching sage, the Tongtian sect leader, and the others. Was the primeval Lord of Heaven on good terms with Feng Zichen? Of course not. They might even have a grudge against each other. Since that was the case, Feng Zichen's action of calling him by his name was an expression of extreme contempt. For example, when two armies were fighting, how humiliating would it be if the enemy's commander directly called the enemy's commander by his nickname? For a moment, the primeval Lord of Heaven was enraged. He was completely enraged. He raised the Pangu banner and was about to attack Feng Zichen. As for Feng Zichen, he was not to be outdone. Knowing that the Zhouxing painting was not as good as the Pangu banner, and Hongmeng Daozhong was not necessarily so, he directly raised the Ziwei star and was about to use it to hit the Pangu banner. The Ziwei star, what kind of origin did it have? Not to mention its identity in the untainted land and its symbolic meaning, it was formed by Pangu's ancestral aperture, which explained everything. Unless the Pangu axe appeared again, otherwise, the Pangu banner alone would definitely not be able to defeat the Ziwei star. Moreover, even if the primeval Lord of Heaven had the ability to destroy the Ziwei star, would he dare to? If he really destroyed the Ziwei star, the karma involved would be enough to pull him down from his position as a sage. Rumble. The Pangu banner stood in the void. Its body was surrounded by the aura of heavenly gods and the aura of chaos. Behind it, there was the shadow of a demon god standing tall. It vaguely gave people a feeling of destroying the world. On the other side, as the Ziwei star moved, the other stars also moved. In an instant, a powerful force pressed down on the primeval Lord of Heaven like the sky was falling. Rumble. The atmosphere became more and more tense. A great battle was about to break out. At this critical moment, the Grand Pure One, Nuwa, and the others beside the two of them finally could not stand it anymore. They hurriedly pulled the two of them apart. Fellow Daoist Ziwei, please calm down. Nuwa walked forward and persuaded Feng Zichen. On the other side, the Grand Pure One did the same and persuaded the primeval Lord of Heaven. Just like that, the battle ended before it even began. As for who was stronger between the Ziwei star and the Pangu banner, there was probably no answer to that question. The living beings in the world did not know that just now, a great battle that could destroy the world had almost broken out. They had completely brushed shoulders with the god of death. Fortunately, someone had persuaded Feng Zichen and the primeval Lord of Heaven. Otherwise, the primordial world would have been destroyed. Rumble. Just as the two of them separated, boundless blood rain suddenly fell from the sky. The range of the blood rain was so large that it could be said to have covered the entire primordial world. Even the void end and the netherworld were covered by the blood rain. Rumble. Vaguely, there was the sound of thunder. It was like the whimpering of the world, and it was clearly heard by every living being. At the same time, a strong sense of sorrow suddenly spread throughout the entire primordial world. The sun also fell and turned completely blood-red, adding a hint of sorrow to the boundless mountains and rivers. At this moment, all the living beings in the primordial world could not help but feel a sense of sorrow, causing them to cry uncontrollably. Even Feng Zichen, the Grand Pure One, and the others were no exception. Chapter 686. The Celestial Emperor had fallen. A sorrowful message abruptly appeared in the minds of all living beings, allowing them to understand the origin of the changes. The strange phenomenon in front of them was caused by the fall of the Celestial Emperor. Heaven and earth were mourning the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor had fallen. Heaven and earth mourned, and all living beings shed tears. After receiving the explanation from the heavenly Tao, all living beings were relieved at first, but they soon fell into shock. The Celestial Emperor had fallen. The Celestial Emperor had fallen. Why did the Celestial Emperor fall? Shouldn't an existence like the Celestial Emperor be immortal? Why did he fall? After the shock, more questions appeared in the minds of all living beings. That was the Celestial Emperor, the most supreme being in the Eldritch world. How could he fall? After Haotian reincarnated, the great Emperor of Ziwei was in charge of the heavenly court for a period of time. It was also during that period of time that the heavenly court's prestige reached its peak. After that, the 5 emperors took turns. The 9 heavens celestial lord and the southern extremity longevity emperor succeeded the throne. Each of these existences was an earth-shattering figure. The heavenly court became more and more prosperous in their hands, truly unifying the eldritch world. The greater the prestige of the heavenly court, the greater the prestige of the celestial emperor as the master of the heavenly court. To put it bluntly, the celestial emperor was the synonym of invincibility in the eldritch world. He was much more powerful than any sage and was the faith of all living beings. Therefore, after the news of the celestial emperor's fall spread, all living beings felt like their faith had collapsed. One could imagine the impact it had on them. What? The celestial emperor fell in the hands of a sage? Before long, the heavenly Tao told them the answer and announced the murderer of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor. He was killed by the primeval lord of heaven, Sage Jiayin and Sage Xuanti. Whoosh! When the news spread completely, the world was in an uproar. All living beings were shocked by the sage's boldness. That was the celestial emperor. The ruler of the eldritch world in name. He killed as he wished, truly unscrupulous. After the shock, all living beings could not help but fear the sage. He dared to kill the celestial emperor and sage, let alone them. Wouldn't killing them be easier and more convenient than killing the heavenly emperor? The price he had to pay. It was also much lighter. For a moment, everyone could not help but shudder. The fear of the saint was awakened from the deepest part of their memories. The primordial world. In the end, it was still the sage who had the final say. Damn it! Feng Zichen's face darkened when he saw the message from Tian Dao. What was a trap? This was it. The news that the heavenly Tao sent out was actually only the result, not the process at all. Wasn't this the same as making a fool out of the North Star? Blind Bai had acted so many scenes at the last moment, but they were all deleted by the director, Heavenly Tao. He had originally planned to leave behind a glorious ending for all living beings, but now, it was all gone. Under the intentional actions of the Heavenly Tao, the entire desolate land knew that the North Star Emperor had been killed by the sage. As for what happened during this period of time, other than the great beings present, no one else knew. This move of the Heavenly Tao could be said to have completely erased all the achievements of the previous generations of celestial emperors, causing the prestige of the heavenly court to plummet. On the contrary, it had helped the prestige of the saint. Believe, after this matter, with the sky as a foil, the strength of the saint would once again be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Originally, the prestige of the saint, who had not appeared in the primordial world for a long time, had long been replaced by the heavenly court. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the heavenly Tao used the death of the celestial emperor to stab the heavenly court in the back. It used the prestige that the heavenly court had spent tens of millions of years to accumulate to boost the prestige of the saint. The celestial emperor was killed by the saint. Wasn't it another way to prove that the saint was stronger than the celestial emperor? As for the process, it was no longer important. Because most of the time, the world only paid attention to the results and not the process. This wave. The saint had completely stepped on the heavenly court and became the ruler of the primordial world again. On the other hand, the heavenly court had suffered a huge loss. Not to mention the fall of a celestial emperor, even their prestige had plummeted. They had completely become the foil of the saint. Just thinking about this kind of thing made people unhappy, let alone really happening. In this way, it would be strange if Feng Zichen could be happy. Even if it was the fault of the celestial emperor's death. He had successfully fallen on the head of the saint, but he still could not be happy. This time, the saint had made a huge profit, but he had made a huge loss. Perhaps the heavenly Tao had done this on purpose. After all, compared to the celestial emperor, the saint was a member of the heavenly Tao. Thinking about it this way, it was not difficult to understand why the heavenly Tao deliberately suppressed the celestial emperor and raised the status of the saint. If Feng Zichen could figure it out, the sage could not figure it out either. However, they were not too happy. After all, killing the celestial emperor was not without a price. In Feng Zichen's opinion, he had suffered a loss in this matter. But in the saint's opinion, it might not be the case. There were many ways to suppress the heavenly court, so why use such a risky method like killing the celestial emperor? If possible, they did not want to use such a method to regain the right to speak in the primordial world. The price was too great. The moment the North Star Emperor fell, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning and the other two had a feeling that although they were fine, their disciples would never be able to use a normal method to verify the Tao of Daoist Jingxian. The monstrous karma of killing the celestial emperor fell on their disciples. No. It was not just them. Even the other members of the celestial sect of wonders were more or less affected. After all, although the three saints had established another sect, they had not left the celestial sect of wonders. Now that they had committed a serious crime, the celestial sect of wonders would naturally be implicated. Believe. After this matter, the celestial sect of wonders would definitely enter a low point. The impact of killing the celestial emperor was not so easy to eliminate. Under the deliberate manipulation of the heavenly Tao, everyone knew that when the saint was ruthless, he even dared to kill the celestial emperor. In this way, who would dare to offend the saint? Were they tired of living? Therefore, the decline of the heavenly court's prestige was probably irreversible. No. It was not that there was no chance. Right now, it was the best opportunity. At this moment, the heavenly court was destroyed by the saint. If he took this opportunity to make the saint pay an unimaginable price, he would definitely save some face for the heavenly court. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Therefore, Feng Zichen could not back down on the matter of compensation. However, since the heavenly Tao had decided to suppress the celestial emperor, how could it give Feng Zichen a chance to redeem himself? Just as he was about to force the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning and the other two to pay the price, a vast phenomenon suddenly rose between heaven and earth. Above the sky, an auspicious aura filled the air. There were heavenly flowers falling, and golden lotuses surging from the ground. All kinds of sacred and auspicious phenomena appeared one after another. But Haotian had returned. Rumble. Somewhere in the primordial world, an extremely noble aura suddenly erupted. In the blink of an eye, it swept across the entire primordial world. At the same time, the destiny of the heavenly court suddenly shook and transformed into 9 nine-clawed golden dragons. They circled in the sky above the heaven realm and roared repeatedly. It complemented the aura that rose from the ground. In an instant, a supreme majesty suddenly appeared and pressed down on the bodies of all living beings, causing them to involuntarily kowtow. Welcome, Celestial Emperor. Amidst the endless phenomena, a grand voice sounded. Then, all the Daos of heaven and earth appeared together and condensed into one in the void, turning into a huge golden rainbow bridge. With the heavenly court as the beginning, it spread towards the primordial world. Whoosh! The golden bridge left quickly and came quickly. When it completely disappeared from the world, there were already 10 people in front of Feng Zichen and the others where the South Heaven Gate was originally. A middle-aged couple, 7 daughters, and a younger sister. Without a doubt, this was the reincarnated Haotian's family, which was also Zhang Byron's family. However, although the person in front of him was the reincarnation of Haotian, looking at his confused expression, it was obvious that he had not awakened the memories that belonged to Haotian. Therefore, although he had come here, it was obvious that he did not understand the situation and did not know why he was here. However, although this person did not have any Dharma power, he was very courageous. After suddenly coming to an unfamiliar place, after a short period of confusion, there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he looked around curiously. He did not know if it was the influence of Haotian's true spirit. Otherwise, his heart would be too big. It was not only him, even the women beside him were the same. There was no fear in their eyes. It could only be said, the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor was terrifying. Poor Wei Taiqing greets the Celestial Emperor. Seeing a few more people in front of him, the Grand Pure One was not surprised. He went forward and bowed. Celestial Emperor? Me? Old Immortal, don't joke with Byron. Byron is just a mortal. How can he be worthy of the title Celestial Emperor? Seeing the Grand Pure One address him like that, the mortal called Zhang Byron finally came back to his senses. He waved his hand and said, indicating that he could not accept this title. The title Celestial Emperor sounded extraordinary. Obviously, it was not something that ordinary people could bear. He was just a mortal and did not have any ability. How could he bear such a title? Although he was ambitious, he still knew his limits. Seeing Zhang Byron's behavior, Feng Zichen's face became even gloomier. The way the heavenly Dao ate was really a little ugly. In order to stop him from saving the heavenly court's face, he did not hesitate to call back Haotian, who had not completely awakened. This performance had already made Feng Zichen certain that the heavenly Dao was deliberately weakening the dignity of the Celestial Emperor. That's right, the Celestial Emperor's power was too great. If a complete Celestial Emperor was born, then even the heavenly Dao would have to submit to him. In that case, how could the heavenly Dao not be afraid? Naturally, he had to seize all opportunities to weaken the authority of the Celestial Emperor and even his dignity. No. Poor Wei is not wrong. You, Zhang Byron, are the Celestial Emperor. Shaking his head, the Grand Pure One said with a smile. Then, without waiting for Zhang Byron to react, he stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zhang Byron's glabella. Under the Grand Pure One's finger, the endless mysterious Daoist runes erupted and rushed into Zhang Byron's sea of consciousness through his glabella, spreading there. In an instant, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the mysterious Daoist runes swept away all the dust in Zhang Byron's sea of consciousness, causing it to return to clarity. After the spiritual platform was clear, the Haotian true spirit hidden in Zhang Byron's body also awakened. Whoosh! Wisps of bright divine light erupted from Haotian's body. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out from his body. That was the memory that belonged to Haotian that had awakened in his body. Compared to Haotian's hundreds of millions of years of memory, Zhang Byron's decades were just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, very quickly, the personality that belonged to Zhang Byron was covered by Haotian's personality. This also meant that God Haotian, who had fallen for nearly 10 million years, had finally returned. Rumble. On the other side, with the return of Haotian, the Jade Pool was also awakened under the influence of his aura. A powerful aura rose from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Looking at the aura, it was obvious that he had entered the great perfection of Sage to be. In just a short while, the two Supremes of Heaven and Jade Pool returned one after another. The impact that they brought to the heavens and the earth had completely overshadowed the fall of the North Star Emperor. After countless tribulations, I have finally returned. Feeling the surging power in his body, Haotian felt like he was dreaming. It had been too long. In terms of the time in the primeval age, he had only fallen for 10 million years, but what he had experienced was more than 10 million years, or even hundreds of millions of years. Countless years of experience had almost caused him to be completely lost. Fortunately, he had survived all the tribulations and returned successfully. Thinking of this, Haotian came back to his senses and quickly looked at the situation around him. However, what he saw gave him a huge shock. He saw that the original location of the heavenly court had completely turned into ruins. Ah, this. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Haotian muttered in a daze. He, who had just returned, clearly did not understand the situation. However, it did not matter. With his strength, it would not take long for him to deduce everything. The North Star Emperor is dead. The heavenly court was also destroyed by the three saints. In a few breaths, Haotian, who had understood the cause and effect, felt a surge of anger rush to his head, causing him to subconsciously clench his fists. He did not care that the North Star Emperor was dead. He would even be secretly happy. However, he could not tolerate the destruction of the heavenly court. Feng Zichen, who was only half the master of the heavenly court, could not help but be furious when the heavenly court was destroyed. Not to mention Haotian, who was the true master of the heavenly court. If he could, Haotian would really want to tear the primeval Lord of Heaven and Zhuan Ti apart alive. However, he could not. It was not that his strength did not allow it, but he had been schemed against by the heavenly Tao. Awakening on his own and being awakened by others were two different things. The former relied on himself, while the latter meant that he owed others a big favor. Obviously, Haotian, who had been awakened by the Grand Pure One, owed him a big favor. And the favor had to be returned. How could he return it? At this time, under the arrangement of the heavenly Tao, Haotian suddenly owed the Grand Pure One a favor. How could he return it? The result was obvious. It was to let Haotian, in the name of the heavenly emperor, turn the matter of the primeval Lord of Heaven and the other two destroying the heavenly court into a small matter. After connecting all of this, how could Haotian not understand that he had been schemed against by the heavenly Tao? According to the normal trend, even if the Grand Pure One did not appear to wake him up, it would not take long for him to naturally awaken. After all, such a big thing had happened in the heavenly court. Someone had to clean up the mess. And he, Haotian, was the best candidate. Therefore, after the fall of the North Star Emperor, his return was inevitable. Chapter 687. Since Haotian could return on his own, why did the heavenly Tao ask the Grand Pure One to help him? The reason was none other than to let Haotian owe him a favor so that he could understand the karma of destroying the heavenly court. Today's matter, Haotian really thanks eldest senior brother. Haotian could be said to be gritting his teeth and squeezing out these words of gratitude from the gaps between his teeth. The dissatisfaction in his words was almost undisguised. If possible, he really did not want to thank him. On the contrary, he even wanted to use his fist to make intimate contact with the Grand Pure One's smiling face. It was too much of a scam. No matter who it was, they would be happy to owe someone a huge favor for no reason. However, it was a pity that not only could Haotian not attack the Grand Pure One, but he also had to thank the Grand Pure One for enlightening him. How great of a favor was it to help someone achieve the Tao? It was no less than the favor of rebirth. Therefore, if Haotian did not resolve this karma in time, he would probably be controlled by others in the future. The consequences of the heavenly emperor being controlled by others were undoubtedly shocking. For this, no matter how unwilling Haotian was, in order to resolve the karma of the Grand Pure One, he would choose to ignore the destruction of the heavenly court by the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the others so that the karma between the two sides would be written off. Compared to the price of being controlled by others, the karma of the destruction of the heavenly court was really nothing. If the dignity of the heavenly court fell, so be it. As long as it did not affect his attainment of the Tao. Yes, after returning from the tribulation, Haotian no longer valued the heavenly court as much as before. That was because his realm was even stronger than before. He was truly standing at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. He was only a step away from the supreme realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. It could be said that as long as the opportunity arrived, Haotian could take that crucial step at any time. The reason why Haotian had made such great progress was completely due to the countless tribulations. Every time he passed a tribulation, everything he experienced would turn into a foundation and settle in his body. After Haotian passed all the tribulations, the foundation that had settled in his body would transform into the corresponding strength overnight, so as to push his realm to an unbelievable level. It was also because Haotian had returned early. If he had experienced tens of thousands of tribulations, he might have been able to enter the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian as soon as he returned. Of course, that was just talk. Going through a tribulation wasn't easy. If one wasn't careful, one would be completely lost in it and sink into oblivion, never to return. The tribulations that Haotian had experienced had already reached the limit of what he could bear. If he continued to experience the tribulations, there might be some unpredictable changes that would occur. If the time was up and the Celestial Emperor was unable to return, that would be a joke. Haotian, who was already on the verge of a breakthrough, naturally did not want to get involved with others and affect his breakthrough. In addition, he did not want to be controlled as well. In this way, even if it was for his own cultivation path, as long as it was not too excessive, what could Haotian not agree to? Well said, well said. As if he did not notice the dissatisfaction in Haotian's tone, the Grand Pure One still smiled when facing his apology. Haotian was also a ruthless person. Even if he had suffered such a huge loss, he could still swallow the blood in his mouth. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his emotions and suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Phew, eldest senior brother, now that the heavenly courts are broken, the gods have nowhere to go. What do you think we should do? Taking a deep breath, Haotian tried his best to ask the Grand Pure One in an extremely calm tone. This is simple. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. Now that the heavenly courts are broken, it's time to rebuild them. Moreover, you returned when the heavenly courts were broken. Isn't this the will of the heavens letting you rebuild the heavenly courts? The Grand Pure One was indeed shrewd. He could think of any excuse. Even if Haotian had expected it, he did not expect the Grand Pure One to say such shameless words. It took him a long time to suppress the shock in his heart. Eldest senior brother is right. However, the heavenly courts are vast. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for Haotian to complete it alone. Haotian continued after regaining his senses. That was the truth. How could it be so easy to rebuild the heavenly courts? Not to mention the materials, just carving array patterns again was a huge project, not to mention the other things. Therefore, it would be difficult for Haotian to complete it alone. Moreover, even if he had the ability to complete it alone, he did not know when it would happen. However, the matter of rebuilding the heavenly courts could not be delayed. And that required the help of others. Moreover, the heavenly courts were destroyed by the heavenly lords of primordial beginning. Even if the karma was written off, they could not possibly not pay any price, right? That would be too much of a bully. Don't worry, Imperial Emperor. The heavenly courts are where the face of the primordial world lies. Now that he has ended up in such a state, the Poor Way and the others will naturally not stand by and do nothing. They have to contribute and won't let you do it alone. The Grand Pure One had expected that. The moment Haotian finished speaking, he said directly. Since they were the ones who destroyed the heavenly courts, they should be the ones to rebuild them. Otherwise, it would be too much. It was hard to guarantee that Haotian would not fall out with him on the spot. There had to be a limit to everything. He could not force others into a corner. That's good. Hearing the Grand Pure One's reply, Haotian nodded in satisfaction. It was good that he was not the only one who did it. Just like that, the two of them set the rules for rebuilding the heavenly courts. During this period, the two of them did not mention the matter of the heavenly courts being destroyed by the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the other two, as well as the matter of the Grand Pure One reminding Haotian, as if it had never happened. That was the tacit understanding between the two of them. If they did not mention it, it meant that the two matters were written off. At that moment, Feng Zichen stood quietly at the side and watched Haotian and the Grand Pure One discuss without saying a word. Actually, there was nothing much to say. From the moment Haotian returned, things had completely gotten out of his control. The development of the outcome was no longer up to him. After all, compared to him, Haotian was the most orthodox master of the heavenly courts. When Haotian was not around, he naturally meant what he said in the heavenly courts. However, once Haotian returned, he could not be the master of the heavenly courts. It could be said that after the heavenly Tao interfered, the outcome was destined. Everything was going according to the arrangements of the heavenly Tao. However, there was one thing, Feng Zichen did not understand. Why would the heavenly Tao suddenly abandon the principle of fairness and not hesitate to personally help the saint? In Feng Zichen's eyes, this was especially unbelievable. If even the heavenly Tao was biased, how could there be fairness in this world? It was extremely fair and selfless. It could be said to be the foundation of the world. Of course, that did not mean that the heavenly Tao had to follow that principle. After all, the heavenly Tao did not have emotions. It could only rely on instinct. Therefore, once something that broke the rules happened, the heavenly Tao did not care about fairness. It directly took action to correct the chaos and guide everything back to normal. The matter of Daoist was like that. No matter how much merit a heaven-defying person had, the heavenly Tao would not tolerate them. Who asked the heavenly Tao to not have intelligence? He would not care about the gains and losses. However, although the battle between the saint and the heavenly emperor had a bad impact, it was still within the rules. Therefore, the world should not interfere and did not hesitate to abandon its principles to help the saint. This was not right, very not right. Just to suppress the heavenly emperor, it was not worth the heavenly Tao paying such a huge price. After all, the heavenly Tao had broken its principles, but that was only when it threatened the primordial world. But now, for no reason, why did the heavenly Tao suppress the heavenly emperor? It was nonsense to say that the heavenly emperor brought danger to the heavenly Tao. Firstly, the heavenly emperor did not destroy the primordial world. Secondly, he did not exterminate all living beings. On the contrary, he was still helping the heavenly Tao maintain the order of the primordial world. How could such a heavenly emperor make the heavenly Tao feel threatened? Not to mention that the current heavenly emperor could not threaten the heavenly Tao, even if a complete heavenly emperor appeared in the future. As long as he could benefit the primordial world, the heavenly Tao would be willing to submit to him. It could be said that as long as the heavenly emperor was dedicated to the primordial world, the heavenly Tao and the heavenly emperor would never have any conflicts. There was no need for the heavenly Tao to be afraid of the heavenly emperor. But now, the heavenly Tao had personally helped the saint and helped him suppress the heavenly emperor. This was completely unreasonable, and it was strange everywhere. It was this point that made Feng Zichen completely conflicted. He did not understand the actions of the heavenly Tao. No, that's not right. All of a sudden, Feng Zichen discovered something unusual. Just now, when Gaochen died, why did he feel that it was normal for the heavenly Tao to target the heavenly emperor? This was clearly an extremely unreasonable thing. The heavenly Tao was fair, how could it easily go against it? Obviously, an extremely powerful existence had interfered with the heavenly Tao and distorted the understanding of the world. It had twisted a matter that was clearly against common sense into something that they were used to. The person behind the scenes was so powerful that even Feng Zichen had unknowingly fallen for it and had his understanding distorted. If the person behind the scenes had not been too brazen and exposed a flaw, causing him to sense that something was wrong, even Feng Zichen would not have been able to see through this matter and would have been deceived. No, there's something wrong with this. Hongmeng Daozhong, break. Sensing that something was wrong, Feng Zichen did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and rang it in his heart. Dang, 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 the long sound of the bell rang, as if the great Tao was gently ringing. Endless mysteries erupted, eliminating the dust in Feng Zichen's heart and the strange power that was covering his true spirit. As expected, something's wrong. After regaining his clarity, Feng Zichen carefully thought about everything that had happened today. As expected, he sensed many unreasonable things. Even when he released his divine sense and came into contact with the heavenly Tao, he faintly felt that something was wrong with the heavenly Tao. Compared to before, the heavenly Tao gave Feng Zichen a feeling that it was not so cold anymore. It was as if it had gained some intelligence. Whoosh! At the thought of this, Feng Zichen's body was covered in cold sweat. The heavenly Tao was the most indifferent. How could it have intelligence? Obviously, there was something wrong with the heavenly Tao. And in the primordial world, only Tao ancestor Hongjun could cause problems with the heavenly Tao. As the only infinite prime expert known in the primordial world, and an existence of Tao integration, Tao ancestor Hongjun had the ability to interfere with the heavenly Tao and even distort everyone's understanding. He had the strength and the conditions. Tao integration, must the heavenly Tao affect Tao ancestor Hongjun? Why couldn't Tao ancestor Hongjun affect the heavenly Tao? In the past, Tao ancestor Hongjun might not have the ability to do this, but now, it was not necessarily so. He had broken through. From the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he had broken through to the realm of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. Thinking of Tao ancestor Hongjun's recent situation, Feng Zichen could not help but have a guess in his heart. Perhaps because of the breakthrough, Tao ancestor Hongjun had seized part of the authority from the heavenly Tao and could affect the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. Feng Zichen did not know how strong Wuji Daluo Jingxian was, but he was sure that he was definitely much stronger than primordial Daluo Jingxian. Since that was the case, what primordial Daluo Jingxian could not do, Wuji Daluo Jingxian might be able to do. Perhaps, that was why the heavenly Tao behaved so strangely. As for why Feng Zichen had such a guess, that was very simple. Before Tao ancestor Hongjun broke through, everything about the heavenly Tao would be normal. However, not long after Tao ancestor Hongjun broke through, the heavenly Tao began to become abnormal. It would be strange if there was no connection between the two of them. From the words of the five elements sacred beasts and the fate of ancestor Hongyun, it could be seen that Tao ancestor Hongjun was not a good person. Therefore, even if he chose to integrate the Tao, it was impossible for him to be willing to be controlled by the heavenly Tao. Freedom was something that one would only know how precious it was when one lost it. And the feeling of being controlled by others was not good either. Saints were controlled by the heavenly Tao and were thinking of ways to get rid of it, let alone Tao ancestor Hongjun. He must have tried his best to get rid of the control of the heavenly Tao. He even wanted to counter the heavenly Tao and become the true master of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps the purpose of his integration. Other than completing the heavenly Tao, he also wanted to completely master the heavenly Tao. This did not mean Tao ancestor Hongjun was bad. Contributing to all living beings did not conflict with him mastering the heavenly Tao. Perhaps, the Tao ancestor felt that only by mastering the heavenly Tao could he better benefit all living beings. In short, the opportunity to master the heavenly Tao was right in front of him. Feng Zichen did not think that Tao ancestor Hongjun would refuse. If he pushed others, Feng Zichen would not refuse. Therefore, he thought that the Tao ancestor would not refuse. There was nothing wrong with that. With this guess, what happened next was much more reasonable. Letting Tao ancestor Hongjun replace the heavenly Tao might be better than before. However, it was undeniable that people with feelings were often affected by subjective emotions. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Tao ancestor would be biased towards his disciple. After all, he was the Tao ancestor's disciple. If the Tao ancestor was not biased towards them, could he be biased towards Feng Zichen? That was also the reason why the heavenly Tao had no feelings. Without feelings, it would not be swayed by emotions. Only then could it be fair and righteous. The heavenly Tao ruled the primordial world. It might have many problems, but just the fact that it was fair and righteous was enough to make people ignore all its shortcomings. For example, in the past, Feng Zichen would complain that the heavenly Tao was unreasonable. However, today, after tasting the unfairness of the heavenly Tao, his first reaction was to miss the cold heavenly Tao of the past. Humans were like that. They would only cherish something when they lost it. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking, the Grand Pure One and Haotian finally reached a consensus and ended the conversation happily. Fellow Daoist, look at this. Walking to Feng Zichen's side, Haotian was so embarrassed that he did not know what to say. He was indeed in the wrong in this matter. For his own selfish interests, he had sacrificed the interests of the entire heavenly court and killed the efforts of great Emperor Ziwei and the others. That made Haotian feel a strong sense of guilt when he faced Feng Zichen. Sigh. Since you have already made your decision, I have nothing to say. After knowing that the person behind the scenes was Tao ancestor Hongjun, Feng Zichen was a little dispirited. He was not in the mood to blame Haotian. After all, this matter was not something that he could control. It could even be said that Haotian was the biggest victim of this incident. The dignity that belonged to the celestial emperor was completely gone. There was no point in blaming Haotian. Shaking his head at Haotian, Feng Zichen planned to leave. If he continued to stay here, other than being a joke to others, there was no other meaning. However, just as Feng Zichen was about to leave, he could not help but remind Haotian. Fellow Daoist Haotian, I hope you won't regret your decision today. You must know that today's karma will be reaped in the future. Fellow Daoist, you will have to personally taste the bitter fruit that you have created in the future. After saying that, Feng Zichen turned around and left. The impact of the celestial emperor's dignity falling was definitely greater than Haotian had imagined. From today onwards, the world would only know saints and not the celestial emperor. Who knew how many existences that would look down on the heavenly court would be born? Haotian would be in trouble in the future. But what did this have to do with Feng Zichen? He had more important things to do now. Tao ancestor Hongjun could be said to have tricked him in today's matter. How could he let it go? It was just that the other party was powerful and controlled a portion of the heavenly Tao's authority. If he really wanted to fight head-on, he was definitely not a match for Tao ancestor Hongjun. Therefore, he could only use his wits to deal with Tao ancestor Hongjun. Feng Zichen thought about it and finally thought of a way to deal with Tao ancestor Hongjun. He planned to set up another sect. In the primordial world, the other party had the home advantage. He was afraid that he would not be able to contend with the other party in a short period of time. Therefore, Feng Zichen turned his gaze to the 3,000 great worlds and billions of small and medium-sized worlds outside the primordial world. It seemed that the plan to surround the cities in the countryside was going to be restarted. At this time, the world outside the primordial world, in Feng Zichen's eyes, was a treasure land that had yet to be excavated. There were countless riches inside, waiting for him to excavate them. For the time being, Tao ancestor Hongjun could not interfere with the world outside the primordial world. And this was Feng Zichen's opportunity. From this moment on, he made up his mind to make good use of these undeveloped worlds to quickly accumulate his strength and obtain the capital to contend against Tao ancestor Hongjun. The strength of a world might not be comparable to the primordial world, but countless worlds combined would have the qualifications to contend against the primordial world. Feng Zichen wanted to win with quantity. He was waiting for him to use these worlds to nurture a large number of experts. In that case, so what if the Tao ancestor truly grasped the heavenly Tao? At most, they would fight to the death and perish together. If Feng Zichen remembered correctly, there were still many human geniuses in the great wide world. He could take advantage of this opportunity to see their situation. In addition, he could also take this opportunity to take a good look at what Pangus Will had done to those chaos demon gods, causing them to be completely silent. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but speed up his pace. Soon, he disappeared in front of everyone and returned to the Ziwei Star. He wanted to understand the current situation of the great wide world through the Tree of World so that he could arrange a follow-up plan. The existence of the Tree of World was Feng Zichen's biggest backup plan. If he could not survive in the primordial world, he could go to the great wide world to survive. Chapter 688. After Feng Zichen left, Haotian looked at the South Pole Longevity Emperor. However, the South Pole Longevity Emperor had no desire to chat with him. Before Haotian could say anything, the South Pole Longevity Emperor turned around and left. Even though Haotian was rebuffed by the South Pole Longevity Emperor, he was in the wrong, so he couldn't get angry. He could only smile awkwardly and run to the side to make arrangements for his family. For Haotian's 7 daughters and 1 sister, what happened today was the most bizarre thing in their lives. They didn't even dare to dream about it. In the blink of an eye, they turned from mortals to princesses of the heavenly court. Such a fortuitous encounter was truly bizarre. Therefore, ever since Haotian and Yaoqi's identities changed, the 8 of them had been in a state of confusion. Since Haotian had settled his own matters, he naturally had to comfort them with Yaoqi and explain everything to them. Let's not talk about Haotian. After Feng Zichen returned to Ziwei Star, he immediately activated the Pangu deity to cover up all the secrets of heaven in the boundless starry sky. Then, he couldn't wait to divide part of his mind and go to the Tree of World. Outside the Eldritch world. He really hadn't paid attention to it for a long time. In the center of the Eldritch world, where the ruins of Mount Buzhou were, the Tree of Worlds stood there quietly. Its body was so huge that it penetrated the entire world. Let's go. After arriving here, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate at all. He directly rushed along the trunk of the Tree of World to its roots. Then, through the roots of the Tree of World that communicated with countless dimensions, he left the Eldritch world and went to the 3,000 Great Worlds. As the owner of the Tree of World, he was so free. He could go to any world as he wanted, and no one could stop him. Empty, lonely, what entered his eyes was only an impenetrable void. This was the scene that Feng Zichen saw after leaving the Eldritch world through the Tree of World. The entire void existed in a state of nothingness. It could be said that other than him, there was nothing else in this place. It's really empty. So, the 3,000 Great Worlds are hidden here? After carefully sizing up the surroundings for a while, Feng Zichen said with emotion. In this place. It was the entrance to the 3,000 Great Worlds. As for why it was like this, it had to be said that it was a form of protection from the heavenly Tao to the 3,000 worlds. No one would think that the entrance to the 3,000 Great Worlds was here when they saw the vast and empty landscape. Feng Zichen had the Tree of World. Otherwise, he would not have found this place and would not have thought that there was an entrance to the 3,000 Great Worlds here. In fact, even now, Feng Zichen had been here for a long time, but with his current strength, he still couldn't find the abnormality of this place and the entrance to the 3,000 macro worlds. From this, it could be seen that the protection of the heavenly Tao towards the 3,000 Great Worlds was not weak. After walking around silently for a while, Feng Zichen still didn't find anything. He had no choice but to use the World Tree again. Rumble. Under the control of Feng Zichen, the void that was originally empty suddenly shook violently. Then, the roots of the World Tree broke through the air and waved crazily, sprinkling countless mysterious runes. Rumble. A great power emerged. With the roots of the World Tree as the center, it spread in all directions and reverberated in the void. Crack. Crack. As if unable to withstand this power, the void suddenly began to collapse, turning into countless fragments. Then, with the collapse of the void, it was as if a mysterious veil was slowly lifted in front of Feng Zichen, revealing the real empty scene inside. Stars. Bright stars. Countless stars of various sizes that emitted light of various colors slowly appeared in front of Feng Zichen. No, they weren't stars. They were clusters of light. They were continents that were covered by various colors of light. To be more precise, they should be worlds. The stars that appeared in front of Feng Zichen at this time were worlds of different sizes. 3,000 sectors. And countless small and medium sectors. They really hit it well. Seeing the scene in front of him, Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile. These worlds were finally found by him. Let's go. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to rush to one of the sectors. Since he was already here, he naturally had to go in and take a look. However, he didn't expect that just as he touched the spacetime where the sector was located, a warning sign rose in the unseen world. Oh no! Sensing the danger, Feng Zichen retreated almost without thinking. At the same time, he didn't forget to form a fist print and threw a punch forward. Rumble. A huge palm came from the depths of the sector and collided with Feng Zichen's fist print. There was a boom. The two divine powers were broken at the same time and turned into a terrifying power that swept around. In the void, a huge spacetime tide was set off. It was so powerful that even the great wide world could not help but feel like a small boat in a huge wave. It was swept away by the power and was pushed back a little. Chaos Demon God. The familiar aura and the familiar divine powers allowed Feng Zichen to determine the identity of the person who attacked immediately. It was the Chaos Demon God hidden in this sector. As for which Chaos Demon God it was, he didn't know. However, it didn't matter if he didn't know his identity. He just needed to know his current state. Through the fight just now, Feng Zichen could roughly determine that the Chaos Demon God who attacked was obviously not in a good state at this time. He seemed to be injured, and it was an extremely serious injury. Otherwise, if he sensed that a strange and powerful existence wanted to enter his world, the Chaos Demon God wouldn't have just attacked from a distance. Instead, he would have killed the intruder in person. However, Feng Zichen had been defending outside the world for a long time, but the Chaos Demon God didn't appear. Obviously, there was something wrong with the Chaos Demon God. In fact, the Chaos Demon God had fallen into a deep sleep, and even the attack just now was just his instinctive reaction. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen couldn't help but take a few steps forward to get closer to the sector and observe carefully. The Chaos Demon God is quite vigilant. Feng Zichen didn't notice the problem just now, but now, after taking a closer look, he found a lot of problems. The Chaos Fiend Celestial had used some unknown method to carve countless mysterious runes on the boundary wall of the Great Thousand World. It was these runes that served as an early warning. Once someone wanted to enter this world, the mysterious runes would send out an alarm, effectively preventing outsiders from sneaking in. This is a bit difficult. After hesitating for a long time outside this world, Feng Zichen finally chose to leave. With his strength, if he insisted on entering that sector, those mysterious runes naturally couldn't stop him. However, in this way, he would definitely wake up the Chaos Demon God who was in an unknown state. At this moment, the situation was still unclear, and it was not the time to fall out with the Chaos Demon God. Therefore, he planned to give up this world first and make plans after understanding the situation of the sector. With an idea in his mind, Feng Zichen immediately rushed to the next world. There were plenty of sectors in the void here. If this one didn't work, he could go to the next one. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen, obviously, he was thinking too much. Boom! In the next world, he encountered the same situation as before. Then, Feng Zichen, who didn't believe in heresy, tested a few more sectors in succession, and the results were the same as before. Sigh, I don't believe that I can't enter any of the sectors. This was great. Feng Zichen's stubbornness came up. He began to try one world after another. He really didn't believe that he could sneak into all of the greater 1,000 worlds. Just like that, 100 years passed in a hurry. Damn it! The Chaos Demon God really knows how to play. After 100 years, Feng Zichen finally confirmed that he couldn't sneak into any of the sectors. If he wanted to set foot in them, he could only force his way in. On the contrary, he could freely set foot in those small and medium sectors without any restrictions. This meant that he couldn't enter the sectors controlled by the Chaos Demon God at will. Feng Zichen wouldn't believe that the Chaos Demon God wasn't involved in this. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid there's only one way to enter the sectors. Standing outside the sectors, Feng Zichen's expression was a little silent. If he couldn't sneak in, what else could he do? Force his way in. Force his way in. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen was a little silent. If he had known this result, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to try them one by one. Wasn't that a waste of time? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was a little angry. However, this was just a thought. After the test just now, he wasn't completely without gains. At the very least, he confirmed a few things. First, only the sectors controlled by the Chaos Demon God would restrict his entry. Second, the Chaos Demon God didn't seem to be on good terms with each other. The mysterious runes engraved on the boundary wall were obviously not to guard against Feng Zichen, but to guard against other Chaos Demon Gods. No matter how strong the Chaos Demon God was, it was impossible for him to predict that Feng Zichen would come here at this time. Feng Zichen was still confident about this. After all, he was a man who had once been protected by Pangu. Anyone who divined his heavenly secrets would receive wrong information. Since it wasn't to guard against him, the purpose of the Chaos Demon God's arrangement was naturally to guard against his own kind. No one would complain about having too many worlds in their hands. Since that was the case, it was understandable that the Chaos Demon Gods fought with each other to seize the sectors. From this point of view, the Chaos Demon Gods didn't get along well with each other and often fought with each other. Third, and the most important point. Feng Zichen found that the Chaos Demon Gods didn't seem to be in a good state. They were all seriously injured and in a state of deep sleep. As a result, the Chaos Demon Gods only instinctively blocked him a few times. No one really showed up. This time, Feng Zichen decided to force his way into the sectors. He might have the idea of forcing the Chaos Demon Gods out so that he could confirm their true situation. He suspected that the current situation of the Chaos Demon Gods was probably related to Pangu's will. It was Pangu's action that caused the Chaos Demon Gods to be seriously injured and in a state of deep sleep. Confirming the state of the Chaos Demon Gods was related to Feng Zichen's future plan. Therefore, he had to give it a try. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen chose a sector that was similar to the Untainted Land and rushed directly into it. For some reason, this sector that was similar to the Untainted Land always gave him a very familiar feeling. It was as if there was something related to him in it. It was this feeling that made him subconsciously choose this sector. Rumble. As Feng Zichen approached that sector, the sleeping Chaos Demon Gods instinctively performed their magic to stop him. Unfortunately, since Feng Zichen wanted to test him, he naturally didn't hold back. Therefore, how could a magic that was instinctively performed stop Feng Zichen from moving forward? Very easily, Feng Zichen shattered the magic of the Chaos Demon Gods and successfully set foot in that sector. In an instant. In that sector, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The will of the sector suddenly descended, and the great Wei laws emerged together. They turned into countless destructive divine thunders and struck toward Feng Zichen. This was the instinctive reaction of the will of the sector after detecting the intruder. How dare you! Seeing that the destructive divine thunders were about to strike, Feng Zichen's face turned cold and he shouted at the will of the sector. Suddenly, the powerful emperor's aura that belonged to the supreme beings of heaven and earth burst out from his body and oppressed the sector. For a moment, the sector was silent. In front of this strong emperor's aura, the destructive divine thunders that were about to strike could not help but stop in mid-air. Then, the void distorted, and the will of the sector and the great way laws disappeared without a trace. The destructive divine thunders also disintegrated and dissipated. Don't forget that in addition to being the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, Feng Zichen was also the great of Zhongtian Ziwei, the leader of the 4 heavenly emperors of the heavenly court. He was a true supreme being of heaven and earth. With such an identity, Feng Zichen naturally had the authority to command heaven and earth. Although this sector was not the primitive world, it was still the place where the primitive world was born and was under the jurisdiction of the heavenly way. Since this was the case, as the supreme being of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen had the ability to command heaven and earth. He could even command the primordial world, let alone the great wide world. In fact, if this sector had not been contaminated by the aura of the chaos demon gods for a long time and had changed. After Feng Zichen arrived in this sector, not to mention that the will of the sector had personally appeared to welcome him, there were still many Daoists clustered around him. The great of Zhongwei was so honorable. How could it be like now, when he had just arrived in this sector? What greeted him was the divine thunder of destruction that covered the sky. This was the result of the will of the sector being contaminated by the chaos demon gods and gradually showing signs of breaking away from the heavenly way. Fortunately, before the chaos demon gods could completely contaminate the will of the sector, they were severely injured by Pangu's will and had to fall into a deep sleep. It was because of this that Feng Zichen could make the will of the sector retreat with a shout. Otherwise, when the will of this sector was completely assimilated by the chaos demon gods, he would have to compete with the will of the sector first. Not long after Feng Zichen forced the will of the sector to retreat, in the deepest part of this sector, where the origin was, a majestic will awakened. Who is it? How dare you trespass into my sector? In a trance, a terrifying figure appeared in front of Feng Zichen. His body was so huge that it was even more majestic than this sector. He stood there quietly, giving people the feeling that he could break through the sector. Moreover, there were bright starlight flowing on his body, as if there were bright galaxies hanging on his body. The aura on his body could be said to be vast and boundless, deeper than the boundless starry sky. In fact, Feng Zichen had a feeling that the power of the stars on the chaos demon gods was even purer than his. At this time, Feng Zichen finally understood why this sector gave him an extremely familiar feeling. It was because he knew the chaos demon gods in front of him. They could be said to be old acquaintances. Similarly, since Feng Zichen could mistake the other party obviously recognized him as well. It's you. 2. Star Demon God. Great of Zhongwei. Almost at the same time, both parties shouted out the other party's name. That's right, the Chaos Demon God in front of him was Feng Zichen's old acquaintance, the Star Demon God. It could be said that Feng Zichen and the Star Demon God were really fated to meet. After the fall of the Star Demon God, most of the treasures that he turned into fell into Feng Zichen's hands. For example, the primordial spiritual root, the primordial star tree, the primordial treasure, the Zhoxing map, and part of the boundless starry sky. These were all transformed from the origin of the Star Demon God. Even Feng Zichen's early cultivation of the Tao of Stars was inspired by the Star Demon God. According to this, Feng Zichen had been blessed by the Star Demon God all along the way. It could even be said that the Star Demon God had contributed a lot to his success today. Now, they met again outside the untainted land. It had to be said that the fate between the two of them was very deep. The moment he recognized the Star Demon God, Feng Zichen suddenly became excited. Even the haze that was caused when he was schemed against in the untainted land had dissipated by more than half. It was because his opportunity had arrived. The Star Demon God was his opportunity. As a chaos demon god that was compatible with his attributes, as long as Feng Zichen refined the star demon god, the benefits he would get would definitely be beyond imagination. P.S. It's the end of the month, please vote. Chapter 689. Putting everything else aside, the heavenly cycle star map was now on the verge of upgrading. If it could devour the star demon god's flesh and blood or origin, it would definitely complete the breakthrough quickly and become an upper-grade innate supreme treasure. Or, with the help of the origin of the chaos fiend god, Zhouxing map could surpass the top-grade primordial treasure and become a supreme-grade primordial treasure. In addition to Zhouxing map, Hongmeng Daozhong's promotion could not be separated from the chaos fiend god. If Hongmeng Daozhong wanted to continue its promotion and become a primordial treasure, Feng Zichen needed to collect enough marks of the Great Way for it to devour and refine. But how could the marks of the Great Way be so easy to find? It was hard to find 1 or 2 marks in the whole untainted land. In fact, there wasn't even a single one. Anyway, Feng Zichen had been in the untainted land for so many years, but he had never heard of them. Even if there were, they were in the hands of peerless figures like ancestor Hongjun. With Feng Zichen's ability, there was a 99% chance that he would not be able to get the marks of the Great Way from them. Therefore, it was impossible to find the marks of the Great Way in the untainted land. However, Hongmeng Daozhong was the foundation of Feng Zichen in the untainted land. If there was a chance, he would never let go of any chance to promote Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he turned his attention to the Chaos Fiend God. As a supreme god born from the will of the Great Way, the Chaos Fiend God definitely had the marks of the Great Way in his body. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of his identity. After finding the marks of the Great Way, the next step would be much simpler. He could directly kill the Chaos Fiend God. Originally, Feng Zichen had a grudge against the Chaos Fiend God. In this way, he would not have any psychological burden when killing the Chaos Fiend God. Moreover, even without the above 2 benefits, the Chaos Fiend God itself was a rare treasure. The impurities in the Chaos Fiend God were rare treasures in the untainted land, not to mention the Chaos Fiend God itself. Its value was absolutely not inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. If this was not considered a fortuitous encounter, then what else could be considered a fortuitous encounter? That was why Feng Zichen was so excited when he saw the Star Demon God. Kill. Even the Star Demon God could not help but be stunned for a moment when he suddenly saw Feng Zichen. However, he immediately reacted and threw a punch at Feng Zichen. The Star Demon God had a deep impression of Feng Zichen. Ever since he escaped from Mount Buzhou, he had suffered several losses at his hands. 2 of his true spirits had already been destroyed by Feng Zichen. As a result, the Star Demon God's plan in the untainted world ended before it even began. In addition, due to the destruction of his true spirit, the Star Demon God's strength was inevitably affected. He had fallen from the top level of the Chaos Fiend God to the first-class level. How could the Star Demon God not hate Feng Zichen after suffering such a great loss at his hands? If he could not see Feng Zichen, then so be it. But now, when he woke up, he suddenly found that the enemy he had been thinking about day and night had appeared in front of him. This feeling was really indescribable. Joy, grief, hatred, maybe all of them. In short, all kinds of emotions flowed in the Star Demon God's heart and finally turned into the most blazing anger. Through the word, kill, he vented it completely. Come on. Seeing the punch of the Star Demon God, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up. He directly turned into Pangu's Daoist body and raised his fist to meet the punch. Rumble. The 2 fists collided and the winner was decided immediately. The Star Demon God was no match for Feng Zichen and was sent flying out of the world. At the same time, a terrifying power surged out from the place where the 2 of them fought and swept out in all directions with them as the center. In an instant, the void shattered, the mountains collapsed, and the earth was overturned. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged wildly and intertwined with an endless aura of destruction. This was a sign that the world could not withstand this power and was about to collapse. Just the remaining power was enough to make this world unable to withstand it and show signs of collapse. It was not known whether this world was too weak or Feng Zichen and the others were too strong. Perhaps it was both. Troublesome. The situation in this world naturally could not be hidden from Feng Zichen's perception. He shook his head and waved his hand impatiently. Suddenly, a drop of purple gold blood flew out from his fingertip and fell toward the world. Rumble. As the purple blood fell, a mysterious fluctuation bloomed from his body. It evolved into countless rules and quickly integrated into the world. In the next moment, the collapse of the world was stopped, and the destructive power that was raging everywhere also disappeared without a trace. The rules of the world appeared and were slowly repairing the broken void. The world was slowly returning to its original state. After all, it was because of him that this world was almost destroyed. How could Feng Zichen sit back and watch it go to destruction? Therefore, he had to force out a drop of his blood essence to repair the broken world. At this time, Feng Zichen truly understood the meaning of the sentence, "Destruction is far easier than creation." To destroy the world, he only used his full strength to throw a punch. But to repair the world, he had to force out a drop of blood essence. The gap between them could not be measured with millimeters. F***ck. Noun, a plant. If I can't take down the star demon god today, I'll lose a lot. Cursing secretly, Feng Zichen rushed toward the star demon god who had fallen outside the world. The loss of this drop of blood essence would be counted on him. Boom! With a leap, Feng Zichen arrived in front of the star demon god. Before the star demon god could regain his footing, Feng Zichen punched him and sent him flying again. This place was still too close to the Great Thousand World. If the two of them really fought to the death, the repercussions would definitely destroy the Great Thousand World at such a close distance. Feng Zichen would never allow such a situation to happen. He wanted the star demon god. The Great Thousand World, let's call it the Great Star World for the time being, he also wanted it. Therefore, he had to pull the battlefield far away, so far that it could not affect the Great Star World. Boom! 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 Under Feng Zichen's crazy attacks, the two fought and retreated. Finally, they came to an unknown spacetime that was far away from the Great Star World. Here, Feng Zichen could finally be sure that no matter how the two fought, the destructive power would not affect the Great Star World. In this way, he was relieved. At the same time, this also marked that the final battle had begun. Kill. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen attacked with a killing move. The void shook, and endless Daoist rhymes emerged. In an instant, it condensed into a huge cauldron and pressed down on the star demon god. Supreme great magical power, great path furnace. The furnace shook, and it bloomed with Daoist light, filling the void in all directions. Suddenly, an endless suction force was emitted from the mouth of the cauldron, swallowing the star demon god. Then, at the bottom of the great path furnace, a bright flame rose up. It was the flame of chaos, the most terrifying flame in the world. Rumble. Under the burning of the flame of chaos, the great path furnace trembled violently. The divine patterns on the walls of the furnace seemed to come alive, turning into all kinds of gods, floating around the furnace. They seemed to be blessing it, but also seemed to be chanting mysterious sacrificial texts. For a time, a terrifying refining power emerged from the great path furnace, trying to refine the star demon god. Roar, as if sensing danger, the star demon god struggled with all his might in the great path furnace. All kinds of mysterious supernatural powers poured out of his hands and blasted against the walls of the great path furnace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the continuous attacks of the star demon god, the great path furnace gradually could not withstand it. Its body fluctuated in size, and it was on the verge of collapse in the air, faintly showing signs of shattering. Seeing this, Feng Zichen did not dare to hesitate. He immediately mobilized all the power in his body and used another supreme great magical power, the Mount Buzhou seal. Suppress. As soon as he said this, the shadow of a towering divine mountain slowly appeared behind Feng Zichen, pressing down on the great path furnace. Mount Buzhou appeared, and heaven and earth were fixed. Even heaven and earth could be fixed, let alone the star demon god. The shadow of Mount Buzhou fell, and time and space suddenly froze. The star demon god in the great path furnace felt an endless pressure, as if it was going to crush him. At the same time, his movements became slower. Every movement was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more difficult than before. That familiar feeling immediately made the star demon god understand what it was that was suppressing him. No. Zhou. Mountain. Looking at the shadow of the divine mountain in front of him, the star demon god almost squeezed out the words from between his teeth and said one word at a time. The hatred in his tone was enough to make one tremble in fear. Then, he exploded. He was so angry that he temporarily broke through his limit and regained the ability to move again. Pangu, die. The Chaos Fiend Celestial, who seemed to have gone mad, suddenly pulled out a broken banner and danced wildly in the great path furnace. Swoosh. Although the long banner looked tattered, its power was abnormally great. As the long banner danced, rivers of stars appeared, emitting sparkling starlight and flowing freely in the furnace. Then, the rivers of stars suddenly exploded, and violent power poured out, directly tearing apart the great path furnace and overturning the shadow of Mount Buzhou. The star demon god. He broke free from the suppression in an instant. But at this moment, with a clang, the star demon god stumbled and fell to the ground. He didn't get up for a long time. It was Hongmeng Daozhong that flew over and hit the star demon god's head hard. Feng Zichen had expected that the chaos demon god would break free. After all, he was an extremely powerful existence in the past. How could he be suppressed so easily? Therefore, he had been preparing for this moment a long time ago. He was waiting for the star demon god to break free so that he could use Hongmeng Daozhong to give him a hard time. Hongmeng Daozhong was a treasure that exceeded the level limit. It was extremely mysterious. Even with the strength of the star demon god's body, he would be stunned for a moment and his mind would go blank after being hit by Hongmeng Daozhong. Kill. Based on the principle of killing him while he was down, Feng Zichen saw the star demon god fall to the ground. He immediately activated the Zhouxing painting and attacked him. Whoosh! One could see that the Zhouxing painting was distorted in Feng Zichen's hand and finally turned into a divine sword surrounded by starlight. It released a bright sword light and directly cut the star demon god in half. Then, the Zhouxing painting turned into a scroll again and flew out from Feng Zichen's hand. It rolled up the lower half of the star demon god's body and kept it. Suppress. Almost instantly, Feng Zichen cast several supreme magical powers, such as the 5-element seal, the Mount Buzhou Dao seal, the divine steel of martial arts, and other suppressive magical powers, on the Zhouxing painting to prevent the star demon god's body from escaping. Boom! Although Feng Zichen's actions were fast, the star demon god's reaction was faster. That's right. He was cut in half at the waist. No matter how slow his reaction was, it wouldn't make sense. Therefore, before Feng Zichen finished setting up his means, the star demon god had already begun to fight back. Almost at the same time, the two halves of the star demon god's body launched an attack. The upper half of the star demon god's body that was still outside held a tattered long banner and attacked Feng Zichen recklessly, forcing him to fight back with all his strength. On the other side, the lower half of the star demon god's body that was trapped in the Zhouxing painting was also making a ruckus. It crazily attacked the Zhouxing painting, trying to break out of the seal. It didn't take long for Feng Zichen's magical powers on the Zhouxing painting to be broken through by him. While suppressing the Zhouxing painting, he also had to fight against the star demon god. For a moment, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Damn it! That magic treasure is so powerful. In a moment of carelessness, Feng Zichen was swept by the long banner in the star demon god's hand and was sent flying. If it weren't for the fact that his clothes were the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly cycle star robe, he would have been seriously injured by the long banner. Even so, although he wasn't injured, he was still in a sorry state. Moreover, the spiritual light on the heavenly cycle star robe was much dimmer. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. This magic treasure must be the star demon god's innate spiritual treasure back then. It's already broken into such a state, but it still has the power close to that of a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. How powerful was it at its peak? It's definitely a supreme-grade chaos spiritual treasure, second only to a chaos ultimate treasure. Standing up again, Feng Zichen had various guesses in his mind. Finally, these guesses all turned into desire. Desire for the long banner in the star demon god's hand. If the Zhouxing painting could devour such a powerful ultimate treasure, how powerful would it be? It was definitely a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even if it couldn't be compared to the 3 heaven-opening ultimate treasures, its power was close to the cauldron of heaven and earth. What a treasure! It's such a waste to leave it in the hands of the star demon god. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. I have more monthly votes. One more chapter. I'm kowtowing to you. Clap clap clap. Give me some monthly votes. Chapter 690. But it doesn't matter. Soon, he will be mine. Staring at the long banner in the star demon god's hand, Feng Zichen said greedily. Then, he suddenly raised Hongmeng Daozhong and smashed it at the chaos demon god. However, how could the star demon god, who had been taken advantage of once, be taken advantage of for the second time? From the beginning, he had diverted part of his attention to guard against Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, when he saw Hongmeng Daozhong coming at him, the star demon god used the banner as a stick and smashed it at Hongmeng Daozhong. Dang! A loud bell rang and reverberated in the void. It stirred up a terrifying sound wave and shattered everything around it. Humph! After the attack, the star demon god groaned and flew back at a speed faster than when he came. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong was also sent flying by the huge impact and smashed into the depths of an unknown spacetime. Kill! After being sent flying by the attack, the star demon god quickly readjusted his state and continued to wave the banner at Feng Zichen. However, as he retreated and advanced, Feng Zichen gained enough time. He took advantage of the time when the star demon god was sent flying by Hongmeng Daozhong to draw with his hands. In the blink of an eye, he engraved countless mysterious runes on Zhouxing II to help him completely suppress the lower half of the star demon god's body. Even so, Feng Zichen was still worried. After doing all this, he threw Zhouxing II to the bottom of the Tree of World. With the combined power of the two, he suppressed the star demon god's body. Only then was he completely relieved. At this moment, the star demon god appeared in front of Feng Zichen as he waved the banner. Kill! Without the burden of the Zhouxing diagram, Feng Zichen could completely unleash his full power. With a long roar, he charged towards the star demon god. He didn't use any magic treasures. He fought the star demon god with just his physical body. This was not because Feng Zichen was arrogant, but because he had enough confidence. Even the star demon god was not his match when he was at his peak, let alone when he was in a half-crippled state. Through the fight just now, Feng Zichen could basically confirm that the star devil god was seriously injured before the fight with him. The injuries were so severe that the star demon god had no choice but to enter a deep slumber to heal himself. Affected by this, the star demon god was unable to unleash even 1/100th of his strength. It was precisely because of this that he was so easily cut in half by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, even if Feng Zichen could win against the star demon god at his peak, he would have to pay a high price. In any case, it wouldn't be as simple as it was now. Boom boom boom. In an unknown spacetime, Feng Zichen and the star demon god began to fight in a lively manner. To be precise, it was the star demon god who only had the upper half of his body. At the level of the star demon god, rebirth from a drop of blood was already an instinct. Therefore, even if his body was cut in half, he could easily condense a new body. It was just not as strong as the previous one. However, the Ziwei Emperor's aura in Feng Zichen's body was too overbearing. He, who had perfectly inherited the Hongmeng's aura and the Ziwei star's power, had the power to destroy everything. The star demon god's body was cut in half by Feng Zichen's Ziwei Emperor's aura. The remaining Ziwei Emperor's aura was not extinguished. It was still entangled around the star demon god's wound. Not only did it prevent him from recovering his physical body, it was also devouring his strength to continue growing, causing greater damage to him. Just a portion of his strength to suppress the Ziwei Emperor's aura in his wound had already affected the strength of many star demon gods. The long banner in his hand was powerful enough to make up for his shortcomings. That was why he could fight with Feng Zichen so well. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. In fact, if Feng Zichen had chosen to use his Dharma treasure, the star demon god would have been defeated long ago. However, it was not easy to find a suitable opponent to fight. Feng Zichen did not want to end the battle so early. He still wanted to have a hearty battle to verify his true strength. In addition, every move and style of the Chaos Demon God contained the mystery of the Great Tao. Feng Zichen could benefit a lot from fighting with him. As such, how could he stop before he got enough benefits? This battle was different from the battle with the Grand Pure One. Although Feng Zichen did not use any Dharma treasure, he did not hold back and did not hide his strength. In other words, the current Feng Zichen was fighting with the star demon god in the state of the fifth heaven of primordial chaos. It could be said that this was the first time he was going all out since he broke through to the primordial chaos. Boom, as the two of them fought, terrifying fluctuations constantly erupted, causing the void to return to the state of nothingness. Time flowed by inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. At that moment, Feng Zichen finally squeezed out the last bit of value from the star demon god and decided to end the battle. Whoosh! While the star demon god was not paying attention, Feng Zichen's heart stirred and he summoned a green lotus. The lotus was surrounded by the aura of creation and had 24 petals. It was the Connate Merit Cardinal Treasure, the 24th grade green lotus of creation. Before he went to the Great Thousand World, Feng Zichen knew that he would definitely experience several fierce battles and even his life would be in danger. To be safe, before he came, he not only brought the Zhouxing painting and the Hongmeng Daozhong, but also took the Human Path Cardinal Treasure, the 10,000 Spirit Crown from Luai's and the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation from Xianqing. It could be said that this trip to the Great Thousand World had almost emptied Feng Zichen's family fortune. It was easy to get the 10,000 Spirit Crown from Luai's. However, the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation had long been used by Xianqing as a treasure to entrust the three thoughts of good and evil. He had divided it into 3 parts and used it to sever corpses. This time, in order to restore the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation, Xianqing had paid a great price. At the very least, his vitality would be greatly damaged. From this, it could be seen how determined Feng Zichen was to come to the Great Thousand World. Since he had paid such a great price, there was no reason for him to fail. Whoosh! the 24th grade green lotus of creation silently appeared behind the star demon god and directly knocked the long banner out of his hand. Then, the green lotus trembled and released several rays of holy light of creation, which swept the long banner onto the lotus platform and suppressed it. Green lotus of creation? Oh no! Recognizing the treasure in front of him, the star demon god was shocked at first. Then, he came back to his senses and hurriedly ran forward to snatch the long banner back. However, Feng Zichen would not give him the chance to do so. The jade crown on his head suddenly released 72 rays of light, which evolved into the 10,000 spirit shadow. They whistled and swooped down toward the star demon god. At the same time, Feng Zichen did not forget to form seals with his hands and blasted out all kinds of mysterious divine powers. Together with the 10,000 spirit shadow, they blasted toward the star demon god. Ah! There was a scream. The star demon god was caught off guard and was hit by the 10,000 spirit shadow and Feng Zichen's divine powers. With a bang, the remaining half of the star demon god's body from the head down exploded. Keep! Without giving the star demon god a chance to react, Feng Zichen activated the 10,000 spirit crown again. Several rays of light swept away and suppressed the star demon god's body that had exploded. The 10,000 spirit crown had been strengthened by the three gods. In addition to the development of the celestial demon Dao and martial arts, it had become a connate ultimate treasure. Under Feng Zichen's activation, it was more than enough to suppress the chaos demon god's broken body. In this way, the star demon god was only left with a head. Victory and defeat were already very clear. Star demon god, it's time to end this. Hongmeng Daozhong, suppress. With a long laugh, Feng Zichen grabbed the Hongmeng Daozhong and covered the star demon god's head. The star demon god with only a head left was naturally no match for Feng Zichen. With a clang, he was taken into the Hongmeng Daozhong. Refine. Without any superfluous words, and without giving the star demon god a chance to destroy himself, Feng Zichen activated the Hongmeng Daozhong and began to refine his head. There was no doubt that if the star demon god had a mark of the great path in his body, it would be in his head. Because his true spirit was there. Clang 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 clang, the Hongmeng Daozhong trembled violently, and a vast amount of Hongmeng Qi emerged from his body, drowning the star demon god's head and refining his power bit by bit. At this time, Feng Zichen also had a serious look on his face. He was doing his best to activate the Hongmeng Daozhong, keeping it in peak condition to prevent the star demon god from escaping. At this point, if the star demon god still managed to escape, all his efforts would be in vain. This state lasted for thousands of years before Feng Zichen completely refined the star demon god's head. Great Emperor of Ziwei, I'll remember you. You've won this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. With the last of his strength, the star demon god's head was completely refined after finishing his threat. It became the purest source of chaos and was absorbed by the Hongmeng Daozhong. Star demon god. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. I don't know what kind of surprise you'll bring me then. After listening to the star demon god's last words, Feng Zichen shook his head and replied with a smile, not caring whether he heard it or not. He was not so naive as to think that he could completely kill the star demon god just like that. That was obviously impossible. If the demon god of chaos was so easy to kill, Pangu wouldn't have let him live until now. At the very least, he would have completely destroyed a portion of him, and not all of him would have survived. Something that even Pangu couldn't do, Feng Zichen naturally couldn't do it. Therefore, the star demon god must still be alive. He just didn't know where he was hiding. Moreover, the star demon god wasn't so stupid as to let the star macro world be his last trump card, especially when the star macro world wasn't safe. After discovering that the great wide world wasn't peaceful, and that the demon gods of chaos would also fight against each other, Feng Zichen understood that his previous belief that the great wide world was the last fortress of the demon gods of chaos was completely wrong. Perhaps the great wide world was the greatest capital for the demon gods of chaos to counterattack the untainted land, but it was definitely not their last trump card. Here, there was a possibility of dying at any time. How could the demon gods of chaos place their last hope here? Therefore, killing the demon gods of chaos here might cause them great losses, but they would never die. Feng Zichen and the star demon god would meet one day sooner or later. Presumably, by then, it would be another fierce battle, or a one-sided crushing. Collecting his drifting thoughts, Feng Zichen turned his eyes back to Hongmeng Daozhong. At this time, Hongmeng Daozhong was undergoing a transformation. In the head of the star demon god, in addition to a part of his origin, there was also his immortal chaotic real spirit. The real spirit of the demon god of chaos was a good thing, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the carrier of the Great Way. If it was used to refine treasures, it would be easy to refine a chaotic spiritual treasure of a high grade. The mark of the Great Way that Hongmeng Daozhong needed was also in the real spirit of the demon god of chaos. Therefore, after refining the head of the star demon god, Hongmeng Daozhong had a certain degree of improvement. However, if Hongmeng Daozhong wanted to be promoted to a chaotic supreme treasure, it needed at least more than 2,000 marks of the Great Way, close to 3,000 marks of the Great Way. That was to say, after devouring the mark of the Great Way in the body of the star demon god, Hongmeng Daozhong would be promoted to a certain degree, but there would be no essential change. 1 mark was still too little. 100 marks was more like it. However, it's better than nothing. After putting away Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen comforted himself. It seemed like the primordial chaos Dao Bel's path of advancement was really far away. If not for the fact that Hongmeng Daozhong was too miraculous, he would have given up. However, this was just a thought. He would not put it into practice. Let's not think about Hongmeng Daozhong anymore. Next, it's time to promote the Zhouxing map. Putting the matter of Hongmeng Daozhong aside, Feng Zichen was just about to retrieve the Zhouxing map from the Tree of World. He saw something fall out from the inside of Hongmeng Daozhong. Feng Zichen went forward to take a look and found that the thing that fell out was the skull of the star demon god, as well as his eyes. That's right. Hongmeng Daozhong wanted the true spirit of the star demon god. Things like skulls and eyes were useless to him, so he kept them. However, although these things were useless to Hongmeng Daozhong, they were useful to Feng Zichen. These were the main materials for refining innate cardinal treasures. The hardness of the skull of the star demon god could be imagined. It was not weaker than an innate cardinal treasure. If he could find a suitable heavenly material and earthly treasure and refine it carefully, he might be able to refine an innate cardinal treasure. No. He could definitely refine it. The moment he saw the skull of the star demon god, Feng Zichen suddenly remembered something. It was this that made him confirm the use of this item. When he was free, he had used the power of Pangu's god to sneak into the river of time and space to peek into the future of the primordial world. P.S. Looking for next month's votes, brothers, there's still half an hour left. Now it's the double monthly votes period. I'm still 160 monthly votes away from 2,000 monthly votes, which is 80 chapters. If I can reach 2,000 monthly votes in the next half an hour, then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I'll definitely be able to reach 10,000 monthly votes a day. If I can't do it, I'll livestream in female clothes. So, please, give me some monthly votes. Chapter 691. Therefore, Feng Zichen saw many scenes of the future. Among them, there were many about the boundless starry sky. He saw that among the countless futures, there was a possibility that the boundless starry sky would give birth to a primordial treasure called the Universal Temple. However, this kind of future was very rare among the countless futures of the boundless starry sky. There was only one in tens of millions of futures. This meant that this kind of future was only a possibility among the countless futures, and it was very difficult to realize it. Among these countless futures, Feng Zichen saw more of a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure called the Universal Temple being born in the boundless starry sky. Using the future to predict the present, Feng Zichen came to a conclusion that the boundless starry sky would definitely give birth to a Dharma treasure called the Universal Temple in the future. And this Dharma treasure would at least be a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure, and there was even a slight possibility of it becoming a primordial treasure. Although this possibility was very slim. However, that was in the past. Now, it was different. The slim chance would become a reality in Feng Zichen's hands. And all of this originated from the skull of the stellar demon god in his hands. The reason why the Universal Temple could not become a primordial treasure was that its origin was insufficient. Feng Zichen simply placed the skull of the stellar demon god in the boundless starry sky and used it as an embryo to nurture the Universal Temple. The skull of the stellar demon god was the main material for refining primordial treasures. In addition to the nurturing of the origin of the boundless starry sky, the Universal Temple that was born from this point would definitely be a primordial treasure. There was no doubt about this. The Universal Temple had the possibility of becoming a primordial treasure, but it was a little slim. What Feng Zichen wanted to do was to use the skull of the stellar demon god to infinitely magnify this possibility until it reached 100%. I've struck gold. Feng Zichen thought happily as he put away the skull of the stellar demon god. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he had obtained a future primordial treasure was enough for him to recoup his losses, or even make a profit. Not to mention, other than that, he also had other gains. For example, the stellar demon god's eyes. This was also a precious treasure that was hard to come by. The energy it contained was no less than that of an ordinary desolate main star. If they were placed in the boundless starry sky, it would not be long before there would be two more powerful stars in the untainted land. However, in this way, it was obviously a waste. Given the current situation of the primordial world, there was no lack of two powerful stars. Therefore, such a treasure should have been refined into a connate supreme treasure. No, that might not be the case. The star Fian Celestial's eyes had many uses. It was not as simple as refining connate cardinal treasures. As for how to use it, Feng Zichen really had to think about it carefully. He couldn't make a decision so easily. With this in mind, he put away the eyes of the star devil god and retrieved the Zhouxing map from under the tree of world. At this moment, with the fall of the star demon god, the lower half of his body that was sealed in the Zhouxing diagram quieted down and fell into complete silence as if he was dead. Regarding this, Feng Zichen also cared. It didn't matter if he was faking his death or really dead. Anyway, he had to refine it. At that time, regardless of whether it was real or fake, the star demon god would die. Then, Feng Zichen spent another 1,000 years to refine the lower half of the star demon god's body. In this way, he obtained half of the skeleton of the star devil god and a ball of pure origin of chaos. He put away the skeleton of the star demon god for future use. Feng Zichen let the Zhouxing map devour the remaining chaos origin. Then, he did not have time to rest. He took out the 10,000 spirit crown and refined the broken upper half of the star demon god's body that was sealed inside. After that, he spent another 1,000 years to obtain the other half of the skeleton of the star demon god and a ball of pure chaos origin. As usual, he put away the skeleton of the star demon god for future use. The ball of chaos origin was still devoured by Feng Zichen map for the Zhouxing map. There was no other way. Next, the Zhouxing map was going to devour the broken long banner in the star demon god's hand. But the gap between the two was too big. If he did not add something to the Zhouxing map, even if the star banner was placed in front of him, he probably would not be able to refine it. Therefore, Feng Zichen had to give the Chaos Origin to the Zhouxing map to devour to help him improve his grade so that he could prepare to devour the Star Banner next. If the gap between them was too big, it was not certain who would devour who. When everything was ready, Feng Zichen combined the power of the 3 congenital treasures, the Zhouxing map, the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation, and the 10,000 Spirit Crown, and blasted them at the Star Banner. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power surged in the depths of time and space. Without the control of the Star Demon God, how could the Star Banner, which was in a severely damaged state, be a match for the 3 congenital treasures? Not long after, with a bang, the Star Banner shattered under the attack of the 3 congenital treasures, turning into countless pieces of various sizes. Keep! At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly activated the Zhouxing map, rolled up all the pieces of the Star Banner, and put them in. After that, it would be a long refining process. It could be 10,000 years, or 100,000 years. In short, it would take a very long time. And when the Zhouxing map finished refining, it would transform to an extremely terrifying level, and become the top congenital treasure in one fell swoop. After all, he had refined more than half of the Star Demon God's origin, and a chaos spiritual treasure, the Star Banner, which was comparable to a supreme-grade congenital treasure. No matter what kind of amazing transformation happened, it was not surprising. However, Feng Zichen did not have the time to wait for the Zhouxing map to transform. He had other things to do. Therefore, after putting away the Zhouxing map, he continued to rush to the Great Thousand World. This time, killing the Star Demon God had given Feng Zichen a taste of sweetness. One Star Demon God had given him such a big harvest. If he killed a few more Star Demon Gods, wouldn't he make a fortune? Killing Chaos Demon Gods could be said to be the most profitable business in the untainted land. Therefore, he planned to find an opportunity to kill a few more Chaos Demon Gods before the rest of them reacted. Bastard! You're courting death. Stay! A terrifying battle broke out outside the great wide world, accompanied by a series of shocked and angry voices. Dozens of Chaos Demon Gods woke up from their deep sleep, stepped out of their Great Thousand World, and attacked a purple figure. And that purple figure was undoubtedly Feng Zichen. Not long ago, Feng Zichen returned to the Great Thousand World from an unknown spacetime. It did not take long for him to lock on to his next target. The result was unexpectedly smooth. Under Feng Zichen's sneak attack, the demon god of chaos died in his hands with grievance. However, something unexpected happened when the chaos demon god was about to die. It was unknown what method the chaos demon god used to hide from Feng Zichen's perception and spread the news of his death. Good heavens! How could this be? After hearing the news, the surrounding chaos demon gods who were in deep slumber woke up from their deep slumber in shock. Then, they learned about the death of the Star Demon God and the Chaos Demon God from the aura left in the void. All of a sudden, those Chaos Demon Gods who woke up were dumbfounded. Good heavens! Really good heavens! Someone actually dared to come to the Great Thousand World to raid their hometown when they were seriously injured and asleep? This person's arrogance was really rare in the world. Moreover, when did the Chaos Demon Gods fall to the point of becoming someone else's prey? This was truly preposterous. After the shock, an uncontrollable anger surged in the Chaos Demon God's heart. Then, they attacked angrily. With a shocking murderous aura, they left their world and attacked Feng Zichen. At this time, Feng Zichen was packing up his spoils of war and preparing to head to the next target. However, just as he stepped out of this world, he bumped into a Chaos Demon God. At that time, he did not realize that the situation was wrong. Instead, he felt that he was really lucky. He was just thinking about the Chaos Demon God when one came to him. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen and the Chaos Fiend Celestial, who had appeared out of nowhere, engaged in a fierce battle. However, what happened after that was somewhat out of his control. As the two of them fought, more and more Chaos Demon Gods rushed over and joined forces with the previous Chaos Demon God to attack Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen was not afraid of 5, 6, 7, or 8 Chaos Demon Gods. Even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get away. However, in just a short while, the number of Chaos Demon Gods that appeared in front of him had exceeded the single digits and reached as many as 13. In fact, Feng Zichen could see from the corner of his eye that more chaotic demon celestials had awakened in succession in the distance, and were rushing over rapidly. At this time, if Feng Zichen still did not realize that there was a problem, he would have lived in vain. Therefore, he made a decision at the first moment: leave. He absolutely could not continue to stay here. Otherwise, once more Chaos Demon Gods rushed over and surrounded him, he would not be able to leave. Given the hatred between him and the Chaos Demon Gods, once he fell into the hands of the Chaos Demon Gods, he would definitely end up in an unimaginably miserable state. If that really happened, perhaps death would be an extravagant hope for Feng Zichen. Therefore, he had to leave and not fall into the hands of the Chaos Demon Gods. Let's go. After making a decision, Feng Zichen did not continue to be entangled with the Chaos Demon Gods and directly used the Hongmeng Daozhong with all his might. Dong the Dao Bell soared across the sky and hung down wisps of Hongmeng Qi, forcing the Chaos Demon Gods who were entangled with Feng Zichen to retreat and opening up an escape route. Swoosh! After putting away the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen turned into a purple light, quickly passed through the passage, and fled into the distance. However, how could the Chaos Demon Gods who were burning with anger allow him to escape so easily? Chase him. We must not let him leave this place alive. Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to escape, the group of Chaos Demon Gods who were besieging him chased after him without hesitation. If they really let Feng Zichen escape, they would be utterly disgraced as Chaos Demon Gods. Just like that, a huge chase began. Rumble. In the process of the chase, great battles broke out from time to time. The terrifying fluctuation spread out. It was unknown how many living beings living in the great wide world and countless small and medium worlds were alarmed. From time to time, there would be world-ending fluctuations above their heads. Mortals were still fine as they could not feel it clearly. However, it was different for cultivators. The more powerful they were, the more they could understand how terrifying the power above their heads was. This was simply making it hard for him to eat and sleep. Once that power fell, not to mention living beings, even the world would be destroyed. As time passed, the number of Chaos Demon Gods chasing after Feng Zichen increased. In just 100 years, the number of Chaos Demon Gods chasing after him increased from 13 to hundreds. In the beginning, Feng Zichen still had the intention to turn back and fight with them. However, when the number of Chaos Demon Gods broke through to 30, he completely extinguished the thought of resisting and focused on escaping into the distance. When the number of Chaos Demon Gods broke through to 100, Feng Zichen really regretted it. At this time, not to mention resisting, he did not even dare to turn back. He just braced himself and ran for his life. The chase continued for about 1,000 years. Feng Zichen finally found an opportunity to escape back to the untainted land with the help of the power of the Tree of World. In this way, he finally got rid of the pursuit of the Chaos Demon Gods. Phew, how exciting! Under the Tree of World, Feng Zichen let out a long breath. His experience not long ago was really thrilling. It was like dancing on a steel wire. If he was not careful, he would have been at risk of death. It was really exciting. However, the gains were often proportional to the risks. Although his experience was thrilling, his gains were also extremely gratifying. On the trip to the Outer Realm, Feng Zichen killed 2 Chaos Demon Gods, which directly more than doubled his value. In particular, he had gained something from another Chaos Demon God that was not inferior to what he had gained from the Star Demon God. After the star demon god, the chaos demon god who was attacked and killed by Feng Zichen was called the dark yellow demon god. After killing him, Feng Zichen obtained a complete set of the dark yellow demon god's bones, a complete set of the origin of chaos, and a broken chaos spirit treasure, the dark yellow bell. This time, it directly made Feng Zichen rich. Oh right, in addition, Feng Zichen also obtained 2 complete worlds. That's right, they were the worlds owned by the dark yellow demon god and the star demon god. Since the things were already in his hands, how could Feng Zichen hand them over? Therefore, before leaving the battle, he used the power of the Tree of World to move the 2 complete worlds to the depths of time and space and hide them. This point was not difficult for the Tree of World. Since it was named after the world, the power of the Tree of World could be imagined. It was just moving the worlds. It could not be any simpler. If the appearance of the Chaos Demon God had not ruined Feng Zichen's plan. When the 3,000 worlds were completed, he could use the power of the Tree of World to drag the 3,000 worlds away one by one. He would bring them all under his rule and would never let outsiders get even one. But unfortunately, as the Chaos Demon God broke out of the seal, the 3,000 worlds were out of his control, causing his plan to collapse before it could even begin. However, it did not matter. While everyone's attention was still on the primordial world and not paying attention to the 3,000 worlds, he could plan in advance and try his best to bring more worlds under his control. As for the way of the heavens? **CK The way of the heavens. In the past, it was because Feng Zichen was too timid that he missed too many opportunities. Now, Feng Zichen finally understood. The way of the heavens was nothing. As long as you did not take it seriously, it was nothing. Since you did not take the way of the heavens seriously, why should you worry about its restrictions? Don't let it touch the great wide world. Feng Zichen chuckled. The way of the heavens was about to be unable to protect itself. How could it have the mood to care about anything else? The great wide world was there. If Feng Zichen did not move or was too late, when Dao ancestor Hong Jun and the others reacted and swarmed to the great wide world, Feng Zichen would not even be able to eat leftovers. The way of the heavens had been tainted by Dao ancestor Hong Jun. If he continued to look at the way of the heavens with his old eyes, wouldn't he be cheated to death? After all, the way of the heavens was different. It was time for Feng Zichen to change his mind. Otherwise, he would not even be able to eat the hot leftovers. In short, the way of the heavens was about to become someone else's. If he continued to maintain his reverence for it, he would be irresponsible for his own safety. The unfair way of the heavens, he would not admit it. Therefore, he was determined to take the 3,000 worlds. Even Dao ancestor Hong Jun could not stop him. However, now was not the time. Now, the demon god of chaos was sharpening his knife against Feng Zichen. As long as he dared to continue to appear, what awaited him would definitely be endless pursuit. For the sake of his own life, Feng Zichen decided to wait for a while before going to the 3,000 worlds. It was not a long time, only a few thousand years. After all, the demon gods of chaos were seriously injured and could not exist in the outside world for a long time. If they stayed for a long time, they would not be able to hold on and would continue to fall into a deep sleep. And this was where Feng Zichen's confidence to return to the great wide world lay. In fact, it did not take thousands of years at all. It only took a few hundred years. If the demon gods of chaos could not find the whereabouts of Feng Zichen, they would naturally give up looking for him. It was not that they were impatient, but that their state did not allow them to do so. Moreover, although the demon gods of chaos were in the great wide world, it did not mean that they were completely isolated from the untainted land. Don't forget that there were still some clones of the demon gods of chaos hidden in the untainted land. Through these clones, the demon gods of chaos could keep track of the untainted land. Therefore, As long as Feng Zichen showed up in the untainted land, the demon gods of chaos in the great wide world would get the news immediately. P.S. Yesterday, I offered a reward for monthly votes. In fact, the condition was not met. I got 40 votes out of 80. However, I still decided to do it today. This is to repay the readers for their support. The next chapter should be very late. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.